C. Anyone who is familiar with the history of the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft knows the stories of Pop Bob. Despite having such a silly name, he was one of the most feared players of all time. He was also one of the most misunderstood. Anytime his name is found on an artifact or at an old base, I take a cautious interest. About 1 month ago, I received a random message out of the blue from a player claiming they had discovered an... So I asked for coordinates. But of course, this is 2B2T, so there was a catch. He agreed to give me coordinates, allow me to tour the base, and take a world download. In exchange, I would have to film him griefing the base. It's been 5 years since Pop Bob got his only kill on me. I was fishing and I wasn't prepared for combat, but that was half a decade ago. I'm not going to take part in this grief, but I'm also not going to stop it. These chunk borders we're at tell me we gotta be getting close. This is some old terrain. But maybe this base tour is gonna give us an insight into the mind of Pop Bob. What was he like as just a normal player, you know? Looks like there's something over this way. I think we may have found it. Oh yeah. What is this? That's floating lava just in the middle of nowhere? Alright, this is definitely suspicious already. Just a random chest room underground with a crafting bench and just floating lava. This is... Alright, this place is already giving me the creeps. I don't know, I kind of want to see what's in those chests. I can take a quick look. Let's see, okay, good, there's a staircase going right to it. Anything? Huh, some average stuff, I guess. At least it's something. But we have to be close. I think the coordinates are really close to the ones I was given, so we just gotta get lucky. Now, I think if we keep moving in this direction, we should stumble right into it. Now, this village is pretty established, so this has to be part of the base. If we keep following this pathway here, I know we're gonna run straight into it. So let's go. I'm excited. Oh, there's something up there. Alright, this looks promising. Alright, it's all quartz. It's a quartz build. But, hey, quartz was around back in the day. So, oh, ho, ho, ho. It's real. Look at that. It's actually real. Pop Bob's castle exists. Look at that. I gotta go into free cam for that. This looks insane. Holy cow. You know what? I gotta screenshot this. This is a thumbnail. Oh my goodness. Turn off name tags. Look at that. It's a real place. I didn't think it would be real. I thought this was going to be a big scam. I thought the guy was just trying to get, you know, a rise out of me, but this place is legitimate. Let's take a look inside. Stay here, pony, all right? You're more valuable to me, well, dead than alive. Huh. Wait, look at all these signs. Oh my goodness. All right, this looks like the player list. Chronicle of Ramiel's Watch. So this is the actual name of the base. It's not Pop Bob's Castle, it's Ramiel's Watch. Who all based here? Let's see, Wobu, Spike, King Louie. Oh wow, I have not heard that name in quite some time. Oh, Loafykins, okay. Cam? For those of you that don't know, Cam is the person that founded Cam Town, which was quite famous back in the day. It was one of the only bases left on the server that had a working end portal. I even used the hacked-in end portal at Camtown back in, I think, 2014. Although the base was kind of in ruins by then, there's only one portal block left. Pop Bob, of course, and Dr. Line. Let's see, Pop Bob joins the fortress. June 11th, 2013. That's the summer I started playing on 2B2T. I can't believe it, over 5 years ago. Half a decade, Pop Bob joined this fortress. Oh my goodness. What do we got over here? Hold on. Historical lava. Do not renovate. You know what? I knew it. When we saw that lava back on that beach, I knew that we were on the right track, that there was a chance this place was legit, and it is, sure enough. Where do we even look first? I mean, look at this place. Oh, if we could find an artifact, there seems to be a lot of chests in this place already. If we can find a lot of artifacts to take on like a written book or something. Oh man. Although I'm not seeing anything that useful so far, but they're all old blocks. I don't see a single block past the year 2013. So let's take a look around. Oh, there's some chests over here. Bane of Arthropods 5. Wow, they went all out with that book. Secret wall gallery. Do not remove, please. Well, it's gone now. It's an interesting little formation. This place it's weird. This entire cast, we were dying. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Hold on. Danger, beams of light. There must have been a beacon here at one point, going all the way up this way. Yep, sure enough, but there's snow on top of the glass. Huh. I'm sure that was unexpected. West Hall is this way. Your adventure begins now. Alright, which way do we even go? Okay, so this is like a spiral staircase. We'll come back to that. Alright, this seems to be on the other side of the mountain here. Okay, just kind of lets out. Although there's random cobble there. I've noticed so far there seem to be random places where like cobble was thrown down. I can't tell if it was lava casted or if it was actually just put down by hand. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, there's something down this way. This is help, I'm falling. Does this just keep going down? I don't want to waste my time. Oh, wow! This goes all the way down to this quarry down here. I'm guessing all these chests have to be just old cobblestone and stuff. Hey, I'm not going to bother to look. Now let's see. What do we have back over here? Now, I don't want to take the spiral staircase yet because there was a hallway this way. All right. Oh, we got some chests. Anything at all. Let's see. They have a lot of red wool, I've noticed. Like a ton of it. I don't know what they were using it for. We got some brewing stands here. And they're still fueling them. Okay, so someone has been using this station recently. There would not be fuel in that thing if they were just left vacant. What's this way? Oh, an old anti-AFK pool. So what you do is, let me turn off my juice hacks. You sit in it, and normally, well, you know, normally it's supposed to carry you around like that. So even back then, they were using this little pool to get past Housemaster's little plugins. What? Huh. That's interesting. What do we have over here? All right, it just goes down to this cave here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, wow, look at that. It's like exposed. It's like an actual in-mountain cave. The Lost Grove. Now that is a cool little place. Oh, it looks like there's plenty underground we have yet to see. I don't want to spoil too much with free cam. Alright, so if we go, let's see. Did we go? Alright, here's like a little balcony area looking out. Alright, I was looking around and we pretty much have to go either up or down the spiral staircase. Let's go down first. Let's see. Oh, wait. Fit, shoot it. Oh, so that's... Okay, Boofers will not wait a minute. It's a target practice range. Look at this. Ha! Let's see if we can hit this. Oh, that's gotta be a bullseye. Let's check it out. Arrow didn't even show up. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that was a bullseye for sure. Alright, so let's see what else we got around here. What's this? Oh, this is where the beacons were. Alright, this loops around. Okay, the wheat farm is here. Lots of food here. We wouldn't go hungry if we stayed here. We got cooked salmon too. I'll add that to my collection. Ah, okay, so the farms were legitimate down here. Let's see, interlude. What is this? Let's see, it's like it's a minecart station. Are there any minecarts left? Wait, this is a manual mine. So look at that. So it was actually taking things, and then there must be minecart chests that are rolling. That's got to be the case. Haven't seen one of these in a while. And look, it just goes and goes. Wait, what is this? What do we have here? This is a weird room. There's like no rhyme or reason to it. That's odd. I see a chest through here. Nothing. This leads to outside? Sure enough, it does. And then here's the entrance to the base. And we haven't even looked at the outer part here yet. We still have to go back and do that, but still. Alright, so... Okay, so we need to get up that section. Okay. How do we get up to that section, though? Oh, it looks like... Yep, okay. So we were going the right way. Oh, wait, maybe not? Look at all this unexplored stuff there still is. See, gotta pack my bags, leave this home, start walking. So it's literally all signs and like lyrics and stuff. King Louis's bedroom. Oh man, this place is legit. Cozy. I bet the king never thought he'd have his bedroom shown off on YouTube in the future, half a decade later. That's funny. Oh, we got a bunch of chests here. Anything good? Come on, any artifacts? What? Hold on, wait a minute. A sponge? A wet sponge. Was that a 2013? You know what? I think that technically was 2013, wasn't it? I don't remember. No, I don't think it was. I think it was 2014 at least. Nothing really that useful. What's up here? Whoa. Now this is looking fancy up here. As we continue to climb, what's in here? Oh, is this like the actual... Okay, this is the actual castle here. With rooms, but there's nothing in the item frame. Maybe there will be something left in these item frames. If we keep checking every nook and cranny, you never know what we're going to find. Looking in the rooms here. Oh wow, that's the village we started the tour in. We can still see it from up here. That's quite the distance away. Alright, let's just use free cam to speed this up. It doesn't look like there's anything left in this tower. Let's go to the other tower now. Although, let's take a little shortcut, shall we? Oh, I need to eat. Look at that. Oh my. Look at all this stuff. So it's like a nice little loop there. Little flower garden in here. Oh my. Hello, chests. Anything good? No, not really. Yep, I'm not seeing anything worthwhile here. Well, it was worth a shot, you know? See, there's more of that cobble that was randomly placed. That's what I'm talking about. It's really weird. Alright, so let's see if we can... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, we got more stuff in here. Got a decent bow in there. I guess it wouldn't be awful if it's all you had. Looking good? Looking like it. I really like the library in here. It's a nice little touch. Most secret journals and diary and love notes, all kept safe and stowed away in this obvious hidden chest. Well, nothing left for us to take. Would have been cool if there was like a book in there or something, but if there was one in there, I'm sure it's long gone by now. I just want to make sure. Oh yeah, we still have to go up the main staircase. Still plenty that we have not seen yet. So I believe we have to take it up this way, right? No, okay, we went down this way already. That's the staircase we went up. So there's, I think this is the one we have to go up. Yep. Oh, that's a lot of melons. Anything left in there? Doesn't look like it. Nope, just more dirt. So now let's climb to the top of this tower. Just all the, just the lava just in plain sight. This seems a little dangerous. I don't know if they could get this place insured with all this floating lava everywhere. Oh my. It's probably not good. Man, I gotta say it's a weird place. Look at that, just random weird. It's a cool build. I love it, but it's just kind of sad it has to get destroyed, But on the other hand, this place was going to get blown up anyway, so at least I got to show it to you guys before the griefer decided to blow it up, A very cool find, but like 2B2T, like anything on this server, you build a sandcastle, eventually the tide is going to take it. The griefer is here, so it's time for me to hold up my end of the bargain. Let's just get this over with, shall we? When a player stumbles upon a base, they've got two choices. They can save it or destroy it. A random player found you, Ramiel's Watch, and your fate has been chosen. I've included some slowed down footage of the signs at the base in case you were more interested in reading up on the history of Ramiel's Watch, but that's where I end my little tour for today. It was an interesting look at Pop Bob's sort of, I don't know, I guess more normal side. It was interesting to see, but before I go, I gotta remind all description below. Shout out to Homie on Ice for providing additional music for this video, which I think really added a little special touch.
the character Phil Connors. And every day, Phil wakes up to live the same day over and over. No matter how he ends the day, he wakes up right back where he started, as jump off a building, make himself some nice toast in the bath. But no matter what he does, he always wakes up right back where he started, with all the memories of his previous deaths. Unable to escape, Doug's Day is a family comedy. To Phil Connors, it's a never-ending nightmare. One of the most commonly used tropes in fiction is the concept of infinite life, the ability to cheat death itself and live forever. But for as much as it's shown, the ability to live forever is hardly ever shown as a positive. In fact, immortality is often shown as a never-ending torment. In Harlan Ellison's short story, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, the last humans on Earth are tormented by a rogue AI named Am that is so advanced, it has the power to torture and keep the humans alive forever. The only escape from the infinite torture the humans find is in death itself, killing each other to spare each other an eternity of suffering, except for one human who lives, who is turned into an inhuman slime-like monster incapable of moving for the rest of time. The ending of The Green Mile shows the main character outliving every person he's ever known and loved, doomed to live in the failing body of an old decrepit man, incapable of death. Even the very concept of hell is the oldest example of an infinite torture. While the concept of immortality can often be seen as horrific and terrifying, very rarely do we see its brother, infinite death, dying only to come back as if nothing happened at all. The ending to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, and yes, I swear this is relevant, sees the main antagonist Diavolo punished to forever live out every conceivable way of dying for infinity. However, infinite death is rarely ever seen for as terrifying as it is. Experiencing death every day of your life only to come back and live through it again, on loop for infinity. Although it's rare to see the concept of infinite death portrayed in books, movies, and TV, there's one medium where infinite death is incredibly common. However, it's not called infinite death. It's called respawning. Team Fortress 2 is a game released in 2007. You play as either a member of Red Team or Blue Team. Your only goal is to kill each other and prevent the other team from winning. You can be incinerated, exploded, electrocuted, turned into Swiss cheese, but every time you come back, you respawn. For as terrifying as it would be to be Phil Connors in Groundhog's Day, the mercenaries of TF2 might just be stuck in one of the most horrific death loops possible. Phil Connors at least managed to escape his time loop, but the characters of TF2 are destined to kill and maim each other for the rest of time. To the player, TF2 is a goofy and fun FPS game, but to the mercs, it's a never-ending hell with no chance of escape. That is, assuming the characters in the game are sentient. In the game of TF2, respawning is a gameplay mechanic, and none of the characters are aware of the infinite death loop.
Ability to get admin access to the server. They created an incredible amount of illegal items, like player heads, gas spawn eggs, and weapons and armor, with enchants at level 32,000. Pyrobyte created a weapon he called the 666 sword, a diamond sword with sharpness 666. They also did something that wouldn't be discovered for another 4 years. He removed the plugin, but this wouldn't be the last time Tristan and Pyro got away with something this insane. On New Year's Day, 2014, some strange stuff was going on at the lands. If you were there in spectator mode, you'd have seen Jack the Ripper hanging out with his friend Zarviar and a third player, Zarviar 1. This wasn't an alt of Zarviar, it was actually a clone. And when Zarviar's clone was killed, it dropped all of his items. Zarviar had accidentally discovered a duplication glitch, but he didn't know how to replicate it. Jack the Ripper started experimenting and learned that the server would kick you if you sent a chat message the same moment you joined, as long as you were riding an entity. This created a clone that could be killed to duplicate an entire inventory, but it had a problem. The clones showed up as actual players in the tab list, with a number on the end. Even when the clones were killed, they were still on the player list. People got suspicious, but the dupers claimed, oh, these are just alts. They weren't. If too many clone ghosts were on the server, it would completely crash. Because of this, Housemaster stepped in and patched the duplication glitch. According to Jack the Ripper, 2B2T's main map was down from March until almost June. The main server was struggling with crippling lag, and Housemaster was trying to figure out how to deal with it. But when people got back onto the server, things were pretty much back to normal. And by normal, I mean angry and ready for destruction. One player named Javazon had joined 2B2T and was bragging about how he was going to destroy every old player base and monument on the server. He said he'd destroy Passy Town, he'd destroy NFE, he'd destroy the Valley of Wheat. This got on everyone's nerves, and they wanted to do whatever they could to stop him in his tracks. Someone caught rumor that Javazon was staying with Ormonger, a player who mostly kept to himself. Pop Bob had Ormonger's cords from the Thunderhack, so people got prepared for the invasion. According to both Jack the Ripper and the infamous griefer Jared 2013, as many as 20 people invaded Ormonger's base to destroy it. This invasion included Pop Bob, Jared, XCC2, iTristan, and Pyrobite. Ormonger, of course, was furious and sought vengeance on the people who had wronged him. At the end of July of 2014, a strange and now infamous message appeared on the 2B2T website. It said, "Housemaster has left 2B2T forever and is no longer in charge. The server will continue like normal though, and will be operated by an anonymous friend." Most people believe that anonymous friend is George Bush 420, but we can't be certain. 2B2T players do believe this message was for real and not just a troll, because the server owner's personality, especially how he communicated in emails, changed after this post. For the sake of simplicity though, I'll continue to refer to the server owner as Housemaster. Things were pretty quiet on 2B2T until December. It was then that the player Thebes and Sound began a new operation. On the x-axis, 26,000 blocks south of spawn, Thebes started minding. For the next 4 months, he mined and built. What was he building? A canal. He met another builder named Chad DX, who was working on building spawn roads. About 1,200 blocks from spawn, Chad found a coastline that naturally connected to the canal, and they built a structure they named the South Axis Boat Terminal. Thebes and Chad created a new group as well, the Southern Canal Corps. One member, Total Darkness, brought the canal from 56,000 blocks all the way to 100k. The Southern Canal would continue to be constructed for years to come. Halfway through December, the player James Russells posted the very first entry to the 2B2T blog. This was a site he started because he felt there wasn't a great place for 2B2T discussion apart from the website itself and Facepunch forums. The only problem with those is the mods sometimes deleted people's posts. Fighting back against censorship, James' first entry was about the Gape 2.0, a 254 by 254 block hole dug to bedrock by hand. The Gape 2.0 was of course inspired by the original Gape, started by Victor96 and Cytotoxic T-Cell. When the original Gape was griefed, they wanted to move further out, so the group went to the -4444 Nether Highway. The Gape member Khaleesi was building a Temple of Light, and Coconut 4 started building the Temple of Darkness. One day, a griefer named IMBJR was walking down the Nether highways when he started bragging in chat that there were obvious signs of life and there was gonna be a base at the end of the highway. James Russells asked him which highway he was on, and he said -4444. Shoot. James and the Gape crew started freaking out over Skype because their base was at the end of the highway, and IMBJR would surely destroy it when he found them. But James had a plan. He ran to the highway, built a wall out of netherrack as if the highway had ended, added some lava to make it look more legit, and then jumped in. Just minutes later, IMBJR found it and wrote in chat, "Oh my god, someone was digging this tunnel and must have died." He then turned around and left. Thus, the Gape 2.0 was saved. Now, let's move to 2015, the prelude to the darkest year in 2B2T history. Things didn't start that way. In fact, they started pretty chill. In the early part of the year, Sato commanded Valkyria to abandon the Fenrir base and start working on Asgard 2. Asgard 2 was stacked. Its members included what must be half of every player I've mentioned so far, and a great many I should have. Things were going well until the coordinates went public. Some say it was leaked by an anonymous player, others say it was Sato himself who did it accidentally. In any case, Ormonger got his hands on Asgard 2's location and was on his way. hoping to get retribution for the uncalled-for attack Valkyria had conducted against him. Sato, knowing the Valkyrians could channel their anger into something constructive, incited a third incursion. Valkyria would go to spawn and create ginormous bases to occupy it. The first would be Wrath Outpost, and when that fell, they'd make another, continuing through each of the 7 deadly sins. There was also a Hypebeast base, representing the 8th deadly sin. The only purpose I can see is to flex on new players. Pyrobite still had an infinite ender chest item, which could be turned into infinite obsidian. With this, the Valkyrians designed and constructed Wrath Outpost, a massive, and I mean massive structure. The centerpiece, a single block of bedrock, placed by Pyro. People tried to take Wrath Outpost down, but it wasn't going to be easy. One day, Tristan, Popbob, and Jared 2013 got the jump on the Valkyrian Henry. When Henry was vanquished, they began to lava cast the base, but soon, reinforcements arrived. Sato 86, Jack the Ripper, and Fit all emerged from a nether portal and fought off the invaders. Both Jared and Tristan ran, and Popbob purled away and combat logged. Pyro then used his infinite block of TNT to destroy the lava cast. During the incursion, 2 new players, Coltsnid and American Oreo, were walking to their base when they encountered a Valkyria member. Not knowing what the third incursion was, Coltsnid and Oreo killed the Valkyrian. Within 15 minutes, Sato appeared, decked out in max gear, and killed Coltsnid and Oreo with ease. Coltsnid declared war on Valkyria, creating the Vortex Coalition, VOCO for short, a team of players set against the server's most powerful group. Despite this opposition, Valkyria occupied spawn for an entire month, and the incursion was deemed a major success. With everyone focused on the incursion, Jack the Ripper realized something. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was busy at spawn. That meant there was a place, well, not just one place, an entire dimension really, that was utterly neglected. The end. Maybe this was Jack's chance to finally build the end base he always wanted to. So Jack went to the end and followed a bedrock pathway made by a buddy of his, Stupid Walrus. Housemaster had implemented a plugin to patch holes in the floor of the nether, but it also patched holes in the floor of the end, meaning if you placed a block in the chunk, it would create a 16 by 16 bedrock platform. Anyway, Jack followed the pathway to a base Walrus built and bridged away from that, hundreds of blocks over the void. Walrus did all the hard work of getting animals into the end, so Jack snagged a couple of those and started construction. Resources in the end are limited, but Jack had help. XCC2 showed up and gave Jack some of his infinite items: stone, wood, gold, iron, emerald, and beacon. Pyrobite also pulled up and gifted Jack infinite quartz and dirt. Those weren't the only illegals Pyro gave Jack. He also gave some player heads, pig spawners, a ghast egg, and a singular piece of bedrock. Jack used the ghast egg to convert one of the pig spawners into a ghast spawner and placed the bedrock at the bottom center of the base. After building the main section, inspired by a giant stone temple Jack had built in the lands, the base was really coming together. Jack called it Space Valkyria. Space Valkyria allowed Jack to have a secret base and still be involved in the incursion. He had a hack called Glide that let him walk over air back to the main end island. He could take part in spawn activities with ease. One time, he and the other Valkyrians were hanging out when Jack started showering everyone with an XP bottle he got from Pyro. It just kept going. When the spawn shenanigans were finished, all he had to do is glide from the main end island back to Space Valkyria. But that wouldn't last forever. On May 28th, someone discovered the /tell exploit. On 2b2t, you can send people direct messages, but you could also send messages in mass to anyone within certain coordinates. With just a few messages and some quick maths, you could triangulate the position of anyone on the server. The only thing it didn't say was their dimension. Jared 2013 and Taylor 112 used the exploit to find Jack the Ripper's coordinates, just a few thousand blocks from 0, 0. They checked the overworld. Jack wasn't there. They checked the nether. Jack wasn't there. That could mean only one thing. He was standing on a platform over the void in a hidden end base. That's how Jared and Taylor found Space Valkyria. Since the base was no longer safe, Jack knew he had to abandon it, even though it wasn't finished. So he bridged out another direction for 1,000 blocks or so and started Space Valkyria 2. Even after Jared and Talo destroyed the base, Talo knew Jack was still in the end and taunted him. Talo sent Jack a screenshot of him breaking an end portal with a lava bucket and threatened to lock Jack in the end for good. If Jack died and all the end portals were deleted, his base would be lost forever. But Jack had everything he needed. He had all the materials he needed to construct an epic base and a client that made it close to impossible to fall into the void. Knowing it was the only way to keep himself safe, Jack went on an ult to all the end portals around and destroyed them, blaming Talo and Jared in the process. This gave Jack a complete monopoly over the end dimension. With that security, he built Space Valkyria 2. When the third incursion was complete, a number of Valkyrians went to the new base, Aureus City, founded by Kaneslaw and Takrav. Kaneslaw built a large gold farm and housed an assortment of builds from various players, like James Russell's Colosseum. Aureus wasn't the only city founded after the third incursion, though. Ormonger, Brunillan, and Drew Bookman worked together to create King's Landing and invited a bunch of other people, like Yellowstone Joe and iTristan as well. iTristan leaked the chords in chat when trolling Ormonger, so they self-destructed. When that happened, most of the players went to Kinorano's base, Kinograd, which was also known as KGB. Many of the cinematic recreations you see right now are made with world downloads collected by Project Vault. Project Vault was started in the fall of 2015 by Spartan512, who hosted famous bases on a separate server. Not long after that, Vice posted an article about 2B2T titled "The Worst Place in Minecraft." The author describes joining the server. He writes, "Green fields, blue sky, cute cubist sheep, quaint hamlets. That's what I anticipated. But this isn't what I see around me. This is some unforgiving cyber wasteland, a hellish, pixelated world where one wrong step will lead not only to my death, but to public shaming of my virtual ignorance as well. I survey my surroundings one more time, plot a descent route, and take my first step. I immediately slip and fall what would be a real-world 75 stories onto the basement floor. The chat log announces, Andrew broke. Great job, a random player types. This article spurred a mini incursion. But that's not to say there couldn't be beauty in 2B2T as well. Two builders named Dogsmurf and Sugaha wanted to create the first Guardian farm on the server. Once they found a spot, they met up with some old base mates, Sickness Man and Daladev, and discussed what else they could build together. They planned out a tree monument named after the world tree from Norse mythology, Yggdrasil. Daladev and Sugaha gathered and sorted the resources, while Dogsmurf and Sickness Man built. When the tree was partially complete, it was struck by lightning and burnt down. To prevent this from happening in the future, Dogsmurf made a world download of the area, used World Edit in a single-player world to create a perfect glass dome, and brought the schematic back to 2B2T. The only problem was, this would require 150,000 pieces of glass to do. The four base mates of Yggdrasil excavated an entire desert, built the dome, and finished the tree with an additional 8 custom biomes. This place is pretty phenomenal. Back in 2014, Pyrobyte and iTristan released a hacked client called Vapid, but stopped developing it. One of Tristan's friends named Clyde continued to update it, but added a backdoor. If he typed a specific string of text in chat, every user of the client privately messaged Clyde their coordinates. These chat messages were supposed to be hidden, but Clyde made an error in his coding. Because of that, if the chords were in the nether, they were fully visible to the person that sent them. Word quickly spread that Vapid was backdoored, and of course, no one used it after that point. During all this time, the 2B2T website was not functioning. Housemaster stated that the server didn't have enough money to keep it up, so he set a $250 donation goal. This took a great while to get to, but when it was finally reached, nothing happened. Some people think that money just went into other server costs, but even with the $250, House may have had enough money to host the website, but not design it. Emperor Tarai wasn't happy about this, especially because he was responsible for a fair percentage of that $250. With the help of Tristan and Clyde, he coded a website to give to House, and House set it up. 2B2T's website was back in business, and all was well. Not all was good for Tarai though, because his base was about to go down. A couple months before, Tristan, who'd been living at ImSpace, was in a Skype chat with Jared 2013. Tristan shared the wrong screenshot with Jared, and that screenshot accidentally leaked the base's coordinates. The two of them were friends, so Jared didn't do anything with it. However, when they had a falling out, Jared used the screenshot to get to ImSpace. He pulled up and destroyed it. At least, that's what everyone thought. Jared griefed the base, yes, but he later heard rumor that it wasn't destroyed, that it was in fact fully intact, concealed in a secret location, and this wasn't 2B2T's only odd occurrence at the time. In early 2016, strange things started happening across the server. Rumor grew of a shadow in the east, whispers of a nameless fear. Illegal items appeared, like 32Ks, spawners, bedrock, and end portals. These were brushed off as remnants of Tristan and Pyro's backdoor from 2013, but things weren't adding up. Then an exploit emerged as well, the bed teleportation. This was powerful enough to allow you to travel millions of blocks in a single moment if you set it up correctly. Here's how it worked. If you slept in a bed and then placed another at those exact same coordinates and the same orientation in the nether, you'd respawn in the nether. So if your overworld bed was at 1000, 1000, you'd respawn in the bed at 1000, 1000 in the nether. If you then went through a portal, you'd be at 8000, 8000 in the overworld. There, if you slept again, you'd respawn in the nether once more. As long as there was a chain of beds you could ride, your distance would increase 8 times every time you did it. Jack the Ripper, still at the lands, had a bed chain to get there, and he brought some friends. Jared 2013, learning about this, became enraged and tried to get there himself. Jack ordered the final link in the chain to be broken, and it was, stranding Jared millions of blocks away from Jack's base. But by sheer force of will, Jared and Taylor built another bed chain in secret, but once again, the final link was broken. And then the unthinkable happened. Out of nowhere, Pop Bob logged in at the final link and reconnected it. Jared finally had a path to the lands. He and Taylor 112 arrived wielding 32K swords. The lands didn't stand a chance. This group, Tristan, Clyde, Taylor, and Jared, were named the Tyranny. Where did these 32Ks come from? James Russell's, Kane's Law, and Jack the Ripper went to investigate. They discovered some Minecraft region files on Tristan's GitHub page and extracted their coordinates. Kane's Law and Jack traveled to the location on 2B2T itself and found a massive illegal item stash full of 32Ks and other spawned-in items. The stash had clearly been brought onto the server with World Edit. There were even barrier blocks. Barriers were added to Minecraft long after the 2013 backdoor, so this was undeniable evidence of a new backdoor. Checkmate. Case closed. Backdoor exposed. Except, maybe not. Tristan claimed that he and Pyro created stashes of every item ID in the game. When the server updated versions, the IDs stayed the same, but now new items, like barriers, took their place. This was a valid argument, apart from one tiny pickle, something discovered by Yellowstone Joe. Yellowstone Joe also saw some region files, went to their location on the server, and uncovered the remnants of a world-edited stash. There weren't any items there, but the stash was in new chunks. Tristan could no longer deny he had admin access, and this is when the chaos truly began. No longer with anything to hide, the Tyranny held nothing back. They reduced Kinograd to dust. They ravaged Space Valkyria too, then created an end portal out of thin air, exited to the overworld, only to go straight to King's Landing. The lands destroyed. KGB demolished. Space Valkyria 2 annihilated. King's Landing obliterated. This was the week of destruction. But not all was lost. While the lands were destroyed, Jack still had a huge item stash hidden away, the resources he could use to rebuild. A longtime friend of Jack's, the Pompano, unexpectedly joined the server and messaged him. Pompano was asking Jack where his stash was, but something seemed off. Jack had a strange feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. He went to Steam and messaged Pompano there. On Steam, Jack received a chilling reply. That is not me. The tyranny could access people's accounts too. Players were terrified. The server was clearly compromised and no one was safe. The tyranny itself occupied an enormous bedrock sphere, which they called the Archive. The Archive stored every item in the game, its centerpiece being an illegally placed end portal. Jared took a screenshot of this, and that screenshot somehow went public. Sato86 got his hands on it and posted it to the 2b2t subreddit, declaring, "Public service announcement. 2b2t is backdoored." Knowing 2b2t was no longer Anarchy, people flocked to Constantium, another Anarchy server. Fit continued to play on 2b2t, which is when he took the infamous screenshot of his tab list, showing only one player online, himself. Months before, a Chinese database breached, leaking the usernames and passwords of millions of people. Supposedly, the George Bush 420 admin account's details were on this list, but that was just a cover-up. So what actually happened? Well, the website Tristan gave to Housemaster was laced with code that gave him backdoor access to the server. Code which Housemaster ran on the same server box which runs 2b2t. You'd think House would have wised up to Tristan's schemes by now, but remember, this wasn't the original House. This was the anonymous friend. Some claim that House was actually working with the tyranny, but we can't know for sure. House removed the backdoor, but the damage was done. People didn't trust the server anymore. With the player base dwindling, Yellowstone Joe created a post on the r/Minecraft subreddit about the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. Someone influential saw that post, a YouTuber with over 750,000 subscribers. His name? The Camping Rusher. June 1st, 2016. The day 2b2t changed forever. On that date, the Camping Rusher uploaded a video about 2b2t titled, "The Oldest Server in Minecraft." 2b2t isn't actually the oldest server in Minecraft, just one of the oldest. Nevertheless, Rusher escaped spawn, found food, and explored the server's ruins. This captivated Rusher's audience, who had never seen anything like this before in Minecraft. In just over a week, 750,000 people had seen the video. And even if 1% of those viewers tried 2b2t for themselves, well, that's way more players than the server could handle. In an instant, 2b2t went from averaging 5 to 20 players online to 250, the maximum capacity. Housemaster scrambled to get the server's hardware into a place where it could manage this huge amount of traffic, and put 2b2t onto a temporary map while he did this. The old players returned to defend their server from these invaders. In Rusher's second episode of the series, he commented on this emerging conflict.
We're gonna have to band together here, and it's gonna be an all-out war, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be absolutely crazy.
Fit, Bubba J, and Jared 2013 completely obliterated a Rusher base, killing 40 people. Fit was made leader of Team Veteran, the old players who sought to fight back against Rusher's fans. This brought tons of OG players back to the server, but many had trouble joining because of how many people were online. That's where the queue comes in. The queue is a system set up by Housemaster that holds people in a separate server and then sends them onto 2b2t one by one as slots open up. The only issue was, there were so many people in queue that it might take an entire day just to join. The Camping Rusher wasn't too pleased with this, since it was preventing him from making videos, so he reached out to House asking if he could get a whitelist. House said that wouldn't be fair, but instead came up with a new system, the Veteran Queue. This was a separate queue for players who logged in before Rusher uploaded his first video, so they could enter the server faster. Since Rusher obviously joined before he uploaded the video, he got veteran queue and all was well. Beyond this though, Rusher helped House implement the priority queue system, where anyone could pay $20 a month to get onto the server faster. For a long time, the queue actually ran through Rusher's own server, the Archon. The revenue generated from this allowed House to invest more money into the server, purchase DDoS protection, hire developers, and buy more powerful hardware to handle the hundreds of people at a time. Now that the server was stable, let's talk about war. The Camping Rushers fans were nicknamed Rushers, and they were everywhere. Team Veteran called for a new incursion, the fourth in the server's history. In an attempt to contain the Rushers at spawn, Team Veteran built a 500 by 500 lava wall. The Rushers fought back, and the lava wall was unsuccessful. After being on the run, the Camping Rusher himself started building a base. Team Veteran found it and destroyed it. They also tried to flood spawn, but this failed. But that's when they built the trench. Basti VC designed TNT duping machines that could explode all the way down to bedrock, creating a large barrier for the Rushers. Team Veteran also managed to destroy Nether spawn, but a new threat was emerging. The OG 2B players weren't as powerful as they thought, and part of this was because of a change that went unnoticed. Months before, Minecraft released the 1.9 combat update. Apart from adding shields, elytras, and changing attack speed, the 1.19 update nerfed protection. Back in the day, Protection 4 was so good, you could only kill people if their armor broke. But after 1.9, people in maxed out God gear could die. And that's not to mention the explosives. A new form of combat emerged, crystal PvP and bed bombing. Trying to sleep in a bed in the Nether explodes it, as does punching an end crystal. And these explosions can take out anyone in a single boom. But what made it worse, as Jack the Ripper described, is the veterans would respawn at their bases, but the Rushers respawned at spawn. So they got all of that sweet God gear. And that's when Team Veteran took a huge blow. The 2B2T monument that had stood for years, respected by all, even Pop Bob, was destroyed. The Valley of Wheat was in ruins, and the Camping Rusher was blamed. But actually, a new group was responsible, the Resistance. The Resistance was an organized operation set against Team Veteran, but Team Veteran wasn't going to go down that easily. They sent a spy to infiltrate the Resistance and feed the locations of their bases and stashes. This knocked the Resistance down. Still, Team Veteran wasn't the only one being sneaky. Someone gave the Camping Rusher the location of Aureus City. How? Well, someone pretended to be an e-girl to swoon one of its inhabitants. That Aureus City member brought the fake e-girl to the base, and when that happened, it was game over. Kane's Law, Fit, and Yellowstone Joe self-destructed. On August 5th, Fit and the Camping Rusher met in Dark Souls Castle for a duel. After fighting long and hard, Fit emerged victorious. But this wasn't the end of the war. A few weeks later, the veterans faced the Rushers and Resistance for the final battle of the war, the largest in 2B2T history. Halfway through, the Resistance betrayed the Rushers and switched sides. The battle turned into complete chaos and carnage. Some estimate Team Veteran got over 10,000 kills on the Rushers, but the war ended in a stalemate. It had been dragging on for several months, and people got bored. Fit has been accused of orchestrating the conflict with Rusher for the mutual growth of their channels, almost like a live-action roleplay. If these accusations are true, then it worked, because Fit rocketed to hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Reflecting on the Rusher massacre video he made, Fit said,
"You've got this grown man with a deep voice that's taking a Minecraft server this seriously, and he's killing all these people. He's just swearing like a sailor. He just does not care at all." There was something about that like drew people to the videos.
With so many more players now on 2B2T, people were bound to discover some wild things. Before that though, remember when I said Brad Pitt refers to a certain historical German leader? I'll use the term pinwheel to refer to the symbol that leader liked to use. One Rusher named Grey Sage made a post on the subreddit saying a friend of his found a peculiar base. When Sage himself visited, he discovered an area filled with pinwheels, farms, and holes down to bedrock. The base itself was named Brad Pittville, and its owner, none other than George Bush 420, one of Housemaster's admin accounts. Sage walked around and eventually logged off. When he logged on the next day, the base was gone. He said it was as if someone had used World Edit or turned back time. Rumors spread that the base wasn't deleted, it was moved. But what really happened to this base wouldn't get discovered for another 3 years. During the Russia War, Jared 2013, Willy Roof, and Offtopia were using a minecart dupe to supply the war effort. Willy Roof saw a Reddit post of an illustration someone had drawn and wanted to recreate it on 2B2T. Using materials from the dupe, Willy Roof and Offtopia transported their stash to an ocean and drained a large area over the next month. When that was done, they used TNT fly machines to mine the area down to bedrock. Other players soon joined the build, including Neda T and Jack the Ripper. One nether explorer named Burnsy found the tunnel they were using. Since he was chill, they invited him to the base as well. This base was named The Drain, and Offtopia made a video touring it. But in doing so, Offtopia made a critical error that doomed the base to destruction. He showed bedrock. This was an error that Fit himself made while showing off his Fitlantis base. An exploiter named Chrome Crusher discovered that bedrock spawns in the exact same pattern in every single world seed. Because of this, you can reverse engineer the coordinates of any bedrock pattern with ease. Chrome Crusher did this to find Fitlantis. As the exploit became more public, Fit saw the bedrock pattern of the drain in Offtopia's video and went to tour it. With the added attention the base got, the drain was abandoned by its builders before the Fourth Reich griefing group destroyed it. As I mentioned, Aurea City was demolished during the Russia War. Now homeless, Kane's Law returned to the location of a dupe stash he created years before. There, he excavated a staircase down to bedrock and hid the duped items deep in the earth. Underground, he burrowed a large chamber and built a tree at the center. He called this base Bodekin, and 15 people contributed to it. Around this time, the players Toshi and Vaxent founded a base called Wintermelon. They invited a bunch of people to it and got an insane advantage when one member, Mr. Chocho, discovered a new duplication glitch. He found if you toss items from your inventory the moment you disconnected, one copy would be in your inventory and another on the ground when you rejoined the server. In November 2016, that dupe went public. It was a little tedious to pull off, so Kino Rana and Clyde released a client that simplified the dupe and let players copy an entire inventory at a time. Of course, the client was backdoored, which gave Kino and Clyde tons of people's cords. And by tons, I mean close to 11,000. Rather than raid and grief people themselves, Kino and Clyde released those 11,000 coordinates publicly. Because it happened on November 11th, this dupe was named the 1111 dupe. Jack the Ripper and his friend Alpha Computer used the dupe in the end while preparing for a new, massive project. Later that month, a player called Slappin' Bad Kids, bro, what are these names, man, announced the 5th incursion. At that point, Jared 2013 promptly took over. Why have an incursion? I honestly couldn't tell you. In association with the Fourth Reich, the incursion set the goals of removing all water and lava casts from spawn, leveling it to the ground, and building an obsidian wall around it. They failed, and the incursion didn't go anywhere. A couple new groups cropped up around now, the first being the Imperium, started by the Dark Emperor and dedicated to building. They began with a base called Arrowhead. Meanwhile, the Nether Explorer Burnsy made a post on the 2B2T subreddit announcing an ambitious project. He was going to journey to the Minecraft world border 30 million blocks out through the Nether. Tons of people were interested in this, and they joined to form the Nether Highway Expedition Group to travel the millions of blocks to get to the world border. This is one of the final big events of 2016, a year full of war and conflict. But it wasn't all that. Someone named Negative Entropy, with Holiday Spirit, built a Christmas tree in the middle of Spawn. Of course, Spawn was a mess, and for some reason a couple people wanted to flood it. Negative Entropy joined the project of Flip35, Sheer Genius, Slavs, and Strong Force to flood Spawn with a 1000 by 1000 water cube. Oh yeah, and I have to mention, Another group that showed up in the latter end of 2016 was Dawnfear. Dawnfear had existed since 2013, but only on other servers. One member, Hermetic Lock, joined 2b2t and convinced his friend Deloaded to come too. In early 2017, Hermetic Lock saw an opportunity to take over the Vortex Coalition, the group created by Cultsnid to oppose Valkyria. Hermetic Lock was high up in the Voco ranks and had a power no one else did. He ran the Voco website. Hermetic Lock came up with a plan. Build a Dawnfear base, get all the Voco members to pull up, and then take it over. With Voco, Hermetic Lock and Deloaded built the 10th city of Dawnfear. Dawnfear 10 was a large medieval base that impressed the members of Voco. Once this was done, Hermetic Lock changed the Vortex Coalition website to advertise for Dawnfear. Cultsnid was understandably furious, so he leaked the location of Dawnfear 10. Despite being hundreds of thousands of blocks away from spawn, Bubba J arrived within half an hour to destroy it. The reason he got there so quickly was because he flew under the nether floor with an elytra. Even though Dawnfear 10 was gone, Hermetic Lock had access to the cords of Voco's leadership bases, so he destroyed every single one. The Vortex Coalition collapsed and Dawnfear rose from its ashes. All of these bases get destroyed after weeks, months, sometimes years, but the outcome is always the same. But what if there was a base where that was the idea to begin with? After the Voco drama went down, Hermetic Lock founded a base just a couple thousand blocks from spawn. He invited tons of people to it and posted the coordinates publicly on his YouTube channel. They built, but it took several days for the first grief to occur. After that, Hermetic Lock and the dozens of builders repaired or built anew. When that stuff was destroyed, they kept building. From the rubble, they'd build some more, in craters, lava casts, with the cycle repeating. And it was a major cultural moment on the server. The world-famous spawn base ended up being the precursor to a group that would become a massive deal later down the line. That being the Spawn Masons. Speaking of spawn activities, another group popped up in February 2017 called Highland. Started by the Grand Lotus and Kasparov JR, Highlanders focused less on building and more on hanging out. They often went to spawn to trap people. Far from spawn though, over the endless void, Jack the Rip-Up began his biggest project yet, Space Valkyria 3. With the spoils of the 1111 dupe, Jack started construction of a gargantuan space station of quartz and purple stained glass, with reconstructions of different biomes, farms, and a meadow at the top, all centered around an end gateway. The saga of Space Valkyria 3 would continue for years, and it's honestly one of the craziest stories 2b2t has to offer, but I'm getting ahead of myself. In late February, the community was enraged. The reason why is because Kinorana and his friend made a map of an anime girl. That wasn't what was enraging though. What was enraging is Kinorana loaded 32,767 new maps, which reset every other map on the server. People were really mad about this, but it's Anarchy, bro. What can you do? I guess Kinorana was busy though, because he discovered a duplication glitch with his friend Mason 2 weeks later. He found when he sent a donkey on half a heart through a nether portal to die by a cactus on the other side, more items would spit out than were sent in. This dupe was incredibly powerful, because it was the first duplication glitch that occurred since Shulkers came out. Knowing it was only a matter of time before everyone found out about the dupe, Kinorana and Mason leaked it to YouTube. It was patched 3 days later. 3 days after that, some massive drama went down at Wintermelon. In the previous couple months, Wintermelon had expanded to become something magnificent. But when the base was complete, people got bored. Then, one member leaked the coordinates. And then the Wintermeloners found out that the Fourth Reich was coming to destroy it. They couldn't stave off the inevitable, but they sure could delay it. Wintermelon was annihilated, and the fledgling Spawn Mason group had a problem. Wintermelon's founder, Toshi, was part of the Masons, as were some of the Fourth Reich griefers who destroyed their base. The Masons deliberated and concluded with a rule: you cannot harm another member. This would really get spicy with the drama that occurred later on at Tashi and Vaxent's next base, Summermelon. Meanwhile, frickin' Bubba J and Ox22 learned that typing /kill while riding a pig in the nether obliterated the server. It would simply crash. So frickin' crashed the server over and over and over. It got so bad that Housemaster had to disable /kill for a whole week. During all that crashing though, Burnsy and the Nether Highway Expedition Group, or the Positive X Diggers, made it to the Positive X world border. There, they discovered something strange. Outside the world border was a platform of bedrock with two signs. One, signed by Pyrobyte, says, "It's the end of the world." The other, "I Tristan was here. If you see this, went down." Dated December 7th, 2013. There, I Tristan hid a stash of the book whose title sounds like Minecraft, written by Brad Pitt. At the border, the group created a base named Point Nemo, after the point on Earth that is furthest from any land. Even though it was far, everyone knew where Point Nemo was. X 30 million, Z 0. Bubba J and his friend Chunker flew under the nether floor with elytras and destroyed Point Nemo within a week. Not dissuaded in the slightest, the group moved a couple 100,000 blocks away, still by the world border, and started Point Dory. Point Dory grew to be one of the largest bases in server history, both in size and in number of people contributing to it. It lasted about 2 months before internal drama occurred. One of the Nether Highway Expedition Group members was doing some sus stuff, so he got kicked and leaked the cords. With the cords public, Bubba J and Nordic93 pulled up. The Highway Group actually managed to kill Bubba J and send him 30 million blocks back to spawn. But Nordic93 combat logged and rejoined when everyone was offline to destroy the base. Soon after this, a bunch of people including Joelic, Immortal Yogurt 1_7, and Jared2013 launched the Make Spawn Dry Again movement to drain the spawn water cube. In June, to celebrate the year anniversary of Russia's invasion, 2B2T players flooded the server with lag machines, explosions, and edgy internet humor. Not long after that, the Spawn Masons and the Peacekeepers got into a conflict. The Peacekeepers killed a bunch of Spawn Masons, and then, for the next 6 months, the Masons destroyed literally every single one of their bases the day they were created. During all this, the Nether Highway Expedition Group was somehow still mining through Netherrack, because they reached the Positive Z world border. That July, Housemaster brought the server onto a temporary map to prepare for the new 1.12 World of Color update. When the update was ready for 2B2T, House also patched player heads, pig spawners, and enchanted glass. In the process, he also accidentally deleted sharpness off axes, efficiency from shears, and all dungeon spawners. Some people were angry about this, but Kinorana got his revenge by leaking the crafting dupe. For some reason, if you spammed the crafting recipe while dropping items, the item you dropped would turn into a stack of 64 when it was picked back up. This even worked with items that are normally unstackable, like swords, armor, and totems of undying. The dupe lasted 8 hours, but the damage was done. When Wintermelon was destroyed, Tashi, Vaxent, and most of that group pulled up to Summermelon, with some notable additions, the most significant being Crowbar01. Crowbar had been invited to Wintermelon, but declined because he was, at the time, working on a solo build, Follytonville-shire. Pretty wild, right? Once he finished, he joined Summermelon. Summermelon very quickly grew to be quite large, but things came crashing down when Fit got the base's coordinates. Fit claimed that a member of Summermelon had leaked the cords of his own base, Rocket Town, so he and Alpha Computer arrived at Summermelon to destroy it. This sparked some major controversy, because Summermelon was in no way responsible for Fit's base getting leaked. Some claim Fit just griefed Summermelon for views, or because he had beef with one of the members. I can't confirm why he did what he did, but it caused huge drama. The reason why is because by this point in time, the Spawn Masons had grown insanely. They had weekly initiations of all kinds of players. For example, a single night's initiation included Fit, Sado86, and Jared2013. Both Fit and Alpha Computer were in the Masons, but so were a bunch of Summermelon members. And after Wintermelon, the Masons had made a rule that you cannot harm another member. There were constant arguments about this incident that got so bad that Hermetic Lock shut down the group entirely. However, Fit destroying Summermelon might have been a blessing in disguise, because out of the ashes rose the greatest base in 2B2T history. With the 9 members of Summermelon homeless and the Nether Highway Expedition group unemployed after reaching the world border, there were now a couple dozen remarkable players who didn't have anything to do. That's when Willy Roof and Offtopia had an idea. What would happen if they combined forces? The two of them convinced the groups to embark on a new project inspired by the lost continent, Mu. People were in. So they made a plan. A centerpiece mountain, bridges in the middle of a large basin, millions upon millions of blocks from spawn. They got to work. This was by far the most ambitious project the server had ever seen, but they had a secret advantage. Mining Minecraft and Aeon, 2 members of the Highway group, discovered the most powerful duplication glitch in 2B2T history, the chunk dupe. Minecraft chunks can only hold so much information, so if you fill written books with a bunch of garbage data in such a way that exceeds the 2.2 megabyte limit, the chunk will be unable to save. If the chunk can't save, any changes made to it will be reverted, including items moved out of chests. In order to keep the dupe private, only a select few members knew it, but builders could request the items they needed with an organized spreadsheet. To make the basin, the builders used TNT bombers to excavate nearly 50 million blocks. From the blueprint to Minecraft, Tashi designed the central mountain, which took 2 months to create. The base was so large, they needed their own nether hub just to get around. Drud 14 built a large swamp and Greek area that housed a giant nether portal. Scribblefox populated the basin with villages and a mesa biome. Air and Alvin created the Cathedral of the Melon Goddess. Eventually, the chunk dupe went public, and Thieves and Sound was able to put his full brain power towards making it efficient. He created a system so powerful, it could duplicate close to 64,000 items a second. Thebes used this to fill Stash 3, which had 10 double chests of shulkers of every item in the game. Whenever someone visited Stash 3, it would cause major server lag. Since it was hurting the server's performance, Housemaster had to remove it. He showed up to do this, and the Moo crew asked him if he wanted to join and build with them. House said yes. As it turns out, the 2B2T data center is actually at Mu. Look at this thing. Just look at it. At this point, this isn't even Minecraft, and to think this is on a survival Anarchy server of all places. Moo's story doesn't end there though, but I did just tell several years of history in a couple minutes. Let's back up so the rest of the server has a chance of catching up. In August of 2017, the player Grindlord flew under the nether roof to get to the -Z world border. Just a few days later, Housemaster patched this. It seems everyone was trying to get to a world border of some kind, because Armorsmith reached the end world border a little less than 2 weeks later. He wasn't the only one to get to the end border corner though. The YouTuber Barondome arrived just a few hours after Armorsmith. Rather than focus on huge griefs or major server events, Barondome chose to look at the more laid-back side of 2B2T, the quirks that make it unique. On the topic of chill, laid-back individuals, let's talk about Armorsmith. Just kidding. Armorsmith was neither chill nor laid-back. He had come to 2B2T with a mission. He joined the server with the single-minded purpose of trolling as many people as possible. Soon after he got to the end world border corner, he declared himself a god of the server and created a cult of personality called Armorsmith's followers. Over the next few months, they built a lag machine that brought 2B2T's TPS to 0.5. They also griefed the old spawn road and built a titanic obsidian structure called the Wrath of Armorsmith at the start. Generally though, the way to get recognition on 2B2T is to build rather than destroy. That's how the artist Crowbar earned his reputation. I don't use the term artist lightly. In August of 2017, Crowbar began the mother of all keeps, a sandstone castle in the middle of an area he blew up down to bedrock. If you don't think Crowbar is an artist now, just wait until we get to some of his later builds. In September, the 2B2T player base had a big scare when a bunch of Spanish players joined because the YouTuber Elrich MC made a video on El servidor más violento y antiguo de Minecraft. Elrich had close to 1 million subscribers and said he'd make a 2b2t series if the video got 250k views. This could turn into a Russia War 2.0, and that seemed likely because the video got 300,000 views pretty fast. However, Elrich didn't end up making the series because of the server's toxicity. Halfway through September, a bunch of people completed Project Obsidian Sky, which covered a 500 by 500 area with 250,000 blocks of obsidian. And toward the end of the month, Housemaster made 2 changes that really angered the 2b2t player base. First, he disabled elytras. People were loading too many new chunks, lagging the server, and increasing the data storage the server needs to run. Fair enough, but elytras wouldn't return for close to 2 years. That was pretty bad, but House poured fuel on the fire when he removed Veteran Q. There's a couple potential reasons for this. The cynical take is House wanted the extra priority Q money, or it's possible that the Qs were low enough as is that Veteran Q was no longer needed. On top of that, there was the genuine issue of people selling their Veteran Q accounts for hundreds of dollars. Whatever the reason, Veteran Q was gone, so the veterans were not happy. By now, 2 nether highways were built, going to the Positive X and Positive Z world borders. In early November, a player named Metrez made a post looking for people to dig the Negative X highway. So they joined together in the Negative X Diggers team. If you walked all the way to negative 850,000 blocks, you got an invite to their private Discord. They built monuments every 100,000 blocks in the Nether and million blocks in the overworld. They finished the tunnel on December 22nd and built a Christmas-themed base at the world border to celebrate. A little bit earlier in the month, Coltsnid started flaming the Dark Emperor, the leader of Imperium. Coltsnid had surprisingly revived the Vortex Coalition after Dawnfear's coup and grew it to be one of the biggest groups on the server, right up there with Imperium. Voco declared war against Imperium, launching the Voperium War. As 2b2t wars usually go, they fought and griefed each other's bases, and then things calmed down. When Yggdrasil was finished, Sugaha and Daladev decided it was time to give 2b2t a break. Docsmurf and Sickness Man kept playing, but how could they possibly top Yggdrasil? Well, let's approach this one problem at a time. The first thing a base needs is a location, so they scouted around. When they found an ice spike biome, they built an ice farm, and then got to work. Continuing to be inspired by Norse mythology, Docsmurf named this Niflheim, the realm of ice and cold. Reminiscent of Yggdrasil, Docsmurf built a huge ice tree. He and Sickness Man bombed out a massive area, created a deep ice lake, and then constructed a Norse building worthy of kings. The base seemed empty with just the ice trees and buildings, so Docsmurf went back to the drawing board. In a creative mode world, he built a gargantuan ice dragon, but it didn't look right, so he tried again, and again. After multiple iterations, he finally created something he was proud of. He then brought that to 2b2t. Many bases like these get griefed because of conflict between the builders, but that's not how Docsmurf operates. Niflheim wouldn't get destroyed because of internal conflict, but something far more powerful. The year is now 2018, and whoa, we have more block game faction drama. In the early part of the year, the Imperium launched the United Group Embassy, or UGE. The UGE was made to increase cooperation between groups, and 15 of them joined. That accounted for over 200 players. One group, called Infrared, was enemies with the Imperium, so they joined the UGE with the intention of sabotaging. Because the United Group Embassy was founded on the principles of unity, the Imperium turned the other cheek and allowed them into the group. But once they were in, Infrared griefed the UGE's base, which was a blow to Imperium. Unfortunately for Infrared, Imperium was once again their enemy. Far worse than that though, Infrared just made enemies of more than a dozen other groups. Needless to say, Infrared did not last long after this. In early April, the 2b2t community prepared for another invasion. Ant Venom, who was sitting at over 2.5 million subscribers, announced he would be releasing a video about 2b2t. Immediately, Sato86 called for the 6th incursion. He shared a link to a Discord server which spread across the community. At this point, 2B2T's queue was between 30 and 50 players, but Ant Venom's video could drastically change that. On April 3rd, he uploaded the video, The Face of Minecraft Anarchy. Ant Venom's fans, creatively named Ants, instantly flooded the server, and queue jumped to over 300 long. Jared2013 came up with the idea of building a humongous obsidian wall 1,000 blocks around spawn, from bedrock to height limit. Thebes and Sound, the architect behind the Southern Canal, took charge. This would require more than 1.6 million obsidian. A shulker holds 1,728 obsidian, but because ender chests can be broken for 8 obsidian each, a shulker of ender chests is equivalent to almost 14,000 obsidian. However, they have to be mined, which is incredibly tedious.
We were not able to produce obsidian fast enough to get the wall done in time. So that's when a stroke of genius came from the incursion.
So, for the first time ever in 2B2T history, slave labor was used to accomplish a community project. Ants were forced to mine ender chests or face immediate execution. If they completed 3 hours of labor, they were granted their freedom and rewarded with gear. The incursion had PvPers patrolling, killing any ants who tried to escape. Apart from the ants themselves, the incursion faced resistance. This mainly came from the cult of Armorsmith's followers, who established the anti-incursion movement. Armorsmith himself placed a bunch of withers and attacked Fit, while Fit was trying to repair the wall. This resulted in the famous clip,
"Oh, my helmet's down! I got a log, guys!"
Even though the wall wasn't the most effective thing to stop new players escaping spawn, the incursion was still a success because it united everyone around a single project. The next month, Fit released a video, The Day 2B2T Almost Died, where he revealed his perspective of what occurred during the third backdoor in 2015. While more facts of the story have come out since Fit made that video, it's still, in my personal opinion, a masterclass in tension and storytelling. Fit said that after Ant Venom joined the server, he taught Fit how to actually make YouTube videos, and that's when Fit got on the 2B2T documentary grind. His channel started to pop off because of this content. With the community still reeling from the ant invasion, the OG Minecraft YouTuber Popular MMOs was spotted on the server. He was given gear by an unknown player, then killed with an end crystal in Nether spawn. The 2B2T player base breathed a sigh of relief when he stated he had no plans on making a video about the server. On May 1st, Jared2013 griefed a base. On May 2nd, Jared griefed another base. On May 3rd, he griefed a third base, and this continued, with him destroying a new base every single day of May. That's an astounding feat. Players were bewildered as to how he was finding all these coordinates. Clearly he had an exploit of some kind, but what? Rumors spread that he was exploiting map art, so the map artists of 2B2T pulled a Kinorana and reset all the maps. It's possible Jared had access to the new Chunk Trails module, a feature in hacked clients allowing you to see which chunks were newly loaded. Following these can sometimes lead to a base. Jared himself later stated that he got a lot of bases from people simply leaking coordinates, and the rest he got using natural terrain. Because 2B2T's world seed is public, you can actually reverse engineer the coordinates of natural terrain in a very similar way to the way you can do with bedrock. Looking at the natural terrain shown in screenshots and videos, Jared was able to locate his next target. Locating them is the hard part, but getting there isn't the easiest thing either. Jared had to travel hundreds of thousands of blocks to get to these places, but he may have been using a recently discovered boatfly exploit, where boats allowed players to travel thousands of blocks a second. At the end of May and early June, some huge server drama occurred with two major bases, Bodekin and Block Game Mecca. In the years since Kane's Law founded Bodekin, it had grown tremendously. It now housed a large amount of rare, illegal, and one-of-a-kind items. For example, rare books written by different people. One member, Alpha Computer, jokingly added to that collection with a book he titled, I'm Gay. Alpha was just one of the 15 Bodekin members, and take a look at what they did. If you notice, there's bedrock openly visible. One screenshot of this and the base would be gone. But that's the thing. Bodekin was considered the most hidden base on the server because the members had a rule: no videos and no screenshots. Even with that though, Bodekin had a major flaw. It was just 8,000 blocks from the axis. All someone needed to do traveling the -Z highway was take a quick turn and boom, they'd find it. That's why it wasn't surprising when it got raided and griefed at the end of May. The same thing happened to Block Game Mecha on June 1st, a base started by Slappin' Bad Kids and Ganje Meister. With a style completely different from Bodekin's, Block Game Mecha, or BGM, was magnificent in its own right. The base had multiple mega structures, like this cathedral. BGM was starting to stagnate a little bit, so they invited a couple new people: Dr. Zombie, Beardler, and Todorak. Dr. Zombie may be the most trusted person to ever play 2B2T. Beardler, a curator of the 2B2T museum server, and Todorak, a well-respected player who joined 2B2T all the way back in 2012. Each of these people had fantastic reputations. Right after these new members joined, Block Game Mecha was griefed. This was terrible for every member of the base, but even worse for Beardler, who was also a part of Bodekin. So first he loses all his progress at Bodekin, and the moment he gets invited somewhere for another chance, that's gone too. Luckily though, Beardler was diligent in his duties to the 2B2T museum and had taken a world download of the base hours before it was in ruin. With no one to blame for the Block Game Mecha grief, people started pointing fingers. Beardler was a suspect because he'd been part of both bases, but that didn't seem likely. Nonetheless, the BGM member Joey Coconut made a Reddit post saying, "Beardler did 6-1. Beardler denied these accusations, and most people believed him, which is good because you wouldn't want to slander someone for a crime they didn't commit. A couple days later, a griefer named Life is Good 72 said he was responsible for BGM's destruction. This would make sense. Just because two bases were destroyed around the same time doesn't mean they're linked. So Life is Good took out BGM, and what's most likely is a random base hunter stumbled upon Bodekin. Case closed. But not everyone felt alright with that story. A couple people kept investigating. On the museum server, Slappin' Bad Kids and Alpha Computer managed to get admin permissions from Hermetic Lock. They wanted to take a look at the Block Game Mecha world download. This is like going into the police headquarters to search through their evidence stores yourself. These 2B2T players are ruthless. When going through chests, Slappin' found a book signed by Alpha Computer. Its title? I'm Gay. Because classic 2B2T humor, Slappin' thought it was hilarious and showed it to Alpha, who wasn't so pleased. Not because his meme book got read, but because he'd only ever made one copy, and that copy was stored at Bodekin. Alpha immediately went to Cainslaw to ask if he'd found the book in Bodekin's rubble, but Cainslaw didn't. That could mean only one thing. The griefs of Block Game Mecha and Bodekin were connected, and they were done by the same person. And who is the one person with access to both bases? Beardler. If he were innocent, Beardler's Minecraft log files would have exonerated him, but he refused to share them. Because of these two things, Beardler was doomed. This evidence was irrefutable. Beardler himself couldn't deny it, and at this point, he didn't. Beardler confessed. Yes, he'd stolen from both bases and blew them up to hide his tracks. People were furious. Not only did Beardler betray them, steal from them, and destroy their homes, he also lied about it. But they got their sweet, sweet revenge when the Short Bus Caliphate, Block Game Mecha's demolition team, got the location of Beardler's main base, Purgatory 2. This sequence of events was named the Bomekin Witch Trials. When Purgatory 2 fell, Beardler quit the server, closing the lid on the whole ordeal. Since you made it this far into the video, I'd really appreciate it if you considered subscribing to see more content like this. Thanks. Around this time, two programmers, Ox22 and Bubba J, discovered a strange exploit. They learned to click on blocks outside their render distance. This didn't seem to be too big of a deal, but if they did this enough, the server would lag. If they did it some more, the server would crash. Crashes can alert Housemaster to what's going on, so they didn't want that. Instead, Ox22 and Bubba J used it to skip the queue. If they lagged the server just enough for it to be unplayable, most of the people online would either get kicked or rage quit, opening up hundreds of slots at a time. But they realized this exploit might be able to be used for something more, so they brought in Frickin'. Then they started crashing the server as hard as possible. That wasn't the only big exploit going around though. In mid-July, the third donkey dupe was discovered and leaked. This was done by riding a donkey using entity speed into unloaded chunks. The donkey would get stuck and continue riding, duplicating itself and all the shulkers it was carrying. This dupe helped source a great number of new entrepreneurial ventures, 2B2T item shops. These shops sold items for real-world money. At the time, a shulker of items might sell for $5 or more, but 32K weapons sold for over $100 each. Those were sold by Jack the Ripper, Alpha Computer, and Hermetic Lock. Herm actually told me the profits went through his LLC, so they even paid taxes on them. The dupe stayed active for close to 2 months. This caused inflation so rampant that most items became worthless. Potentially using duped obsidian from this donkey exploit, Armorsmith's followers built their group's logo, the hammer and sickle in the sky above spawn. This launched an obsidian measuring contest between various groups as to who could build the largest obsidian spawn symbol. And that's when a French YouTuber with 1 million subscribers posted a video on the server. His name was Fuse3, and he started a series that brought tons of his French viewers onto 2B2T. The regular 2B2T player base has top-class humor, so these new French invaders were called baguettes. Launching a new incursion when a YouTuber invades is now standard procedure, so that's exactly what _Henry did. 7th incursion, baby! Henry made a Discord server that grew so large, there was a voice chat with dozens of people, including FitMC and AntVenom, all trying to figure out what was going on with the incursion. Well, they had a couple of goals. Build a colossal lava wall around spawn named the French Friar, as well as a trench at a 2,000 block radius. Henry stepped down from leading the incursion, so they held a vote. Jared 2013 came out on top, and he organized the incursion into different groups, those dedicated to the lava wall, trench excavation, PvP defenders, and nether portal trappers. They even brought back slave masters because the slave labor system was so effective last time. Fuse declared war on the Americans, and Fit got kicked out of the incursion group because people thought he was stirring up drama with Fuse to promote their YouTube channels. Fit wasn't the only person to get kicked out of the Discord though. Jared started banning people who were disrupting and trolling, also known as average 2B2T behavior. Those people who got kicked weren't too happy, so the spawn PvPer Women Are Objects launched the new anti-incursion. The 7th incursion fizzled out with some drama and was labeled a failure. Some people, like Thebes and Sound, continued to excavate the Great Spawn Trench. Everything came to a close when Fuse dueled Fit in the ruins of Aureus City. Fit pulled out a 32K armor set, Baguette down, YouTube clout attained, and that was that.
Clown down. Now go home, Baguette, and be a family man.
DigMC, the leader of the newly formed Backstreet Boys, said that despite the fact that it failed, he and a lot of the community have fond memories of the 7th incursion and helped groups like the Backstreet Boys grow. Soon though, 2B2T faced its biggest threat yet: books. If you write a book with tons of junk data, fill a couple shulkers with them, and then open a chest or try to relog, your client would have too much data and you'd continuously get kicked forever. Of course, on 2B2T, this was weaponized. This wasn't actually the first time books with junk data were weaponized. In late 2017, the player 123fly123 was holding a shulker full of them when he killed his alt account. In Minecraft, when you kill someone with a renamed item, it will show that item in chat. Well, that was the case with the shulker as well, and every single person on the server with death messages enabled was kicked. This exploit was so powerful, people called it the Thanos snap. Things got so bad, Housemaster had to disable death messages entirely. Book kicking and book banning isn't even the limit. Do you remember the chunk dupe that Mining Minecraft and Aeon discovered for Moo Megabase? Well, Earth Computer figured it out as well and uploaded a video on it. This dupe was used across the server. The YouTuber SalC1 made a video using it on 2b2t, showing it to hundreds of thousands of people. Sal got famous making super cool, stylized 2b2t vids, which you should definitely check out. Another example of people using the chunk dupe is Jack the Ripper and Alpha Computer. They created a gargantuan stash in the end for Space Valkyria 3. The stash was so large it housed a double chest full of shulkers of every single item in the game and 200 double chests of quartz shulkers. That's 18.6 million blocks of quartz. Speaking of Space Valk 3, some wild stuff went down with it. Jack had completed the central design and was building the Rainbow Road, but when it came around, Jack realized it was misaligned, and it had to be perfect. This would require destroying and rebuilding the entire thing, so Jack took some time away from the project. When he came back, he heard that a griefer knew about the base and was actively looking for it. Knowing that it could be found using chunk trails, Jack moved his stash 13,000 blocks away and started building it again. This was a lot easier than the first time since the design was already done and allowed Jack to put more attention into the details. It's absolutely absurd how much dedication people put onto this block game server. Space Valkyria 3 is so massive, you cannot possibly load all of the chunks at once. One day, Jack was working on one of the outer rings when he started running back to the middle. As the chunks loaded, he saw something that made his heart stop. TNT. He'd been found. All this hard work, these months, years actually, of devotion, only to get destroyed? Well, that's just how things are on 2b2t. Except that isn't what happened. Jack followed the trail of TNT to find it being placed by none other than Alpha Computer. Alright bro, there's gotta be better ways to troll than that. Relieved, Jack went back to working on the base. On the topic of people with insane dedication, let's move to the events of 2019. Early on, there was a bunch of drama between Imperium and Highland, which resulted in the server's largest battle since the 6th incursion. By now, the book ban was fixed, but what's the saying? 2b2t, finds a way. The exploiter Bafliza used a mod to place thousands of signs with thousands of characters at 00 in the nether. If the server sends your client a data packet 2.2 megabytes or larger, you'll get kicked. And as soon as you rejoin, you'll get kicked again. Anyone who loaded those chunks, either by going through a nether portal or by entering the area, was effectively banned from the server. These chunk bans would continue to be prevalent, not just using signs, but all kinds of other blocks as well. If it exists, 2b2t players will find a way to exploit it. In February, the player PR Thomas wanted to live up to his name and pull a PR stunt. Using duped items, Thomas set up an item shop called The Bannering, where anyone could buy shulkers full of gear. They could either pay real money or advertise for the server by placing Thomas's banner. It's estimated that new players trying to get some gear placed over 1 million of these banners across the spawn region and wider server area. In 2019, Minecraft had a resurgence. Its popularity skyrocketed, both in-game and on YouTube. With that resurgence came a fascination with Minecraft's oldest Anarchy server, and people started watching FitMC in droves. This flooded the server with new players to post-Rusher era levels. Queue was often over 1,000 long. Fit's mini documentaries started reaching millions upon millions of people, but much of the 2b2t player base itself isn't a fan of Fit because they say his videos exaggerate or dramatize the server. I feel Hermetic Lock said it best though.
I think that you need to look at his videos like if you're telling a bedtime story to like your grandchildren or something. They're wonderful little stories. They don't have to be grounded in absolute facts.
DigMC also said,
maturing on 2b2t is learning to respect Fit at least a little bit.
Even if a new player thinks they know everything about the server from Fit's videos, there's a huge amount of knowledge that simply comes from playing the server and experimenting. The player Satisfaction was riding a donkey with entity speed when he somehow ended up in a liminal space. He was invisible and flying around. but he could still affect things in the game. Fortunately, he was recording when this happened and went back to see what was going on. After some experimenting, he learned how to recreate this glitch and ascertained its full capabilities. The exploit allowed Satisfaction to enter into God mode. He became invisible, invincible, and could travel over 500 blocks a second and kill anyone with ease. Satisfaction told some friends who joined Team God mode and went to spawn to annihilate everyone. They weren't the only people who knew about the exploit though. It had actually been discovered by Xbandong and Haxor Elite a couple months before, but Team God mode was gonna be the reason it got patched. One of the members of Team God mode sold the method for a single shulker of items. He was probably just trying to troll, but the rest of Team God mode knew it was only a matter of time before the entire server knew how to do the exploit. So they made a fake identity to leak the mod required to enter into God mode. Of course, that mod was backdoored, and they got a bunch of base coordinates with it. With the exploit public, Spawn became a chaotic mess of invisible players trying to blow each other up with crystals. In May, the Tyranny from 2016, now rebranded to Nerds Incorporated, hosted another 31 days of 31 griefs. Jared 2013 was once again the figurehead. This time, rather than destroy the bases himself, he just posted screenshots of their cords onto the subreddit. This included Niflheim. The nerds said they were able to reverse engineer its location by looking at ice spikes in the background. On May 8th, Jack the Ripper was working on the outer rings of Space Valkyria 3 when he got a strange feeling. Just to be safe, he took a world download of the base, but continued working. The next day, he got that same feeling again. Something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. He looked at the chat and saw Tristan said it was placing TNT. That didn't mean much those days, especially during the 31 days of griefs. Nevertheless, Jack started moving towards the main area of the base. But there it was, TNT on the Rainbow Road. He still couldn't see anyone, but thought this might just be Alpha Computer pranking him again. And then they came into view. Jared, Tristan, Clyde, Frickin, and Brunillan. Jack didn't stand a chance. It was the Tyranny at the lands all over again. And this was it. For real this time. Space Valkyria 3 was gone. But then Jack remembered the original Space Valkyria 3 site with the misaligned Rainbow Road. Jack had an alt logged out nearby and carefully made its way over to the original build. Astonishingly, it was untouched. Jack knew the Nerds Inc. had an exploit of some kind, but he didn't know what. They didn't just stumble upon his base randomly. They knew exactly where he was and what he was doing. They must have had a way to target his account, so he got another one. A secret account no one knows about, and he brought it to the original Space Valkyria 3 site. So Jack had an untarnished build, but what could he do with it? Nerds Inc. destroyed his stash of tens of millions of items. Well, Jack's friend Silver Crown King went to the grief to survey the wreckage and found a lone survivor. One singular donkey. The key to Space Valkyria's salvation. Jack went to the ruins, found the donkey, and built a 13,000 block bridge to the original site. Then he went back and destroyed it, leaving no trace behind. With this donkey and a duplication glitch, Jack duped enough materials to finish the base. As if May didn't have enough drama, the popular Twitch streamer Etika found out about 2B2T and joined it on stream. He and his tens of thousands of viewers did their best to join and started spamming 9 in the chat. Housemaster himself even joined in, sending a rare server broadcast. Queue skyrocketed to over 1,500 people, and so it was time for another incursion. Since the 7th incursion was a failure, the term had lost a lot of its meaning, so people instead called it the Purge. The Purge was spearheaded by Police Mike 55, Hermetic Lock, the Dark Emperor, and UFO Crossing, with the sole purpose of wiping out new players so much they were completely discouraged from ever coming back. Police Mike had a personal dog in this fight. He remembered the old days of the server, back when there wasn't the need for a queue at all. Police Mike had stopped playing in 2015, long before the Russia invasion, but then returned a few years later. When he came back, things were completely different. If they weren't careful, Etika's invasion could become another stark, dividing line in 2B2T history. With his viewers, Q was 1,500 long, which is outright ridiculous. That means it'd take 12 hours or more for someone who didn't buy priority to get into the server. And so, the old players knew the Purge was absolutely necessary. The leaders of the Purge split up its members into 5 regiments. The Lava Regiment, dedicated to building a lava wall in a 2,000 block radius, going from world height to bedrock. This was possible because of the work Thebes and Sound and others did for the 7th Incursion's Great Spawn Trench. Next, the Highway Regiment, tasked with destroying all highways in the greater spawn area. Third, the Lag Regiment, ready to build and turn on lag machines across the server to stop Etika by any means necessary. Then, the Spawn Patrol, charged with building portal traps in the Nether and killing any invaders. And finally, there were the Base Hunters. Their mission? Search and destroy. They wiped out any farm and base that cropped up that might help new players within 10,000 blocks of spawn. This was the 3rd YouTuber invasion in a row where an anti-incursion movement arose. They tried to sabotage the lava wall by turning it to cobblestone. They even attempted to rebuild Wrath Outpost. In spite of the opposition, the Purge was making progress. Every time Etika tried to stream on the server, he'd get lagged out. This made his streams quite boring, as most of them were simply him waiting in queue. Eventually, Etika stopped streaming 2B2T entirely and moved back to his regular content. Q was halved, and the Purge was victorious. During the Purge, Police Mike 55 gained a lot of clout. Not to say he didn't have a lot already, being such an OG player, but this was something new. People constantly asked how things were back in the old days, before all these massive hostilities. To answer, he made a detailed post on Reddit, talking about his time in the Facepunch Republic, Ziggy Town, Squid Base, and Plugin Town. The post was seen by a fair amount of the community, including a few old players. One of them was confused, saying, "Weird, that's not how I remember it." Police Mike recalled events differently than other players, which makes sense because memory can be faulty. XCC2 thought it was really strange, though, and told iTristan about the situation. iTristan messaged Police Mike 55 on Snapchat and asked him about it. Police Mike revealed he hadn't played 2B2T in years. In fact, he sold his account and the new owner assumed his identity. The Police Mike 55 running the Purge had been an imposter the entire time. iTristan exposed the entire situation on Reddit. The community was shocked. How would you react if you found out your friend had been lying to you for years? Well, actually, it's not that deep, bro. Some people even respected the hustle required to keep up the ruse. And after thinking about it, a lot of people didn't really care, since the Police Mike was so chill. As Todorak said,
"Oh, yeah, it is, like, it's strange. It's objectively strange, but that guy, we like to call him Lucas. He's a super nice guy. Like, he's pretty down to earth and he's chill."
He's so cool.
Bezo Pazan actually interviewed both Police Mics together on his podcast, the Dr. Ender Pickles Show. In it, the original Police Mic revealed something fascinating about the Farlands on 2B2T.
I have a memory, I mean, I don't know if it's a false memory, but I do have a memory of being at like the Farlands, and I thought I took a screenshot, and I've looked through my screenshots. It was on an old hard drive, and like, I mean, $2,000, who doesn't want that? But yeah, I tried really hard. I could not find it, but I'm 95% certain that I did go there and take a screenshot. I just cannot find it.
Until someone can find something more definitive, the Farlands will remain a 2B2T legend. The dust from the Purge had barely settled when Jared 2013 called for another incursion. Why? I don't know. Q was still pretty high, and I guess he wanted to bring people together. With Armorsmith's help, they set out to flood Spawn with another giant water cube. They advertised with Big Man Tyrone, the man behind
Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes.
Jared eventually got tired of the 8th incursion, and they never ended up finishing the water cube. He passed ownership of the Discord to a German player named Baki Bakbak, who converted it to a new group called the Infinity Incursion. The water cube attempt wasn't the only big project going on. To celebrate Pyrobite and the 3rd incursion's Wrath Outpost, King Aurelius and the Last Templar built a monument 10,000 blocks from Spawn on the Eastern Highway. It took 10 people 4 hours to place over 100,000 obsidian. 2B2T isn't just the stuff that happens at spawn. In mid-October, 123 Fly 123 told his friends Courier 6 and 4 Pilot he was going to hunt for bases in the negative-positive portion of the map. In the nether, he found an abandoned railway. It was pretty clear the chunks were from 2013. Then, he saw a sign, spawned by Housemaster. On the other side of the portal was an unusual base. In some chests, Fly spotted a couple books signed by Housemaster. Outside, some pinwheels. This was Brad Pittville all over again. After exploring the base, he went AFK. When he returned to his computer, it looked like he was killed back to spawn, but he couldn't find a death message in chat. Fly told Courier 6 what he found, but refused to share the coordinates. But Courier had a clue. 2013 chunks in the negative-positive quadrant. He and 4 Pilots spent the next 2 weeks searching every chunk trail in the entire quadrant before they found it. But find it, they did. The two of them also explored the base, but both ended up dead to unknown causes. When they came back to the base, chests were cleared and sections of it were completely gone, as if they'd been removed by World Edit. 4 Pilot emailed House about the situation, but House denied any involvement. Right around this time, the builder WalkWalk90 completed his Jesus Donut build, leaked its coordinates, and then griefed it. That wasn't the only unholy occurrence to occur this month. Carl 2B2T, Linky, and Redstoner made a hat client to write the entire Christian Bible on 2B2T. It took close to 350 books, or 13 shulkers. They put them all in one chest. When Redstoner opened the chest, the server froze and then crashed. 2B2T crashed another 10 times in the next 24 hours because of this. To stop it, Housemaster set a cap on player data file sizes, meaning you'd get kicked if your client had too much data. The authors of the Bible found out about this the hard way, as they accidentally bookbanned themselves. This made them look into other book exploits, and they actually found a workaround to the Thanos Snap bookkick exploit from a couple years before. Steve 3 and House 1 started abusing that. Because the server's Anarchy, House won't ban people, but he did remove the priority queue from the book kickers. Not happy they got their priority queue removed, Steve 3, House 1, G-Smack, and a few other people created the Book Club, a group whose sole purpose was to ban as many people from the server as possible. They went to the nether and built automatic book banning chambers. Housemaster wasn't pleased, since it's estimated they banned between 400 and 700 people. That's insane. Since the book club was disrupting the server, House removed the priority queue of every member, including people who weren't actively involved. Rather than solve this by civilized means, the book club decided they'd do everything in their power to take the server down. Thus began No Server November, a concerted effort to lag and crash the server every single day of November. Even though they'd lost their priority queue, they found that throwing snowballs from 2011 at someone caused most of the server to get kicked. Why? Minecraft is spaghetti code, I don't know. This allowed them to get onto 2B2T immediately, even with their priority queue removed. Because of the lag, queue dropped to 85, and priority queue was instant. But that wasn't all. On November 9th, one of the book club members posted an image to the subreddit saying, "The bedrock comet got turned into stone, lol." When people went to investigate, they got disconnected from the server. When they logged back in, they got kicked immediately once more. Those players were chunk banned. Housemaster had to manually revert the area in and around the bedrock comet because the book club had placed illegal player heads. The heads had enough data to overload the chunk. In fact, they only needed around 7 layers to do it, so the chunk bans could be set up with speed. Housemaster patched the player heads, so they went to the end and built another chunk ban with banners at end spawn. Anyone who joined the dimension got banned. The book club knew exactly how many banners would do it, as they had a redstone machine that could remove just a single banner to open up the dimension to their friends and other accounts. They managed to close off the end for the better part of a week. After this, they went to the nether highways and built chunk bans there, banning upwards of 50 players a day. They made people even more curious about exploring the areas by placing "road closed" signs. These chunk bans were powerful. So powerful, in fact, that the book club realized they could create an unraidable base by having an area completely surrounded by chunk bans. They built that too. Before No Server November started, Mr.Beast uploaded his hashtag Team Trees video. Well, some of the book club members started the Team No Trees movement, where they destroyed all dirt and trees within 10,000 blocks of spawn. Fit made a video covering this, and the project died pretty quickly after that was posted. But Team No Trees wasn't the only group the book club spurred. Many of their members, like Steve3, Redstoner, and House1, joined together in the Brownman. Later on, they get up to some crazy stuff. Ultimately, most players who had been priority banned during the book club event had their priority queue restored, at which point No Server November ended. November 2019 was an outrageous month. Even with all the No Server November shenanigans, the Infinity Incursion overpassed the Cult of Armorsmith, taking the title for having the largest obsidian spawn symbol. Somehow, they placed 589,000 obsidian partly during that lag. Not only that, but Chezhead returned to 2B2T after 8 years. Wanting to send more ripples through the community, Armorsmith messaged the leader of the 2011 Face Punch Republic on Reddit, urging him to come back to 2B2T. Well, Armorsmith was successful, and Chezhead formed the new Face Punch Republic. These started out trying to repair 2K2K. If we visit there in-game, we see how difficult this would actually be. Dog, it's a black hole over there. Wary that Armorsmith was trying to control the group from behind the scenes, Chezhead spoke to Sato86, who had been part of Face Punch way back in the day. From Sato, Chezhead got a clearer understanding of what Armorsmith was trying to do, so he cut ties with Armorsmith and took control of the Republic. They went on to restore and rebuild Castle Hateheart. On November 22nd, the 100k 2B2T World Download project went public. Made by 15 players in combination with each other, this 216GB file is 2B2T spawn plus 50,000 blocks in each direction. Mothra posted it onto the Reddit along with a render, which shows how more and more of the world becomes ocean the further you go. This is because of an old glitch in Minecraft terrain generation, which has long since been patched. There was also this dude named Liufu, who got bored one day and covered an entire island in gold, diamond, and emerald blocks. He called this El Dorado, and wanted to invite people to it via a puzzle. So, he posted a screenshot of his island to Reddit with the title 52017087093-22988.22991 Phi. As the wiki says, Liufu severely overestimated the intelligence of the 2B2T subreddit. Nobody got it right. Was that unexpected though? The top comment was literally, house biome. Even though no one solved his puzzle, Liufu posted the coordinates anyway. In December, the dudes responsible for one of the earliest spawn water cubes, Scholar G and G-Smack, did the same, but in the end. They flattened out the bedrock floor, removed a whole bunch of random endstone, and used a bedrock removal exploit to carve their names into the bedrock floor. On top of that, there was an exploit that allowed them to create indestructible end crystals. Putting these at the obsidian spawn platform meant anyone who entered the end would instantly fall into the void. Housemaster wasn't a fan of that, so he deleted the crystals. After placing over 150,000 ice blocks, they finished it. Strangely, when they respawned and then killed the dragon in the water cube, it dropped a dragon egg. House was obviously busy during December, because apart from removing fall traps, he brought in a patch that fixed unbreakable items, 32k tools, and death messages. Also in December, the Spawn Masons completed a project that flexed on everyone. The Masons, who had a resurgence earlier in the year, recruited Legerv, the developer of Baritone. Baritone is a Minecraft machine learning program that can automatically navigate terrain, find routes, and execute simple tasks. At the Spawn Masons' request, Legerv modified Baritone to help them build a ginormous version of their logo in the sky. This worked in tandem with Hermetic Lock's real-time tracking on who was placing what, a live map of the logo's progress, and where the Baritone bots needed to go. They had more than 61 bots running Baritone who placed over 28 million obsidian during an 8-day time period. This logo is so large it engulfs all other logos placed near it. During this year, 2B2T absolutely popped off on YouTube. Tons of huge YouTubers joined to check it out and make videos of it, like Shotgun Raids and the Atlantic Craft. The Camping Rusher himself even returned, but his video flopped, so he didn't stick around for long. In early 2020, Tapel made his own video on the server. Things went down in 2020, not just because of the virus, but that definitely contributed. With everyone stuck at home, they played a lot more Minecraft, and 2B2T as a result. But the virus wasn't the first thing to happen this year. In February, the server found out about a base that had survived since 2012 for 8 years. Called the Monastery, it was founded in 2012 by Marcus4761, TD Fractal 44, and Asable 97. Over the years, its players grew inactive. In 2016, Marcus moved to Kinograd, but when that was destroyed by the tyranny, Marcus left the server for good. A few years later, he returned and checked out the monastery, just out of curiosity. Surprisingly, it was still intact. Others had found the base and added to it. Only in 2020 did the Backstreet Boys find it and destroy it. And then late in the month, Minecraft experienced one of its most dangerous exploits to date.
What? Uh-oh, it's not good.
The authentication exploit. This exploit allowed hackers to log into anyone's account without their username or password. Who used it the most? None other than Nerds Inc., of course. They logged into well-known players' accounts like Armorsmith, cleared their inventories and ender chests, and wiped them back to spawn. Jared2013 logged into some of the accounts of some of the members of Moo and got the coordinates to it. On those accounts, he wasn't able to do much harm, but that didn't matter. He knew where it was. The authentication exploit was patched by Mojang very quickly, but the damage had been done. Moo would be destroyed. However, the builders knew it would be at least a week and maybe 2 before Jared could arrive. It was simply that far out. With that strict deadline, they went into overdrive to complete the base's final project, Lamps Nether Hub. After moving their dupe stashes, they embarked on what would become their final act of defiance, Project Noah. The goal? Flood as much of the base as possible, making the griefing process that much more difficult. This was a fitting end to Moo, because according to the legends, the lost continent sank into the ocean and became Atlantis. Jared did his best to destroy it, but, did not do a very good job. Burnstein made a post about the base, and tons of people pulled up, including Hunbao, who took a world download of the partially griefed base, which allowed the builder Universicius to repair Moo in single player to restore it to a near-perfect version of the ungriefed base. And that's the world download we're looking at now. At Moo, Crowbar had planned to construct a large bridge to cross the megabase, but that didn't manifest before it was destroyed. He did have a backup though. Crowbar went to Offtopia and Lane's Entopia, a base established in 2018 hundreds of thousands of blocks out in the end. Even Jack the Ripper pulled up after Nerds Inc. griefed Space Valkyria 3. He didn't spend too much time there though, because he was busy with Site 2 of Space Valk 3. At Entopia, Crowbar built a ginormous bridge, canal, and farms over the void, all with incredible detail. And this whole thing was set between 2 gargantuan portals. This barely looks like Minecraft. Crowbar shared the world download of the base with his friend Turbin, who made a render of it. When Crowbar posted that to the 2B2T subreddit, it became the highest rated post of all time. I'm absolutely floored. It's astounding structures like this exist inside this blocky video game, and on 2B2T of all places, and to think this isn't the craziest thing Crowbar has even done. And now comes the virus. In celebration, the Spawn Mason, Nick as Cancer, started a base called COVID-2147, 2147 being one of the group's sacred numbers. A few months later, COVID-2147 fell, and the story behind that is a tangle of drama and controversy, which I'd rather not get into. So instead, let's talk about people getting banned from the server. Again, in April, the Brownmen, mainly Steve 3, Redstoner, and Mahan, were searching for a new dupe. Eventually they found one, using donkeys. Because everyone was at home, Q had become insanely high again, so they wanted to do something about that. The chunk ban methods they had done before were all the same in principle, overloading a chunk with too much data for a person's Minecraft client to handle all at once. This was done with signs, player heads, and banners, but Housemaster had patched all of those. But maybe he missed something. Furnaces store data, right? Well, they had to try. The Brownmans started duping astronomical quantities of furnaces and then set up at Ziggy Base. Redstoner knew it could take days for one player to build a furnace chunk ban alone, so he made a Discord server called The Bakery. With strength in numbers, they were able to place enough furnaces to ban people in just a few hours. Each day, when the server restarted, Housemaster removed the chunk ban, so the Brownman had to be ready to rebuild it. Redstoner set up a system for duping furnaces in mass, and then transported them to the bakery site. They only needed the small sum of 32,000 furnaces an hour. Even with Housemaster removing the furnaces, the bakery was efficient enough to get the chunk ban up and running again within 30 minutes. Fit himself made a video about how furnaces were weaponized on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. He warned people not to go to Ziggy Base, so the bakery moved to 0-0 at spawn instead. Housemaster finally patched the furnace ban on April 20th. This same month, Joey Coconut, Henry, and Lord Galvatron took charge of the 2b2t wiki project. There have been various wiki projects before, but none this serious. This version of the project started in 2018, but the people I mentioned weren't satisfied with how it was going, and they decided to take it more seriously. Joey Coconut and tons of other writers, researchers, and editors have been remarkably dedicated to making all this 2b2t information easily accessible. Right now, it has almost 700 articles and gets 1.5 million hits a year, with just a small team. Joey told me the collaboration required for the wiki may be bigger than any base or group on the server, and it's a hell of a resource. Without the wiki, this video would have taken 10 times as long to make, so I gotta express my gratitude. A couple things happened in May of 2020. First, Fit hit 1 million subscribers, just showing how popular 2b2t content had become. He was making videos about the book club, the bakery, the authentication exploit, and more. If you got into a Fit video, that was a huge flex. Also, in his 1 million subscribers special, he revealed he used to be an elementary school history teacher. Reminiscing on the Russia War, he said,
"You know, I'm so used to being a positive influence to kids, I want to just kill them for once."
Imagine coming home from school to join the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft your favorite YouTuber was talking about, only to get disintegrated by your very own history teacher. Yikes. A bit later in the month, the motorway extension gurus achieved the world record for the longest road ever built in survival Minecraft. This project started when Citadel 2222 wanted to pull a Burnsy and get to the world border corner. When digging the Nether Highway, he met Illville 502. A bunch of other people joined as well, and with the help of Baritone, they were able to get through 125,000 Nether blocks a day. After 7 months, they made it to the world border corner, 5,303,000 blocks in the Nether, and 42,426,000 blocks in the overworld. Right around when the motorway extension gurus finished their project, a Turkish streamer named Dogan Kanadal was traveling to the ruins of Space Valkyria 3 when he stumbled upon the intact version. Knowing the gig was up, Jack the Ripper took a world download of the base. By now, Minecraft had updated all the way to 1.16, but 2b2t was still stuck in 1.12. Rather than try build it again on 2b2t, Jack moved Space Valkyria 3 to a 1.16 world where he could access all the new blocks. He live streamed his building process on his YouTube channel, which you should totally subscribe to. In June, someone discovered that quickly placing and breaking blocks at the top of the obsidian sky in spawn caused major lag to the server, and could sometimes even crash it. The reason for this is because the server was overloading itself trying to figure out how these block changes affect the light levels below. Spamming this was too much for it to handle. Ever since No Server November, and maybe even before, Housemaster's policy was that if you make the server unplayable for other people, you'll get priority banned. This means he'll refund your $20 for priority queue and you won't be able to buy it again. House set up a plugin that automatically detected where lag was coming from and then removed people's priority queue if they were in the area. To troll, Redstoner built machines to do the skylight lag automatically, which would get the priority queue status removed from anyone who walked near it. This happened to a bunch of people, and House gave them their priority status back because he didn't want the plugin taking out innocent players. In late June, Negative Entropy, who is now the leader of the Spawn Masons, started the Spawn Train project, a train build project that anyone could join. He created the first car in the train and then revealed the location. Normally, this would bring tons of griefers who'd immediately blow everything up, but Negative Entropy did things a little differently. Rather than give the coordinates outright, he sent people on a 4-part quest, with clues that eventually gave the coordinates 17,800, negative 9,400. Entropy himself said the quest was the perfect filter for idiots.
There were like 4 stages. You had to solve a clue at each one to get to the next stage, and that like was a perfect filter for idiots. Like,
yeah, it wasn't hard stuff. I remember it was like you reverse image search a picture of a town or something to find its name.
It was not that hard, but like it's a perfect filter.
People kept adding cars to it, and it grew by hundreds and hundreds of blocks. Because the build got larger, that increased the likelihood people would stumble into it, and stumble into it they did. But rather than destroy, they added their own cars. But then, the last person you'd want at your spawn train showed up. Jared 2013. Jared didn't blow it up, but instead built a caboose. He then warned if anyone built past his caboose, he'd destroy the entire thing. This might be the first time someone built in order to grief. This effectively ended the project with more than 50 cars spanning over 1,000 blocks. Tons of people were doing crazy feats for several reasons. First, this is 2B2T, so what do you expect? But secondly, people were trying to get into fit videos. One player named ForceKen wanted to show how easy it was to actually do that, so he made a group meticulously designed to become a fit MC video. Ken brought Fight Club to Minecraft. The Fight Club built arenas all over the server and advertised their events by setting every map in the game to their Discord server advertisement. They started out with just a couple members, but by word of mouth, the Discord server grew to over 600 people. After a couple of months, Fit found one of the advertisements while live streaming and showed up to one of their arenas to make a video. On July 25th, 2020, 2B2T's Minecraft Fight Club. Mission accomplished. As soon as that video was made, the Fight Club Discord server tripled. But Ken wasn't done. He teamed up with the Guardsmen to do another event. The Guardsmen was a group made and run by Hermetic Lock, who left the Spawn Masons due to internal conflict earlier that year. Herm was tired of dealing with the drama between members, so he was like, nah, I'ma do my own thing. The first thing they did was rebuild Aurea City, which Fit visited. Then, with Fight Club, the Guardsmen built a 3D obsidian labyrinth and transported several Elder Guardians there to trap people inside. Everyone who showed up to what they thought would be another Fight Club event got trapped in there. The guards themselves were able to bypass the mining fatigue because they could drink milk from a cow they airlifted from 6,000 blocks away. 52 people got trapped, and Fit made another video about it. After Fit left, Ken built a giant lag machine to try make everyone lose their priority queue, but it only kicked people from the server. He sent his message, "Purge the Fight Club Discord server," and deleted it. In August, the Netherroof Freedom Project ended. 2.5 years earlier, an anonymous player started to dig a 10,000 by 10,000 block area at the top of the Nether, 3 blocks tall. In 6 months, he'd mined 3 million netherrack, or 1% of the project. This would have to get faster. In July 2019, he learned about Baritone and made the Netherroof Freedom Project official by inviting people to help him out, including Legerv, the developer of Baritone himself. After some hiccups, the project finished. 300 million netherrack excavated. Speaking of strange things to occur with the nether roof, Courier 6 discovered water above it. Water in the nether is one thing, but above the nether roof, this must have been placed by someone with a backdoor before Minecraft release 1.8, which 2b2t updated to in January 2015. Courier 6 told Thebes and Sound about the water, and they decided to wait until the server updated to 1.13, which added kelp. This would let them create water source blocks. Their plan was to make a machine to bring the water above nether spawn, and after that, they'd flood it. However, someone else discovered it too, made a hole in the nether roof, and built a huge nether base with flowing aqueducts. Not wanting to let the base builder get in the way of his plans, Courier 6 returned to grief the base, and he did it with a lava cast in the nether. In September 2020 though, Housemaster released a plugin that removed any blocks placed above the nether roof. I don't know what's more insane, water in the nether or this next event. Jared 2013 started a base. I know, Jared actually building instead of destroying. Crazy the timeline we're in. Jared got together with another player, Orson, to see if they could work together. The pair very quickly invited Crowbar to join them. Jared helped Crowbar determine the color palette they'd use based on Red Velvet Cake. After that though, the two base founders left for the majority of the base's lifespan. On his own, Crowbar named it Whitehaven and built solo. Eventually, he invited Joey Coconut and Geigo, who helped contribute more. Later, Armorsmith's followers, always trying to get a rise from the server, created the Anti-Bedrock Society, which used exploits to destroy illegally placed bedrock. The main target was the Bedrock Comet built by Passio 5 all the way back in 2012. The Infinity Incursion found out what the Anti-Bedrock Society was attempting to do, so they went to the Comet to stop them. Armorsmith and his followers were defended by Team Wayo. This was the Battle of Ziggy Town. The fight lasted over 7 hours, but Team Wayo emerged victorious. That freed Armorsmith to destroy the last piece of bedrock. While all this was going on, the Infinity Incursion was busy. Initially, they wanted to actually complete the lava wall that had been attempted in so many incursions previously. Using the Great Spawn Trench as the base, they placed 48,000 lava source blocks and 200,000 pieces of obsidian to protect the lava from getting destroyed. Being a number of blocks thick, this lava wall was pretty decent at stopping new players in their tracks. After it was done, the Infinity Incursion began Operation Nether 2012. The goal? Build the biggest water cube in the server's history. So why was it called Operation Nether 2012? Well, that was just to throw people off their tracks. The Infinity Incursion removed all the lava casts that spawn and surprisingly discovered illegally placed bedrock. Despite facing some resistance, 60 incursion members placed all the water source blocks needed to flood the region. And then the unthinkable happened. A YouTuber joined the server. Not just any YouTuber though, Mr.Beast. Mr.Beast was popping off on his gaming channel, with each video getting anywhere from 50 to 200 million views. If he made a video on 2b2t, that could mean the end of the server. When Ant Venom released his video back in 2018, it got a few 100,000 views early on. Q jumped to 300 players. Not much by modern standards, but a lot back then. 300 people from a couple 100,000 views. With a Mr.Beast video, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect regular Q to jump to over 30,000, making the server impossible to play. There's also the added danger of Mr.Beast making 2b2t more mainstream. Since this video is on YouTube, I've toned down a lot of 2b2t's politically incorrect nature, but if it were more well known, it's quite possible that Microsoft could step in and shut down the Minecraft server that commonly builds German pinwheels and spammed countless racial slurs the moment Etika joined. For the good of this server, Mr.Beast could not be allowed to live. A bunch of people from the community got together in a massive call in the Infinity Incursion Discord, where Fit joined and asked, "What do we do?" Baki suggested they get in contact with Mr.Beast and convince him the server wasn't family friendly in the slightest, and making the video was a bad idea. At the same time, Joey Coconut launched the 10th Incursion, where the community rallied to destroy any infrastructure that might help new players, portal trap the nether, and flood it with lava. Fit himself was contacted by one of the managers of Mr.Beast's film crew and asked if he'd like to join the video. Fit would serve as a guide and bodyguard. He conveyed the toxic nature of 2B2T, while Mr.Beast himself received a lot of hate from 2B players on Twitter. The message got across, and the manager told Fit the video was cancelled. 2B2T was saved. Maybe. For the next few days, members of Mr.Beast's team were seen on the server. In response, the 10th incursion filled the nether with enchanting tables, which lagged people's games and the server itself. Housemaster had to intervene several times, as these tens of thousands of enchanting tables were destroying the server. But a couple days of unplayable 2B2T is a small
price to pay for salvation.
In late October, some dark stuff went down. Some 2B2T players were developing a hacked client named Phobos, when the code was stolen and leaked. Furious that their hard work had been made public like that, the Phobos developers released the client themselves. But this version was laced with malicious code. The backdoor was run over 4,000 times in just 48 hours, revealing base coordinates and stash locations. As a result, the Imperium group collapsed because the client caused upwards of 70% of its members to quit. They didn't quit because they lost their Minecraft items, but because of something absolutely malevolent. The programmer Ox22 searched through the client's code and found it didn't only grab Minecraft information, but it also stole Discord logins, Google Chrome data, and computer files, which includes secure passwords, addresses, and banking data. Doing this, the Phobos developers committed a federal crime. Normally, the block game drama stays in the block game, but not always. Another situation where things got slightly out of hand, but nowhere near how they did with Phobos, is No Server November 2020. Run by the Brownmen, the team had prepared since last year. They were organized with a Discord server and planned to blackmail Housemaster into changing things about 2B2T. Otherwise, they'd make it unplayable for the whole month and ban hundreds of people in the process. Their demands were mostly to re-enable items and features present in vanilla Minecraft that House had changed because they were breaking the server. For example, fix elytras, boats, and flying machines, allow entities to go through portals, and fix horse speed. Also, stop priority banning people. The No Server November team had a lag machine design that, with a flick of a button, could bring the server to its knees. Also, they had a lot of boats. If you stand on top of 5 or more boats, you'll get kicked from the server because the anti-cheat thinks you're flying. Well, the No Server November team built boat stacks 50 high and trapped players in them. By November 11th, they'd banned over 500 people. Steve3 and Redstoner were working with the lag machine, which they called the EMP. This caused some funky stuff to occur. Fit made a video about it, saying they'd accidentally made an immortality machine. No. It was just a simple lag machine. No immortality was achieved. They also had a queue skip to get their ults in. This was done by lagging most of the server's players offline, allowing new players to join, then kicking them, thus bringing the queue down from hundreds to dozens of players. To counter all this chaos, Housemaster created a list of all the people he suspected were behind the movement. He made a plugin to kick the entire list off 2B2T anytime the server started lagging. It also kicked people nearby and removed their priority queue. The No Server November squad built a lag machine near a Fight Club event, which removed a lot of innocent players' priority queue. In response, people charged back the PayPal payments they'd made. So many people did this that Housemaster's PayPal actually got suspended. After all that happened, to celebrate Christmas, the 2B2T Party Committee hosted a build event. They weren't just celebrating Christmas though, but also the 10-year anniversary of 2B2T's existence. Just to point out a few landmarks: the Bedrock Comet, made from ice, the Jesus statue, but a snowman, an ice lava cast, the Polar Express, a Christmas tree inside of Wrath Outpost, Cthulhu, and a huge statue of the Camping Rusher. 140 people visited, 78 of whom were there at the same time, which set a new record for the number of players at a single location in one time. To celebrate the end of 2020, the Infinity Incursion and the Brownmen combined forces to build a cube made from over 1 million pieces of TNT. As they were building it, a creeper blew it up. So they had to restart. Once they were back in business, they lit it up on New Year's Eve.
The actual lag, I need to get out of here, otherwise my game is just straight up gonna crash. This is insane.
2021, we made it. 2021 started out pretty slow. The first big event occurred on February 12th, when the motorway extension gurus completed the final diagonal highway. This meant there's now a nether highway going to the world border of every single axis and corner of the world. In March, Dawnfear completed their 20th megabase, Dawnfear 20, with a castle and city, as well as an inverted pyramid and statue. It was promptly destroyed. In the ruins, the coder Rebane 2001 wanted to test a program that would write texts on signs automatically. For some reason, Rebane chose a My Little Pony Fallout crossover fanfiction with over 620,000 words. For reference, that's more than the first 4 Harry Potter books combined. The program was successful because the entire story made it to 2B2T. It only took 55,000 signs. On March 15th, the Infinity Incursion started its 5th and final project, Operation Secret Void. The goal was to bomb out the entire Nether spawn region. Apart from removing just Netherrack, they also mined out all Nether highways except the 4 main axes, forcing players into the easily patrollable locations. When the project concluded 3 months later, after exploding the modest quantity of 5 million TNT, Fit went on an alt to see if this was effective at stopping new players. As he said,
"If I am not executed, I will be highly disappointed."
He was. A few months after this, Baki disbanded the Infinity Incursion. They had done what they set out to do, 5 times in a row. In an interview, he said the reason the group was successful wasn't because of him, but because of COVID. He and tons of other people were playing Minecraft for 16 hours a day, which is not healthy, by the way.
Just because of COVID, everyone was home, no one had anything to do. You will never in your entire life have that much time again.
I know, I've thought about
For
that.
sure not. For
Until I
sure
retire.
That type of group and the projects they did was lightning in a bottle. Now, let's get to the real-life crime of 2B2T. On April 16th, the base Avalicium was destroyed by the Backstreet Boys. The Backstreet Boys got the coordinates from a player named Oddpay, who got them by accessing the Discord account of a base member named Bard. Bard and Oddpay knew each other in real life, and it's well known that Oddpay secretly plugged a USB stick into Bard's computer to get the Discord login. This could land you up to 10 years in prison, but that's not actually what happened. Contrary to the story that was widely circulated, Oddpay never broke the law getting those base cords. Oddpay and Bard were friends and had hung out together a fair bit. Eventually, though, they drifted apart. At some point, Oddpay logged into his laptop and realized Discord was open, and Bard was logged in. Front and center was the Avalicium group with the coordinates on prominent display. Oddpay gave those cords to the Backstreet Boys. Why? He was chill with the Backstreet Boys and didn't think through the situation very much. They destroyed the base, but didn't know how Oddpay had the cords or accessed Bard's Discord account. That's when the speculation started, and the whole situation got blown way out of proportion. In May, a group called the Ancients ran an event called Hour/Place. The coder Minecraft Simon created a website where anyone could change the color of 1 pixel on the map, and it was a real map. Rules-off coded bots that connected the website to a 128 by 128 area on 2B2T itself. When someone placed a pixel, the bots went and placed that block on the server. This meant you could use the maps to watch the event's progress change in real time. In the end, a total of 846 people placed 241,336 pixels. Around this time, an exploiter named CityBoss1 discovered how to make 3D map markers in Minecraft. This lagged his game tremendously, but CityBoss knew this could be weaponized. He recruited Rebane 2001, and together they found a way to duplicate map markers, making thousands. On their testing server, just a few of these maps placed in one area crashed the server. 2B2T is much more lag resistant, but not immune. They placed these 3D maps, lagging the server and kicking people back to the queue. Rebane and City Boss told Fit about what was going on, who showed up. Even with his monster gaming PC, just a few of these maps dropped Fit's frame rate to 2 FPS. Then they made a map with 40,000 markers and placed it all over the Nether highways, at spawn, and in the end. People across the server got lagged and kicked. After that, a map with 700,000 markers completely crashed the server. Years ago, in late 2015, Jared 2013 destroyed the famous imp space. At least, that's what he thought. But there was this 2B2T legend, this long-standing rumor that the base still existed, and it had been copied and moved with Tristan's back door. Even if it did exist, how could anyone possibly find it? There were no chunk trails, no nether tunnels, not one trace. Orsund, Jared's accomplice from Whitehaven, spoke with Hermetic Lock about the legend of Imps 2. Hermetic Lock told him, "Dude, I know it exists. I've spoken to people at that base, and it 100% exists." Hermetic Lock had recently talked to Jared about the exact same thing. Orson spoke to Fit about this, who revealed he not only knew the base existed, but knew its location. Of course, he wasn't going to reveal its exact chords, but told Orson he'd let him know if he was on the right track. Orson told him where they suspected the base was, and Fit responded, "Yes, it's in that area." After loads of searching and more hints from Fit, Orson found it. Exploring the base, he discovered illegally placed spawners, rare items, and other evidence of Tristan's back door. Near the base was a 1,000 by 1,000 block hole to the void. There was also the biggest stash of items he'd ever seen. The items were duped, but it wasn't a dupe stash. They had actually been stolen. Where those items came from, Orson didn't know, but at this point, it didn't matter. Orson brought Jared and Hermetic Lock to the base, and when the Nerds Inc. discovered they were there, they started griefing. It took them a total of 15 hours. They streamed the event, and a bunch of 2B2T players from 2015 joined, just to see them take down Tristan. Orson, Jared, and Hermetic Lock might have symbolically ended the historical age of tyranny, but little did they know they were living through another one right now. Back in 2018, Ox22 and Bubba J, members of the Nerds Inc., discovered a way to click on blocks outside of their render distance. By clicking on thousands of blocks in thousands of chunks at one time, they could lag the server, and even used it to skip the queue. But then they brought in another Nerds Inc. member, Frickin'. With Frickin', they started crashing the server as hard as possible. The goal was to get House to report the bug to PaperMC and have them implement the obvious patch. Only make the server respond to a block mining attempt if the chunk they attempted to click was loaded by a player. If this fix was implemented, they'd have a working coordinate exploit. In July 2018, they started crashing the server, and House did exactly what the nerds wanted him to do. He reported the bug. Within a day, the bug fix they were looking for was implemented. Now they could click on any chunk in the server and know if that chunk was loaded, meaning a player was nearby. But to do this effectively, they'd need to automate it. It took the nerds less than 24 hours to create a working prototype, which clicked blocks around spawn in a spiral pattern, letting them know which chunks were loaded. These were charted on a graph, and Bubba J and Ox22 used it to find, steal, and destroy item stashes. To avoid suspicion, Frickin' suggested they call the exploit no comment, or NoCom for short. For example, Kinorana, another Nerds Inc. member, was asked in an interview what he thinks the most interesting exploit is on the server right now.
No comment.
He was also asked, what are the new updates about you being in Nerds Inc.?
In terms of the most interesting right now, I'd have to say no comment.
Bro, this guy. Even though NoCom was powerful, it was slow. The nerds recruited Leejerv, one of, if not the most skilled programmer in the community. To make the program more efficient, Leejerv made a player tracking system that predicted where players were heading. It also figured out who was in each chunk by looking at when players joined and logged off. He also saved computing power by programming NOCOM to know when it didn't need to check very much. For example, if someone wasn't moving at all, the program would only check their chunk every once in a while. If they were moving in a straight line, it had a pretty good idea where they would be. However, if the player disappeared from the system, the program would check where the player might be at a super fast rate until it pinned them down again. If a player was in a certain area for 90 minutes, added up across all the checks, the NOCOM program labeled that as a base. Whenever a block was clicked, it returned what type of block it was. If an area was considered to be a base, the program scanned the terrain and looked for unnatural blocks, things that revealed player activity. If it found any blocks of that sort, it would check its neighbors and continue. Using this data, NOCOM could load those blocks in a separate world, which allowed the nerds to see bases they were millions of blocks away from in real time. Nerds Inc. called this remote viewing, which Legerv also optimized. At its height, the NOCOM program clicked an average of 3,000 blocks a second across multiple accounts in every dimension on the server. This is how they found Jack the Ripper's Space Valkyria 3. This is how they found Niflheim. This is how they leaked so many bases in the 31 days of 31 Griefs. NOCOM was so powerful, it could track Housemaster himself. The nerds stationed a couple bots tens of millions of blocks out in the Nether, an area so desolate no one would ever come near it. They used a teleport exploit to get out there. There was an exploit using a hack called Packetfly that prevented the anti-cheat from updating your location. To do this, you could move a tiny bit at a time, even through blocks. If you were in the overworld and stopped sending valid movement packets to the server, then went to the Nether, the anti-cheat would think your location was still your overworld coordinates. But as soon as you turned off the hack, you'd update to the Nether coords. Housemaster had a plugin that prevented people from going to the bottom of the world or Nether roof, and if you did, it teleported you to your last valid location. If you did this with Packetfly after coming through a Nether portal, your last valid location was your overworld coordinates, 8 times your Nether coords. That means the only thing this exploit required was an area where all but the bottom layer of bedrock was clear, which is pretty common in the Nether. Anyway, the nerds used this 8x teleport exploit to get their accounts way out and watch the area around their bots with it. But then, the data revealed the strangest thing. There were loaded chunks out there, but way outside the area the bots were in. The chunks were loaded, but no one was in render distance. That could mean only one thing. There was a player in spectator mode watching them, and the only person that could be is Housemaster. NOCOM added up the number of chests at every base it found in the last week and returned the top 10. Many of the members of Nerds Inc. are high up in the Spawn Masons, so these two groups have a symbiotic relationship. Leger fed the information about the locations with the most chests to the Mason Dectonic. Over 15 months, Leger estimates Dectonic went to over 500 stash locations. Dectonic and other Spawn Masons used it to steal over 200 million Minecraft items. NOCOM's one limitation is players had to be in the chunks for them to see the area. So there were several instances of the program finding large stashes and bases that were actually loaded in by players going there to grief them. Todorak, another Mason, told me whenever one of their own bases got destroyed, they could look at the data to see exactly who did it, knowing that the Masons declared war on them and anyone they were connected with. For example, Chunkhaven. Chunkhaven was a Spawn Mason base built in an area with a lot of chunk errors. It was griefed by a group of over a dozen players. The Spawn Masons tracked them with NOCOM and annihilated their stashes, bases, and builds to get revenge. While all this was happening, the Brown Men got suspicious. The nerds had found and stolen from multiple of Mahan, Steve 3, and Redstoner's dupe stashes, which were all in secure locations. The Brown Men knew the nerds had a coordinate exploit of some kind, but didn't know exactly how it worked. What they did know is it had to do with the accounts the nerds had online 24/7. Using an exploit of their own, the Brown Men lagged the server so much that those AFK accounts got kicked. which gave them enough time to build parts of a new stash. They did this by throwing 2011 snowballs, which glitched out the server, lagging most people so much the server kicked them offline. When the nerds' accounts got back online, the Brownmen started to lag again. This allowed them to create an untraceable stash, which grew tremendously when they found a new donkey duplication glitch. Redstoner duped with 3 accounts open at once, which overheated his computer so much he had to put it in the freezer. With all this duping, the Brownmen created a dupe stash worth 14,000 US dollars if they sold it on the black market. And those items were getting more and more valuable as the nerds and spawn masons raided more and more stashes across the server. In November 2020, Steve 3 discovered the original Paper MC vulnerability that made NOCOM possible. He told Mahan and Redstoner, and with this, they created their own, more primitive version of NOCOM. Wanting to completely eliminate the item selling competition, Redstoner used their version of NOCOM to destroy the supply of rival shop owners. With an ever-growing monopoly on the market, it took just 6 months to sell $10,000 of items. The Brownmen also used their primitive NOCOM to track live streamers, like FitMC, who they sniped repeatedly. But then, one of their basemates leaked what they knew about the paper vulnerability, and soon every 2b2t player learned there was a powerful coordinate exploit. Knowing NOCOM was only hours away from getting fixed, the Brownmen decided to sell it for $20 and just see what would happen. They made $700 doing that. With the exploit pretty much public, the Nerds Inc. and the Spawn Masons went to spawn and annihilated everyone within 30,000 blocks. On July 15th, 2021, Housemaster finally patched the exploit, but the damage had been done. NOCOM collected information on 15,000 bases and tracked over 300,000 players in real time. The nerds had already destroyed Niflheim, and when NOCOM went public, DocSmurf learned they knew about Yggdrasil as well. Despite having plans to expand the base, he decided to blow it up himself. In the aftermath of NOCOM, Legerv released an animation of all player activity around spawn. He also posted the exploit to GitHub with a 4K image of the heat map, showing a 500,000 by 275,000 block region. The base hunter Mactonite took the image and recruited his friends to travel to every hotspot on the map. Doing this, they found all kinds of cool bases. Legerv also shared the NOCOM data with Negative Entropy, who made time lapses of bases being built. For example, here's COVID 2147, Entropy's own Firebending Masters, Electric Boogaloo, and Whitehaven. Speaking of Whitehaven, the base was found by a hunter a few months before NOCOM went public. The hunters started posting images of the base, so the builders knew they didn't have much time left. Together, they made a final push to finish it, adding pathways, carts, and other small details. The base was destroyed not too long after that. With Moo Megabase, Entopia, and Whitehaven all gone, Crowbar wanted to build something new. Back in July of 2020, he discovered a chain of 5 mushroom islands, millions of blocks from spawn. In his mind's eye, Crowbar could see a magnificent castle on each island, with distinct styles and structures. Crowbar had enjoyed working with a team at Whitehaven, so he assembled the Avengers of base building: SMCZ-19, Geigo, Dark XL6, and Joey Coconut. SMCZ built the Atlantis-themed Atlantic. Geigo built the Celestial Celestis. Dark XL6 built the medieval meets modern Exile, and Joey Coconut built the mushroom-themed Amnesia. Crowbar himself took the island of Phenomena, terraforming the landscape to an extreme degree while building trees. One of them got struck by lightning and burnt down, so Crowbar built a sky roof to prevent that from happening again. He added a fleet of ships and a coral reef, not to mention the build's main attraction, an explosive black sphere. He and Joey Coconut created an airship battle, which looks insane. Crowbar outdoes himself every single time. After NOCOM, the server was finally getting back to normal. People's bases were leaked and destroyed, yes, but as Crowbar exemplifies, that's just an opportunity to start anew and do something better. In August, Ken, the dude behind Fight Club, founded a 2B2T newspaper with his friend Franknificent. They called it the 2B2T Times. Every week, they released a new article on the map, distributed across the server. Their article topics were voted on democratically by the Discord members and written up and then placed on the map with bots. The stories were about different server events, like a potential update, community controversies, and the biggest events of 2B2T. A few weeks after Fit made a video on the newspaper, Ken posted an article called 10 Rules. Contrary to popular belief, 2B2T does have rules. Below is a list of things that you may be punished for on 2B2T. 1. Advertising in chat. 2. Talking about Walden. 3. Using lag exploits. 4. Talking about doxing. 5. Speaking unkindly about Housemaster in chat. 6. Duping items. 7. Spamming chat. 8. Using exploits to ban large amounts of players. 9. Refunding your priority queue. 10. Talking about the rules and punishments in chat. Ken woke up the next day to find the maps reset and every one of his accounts priority banned. He decided that was enough and left the project. The rules and punishments you're not supposed to talk about are fairly extensive, anywhere from a soft mute to a total blacklist. Here's a full list provided to me by Steve3. In September, Armorsmith's followers used a method of dropping sand through cobwebs to annihilate the server's TPS. They chunk banned a lot of people, removing their priority queue and, well, you know the drill. While all this was happening, the biggest base in 2B2T history was made. Not biggest in terms of size, but in terms of most contributors. It was founded by a player named Rathouse, who called it Rat House. The base was within 50,000 blocks of spawn, but he didn't care. He invited a few friends, but in June of 2021, the base exploded. Tons of people from the Spawn Masons, Astral Brotherhood, Guardsmen, Block Gamers, Imperium, Drain Gain, Althernos, and Whitehaven showed up to contribute. There, Todorak brought 38 people together to all die from a single end crystal, which was a new server record. In total, the base had 104 inhabitants. Finally, in October 2021, someone gave the coordinates to Jared 2013. What's astounding is how long the base lasted with so many people involved. Meanwhile, Rebane 2001, the homie who placed 55,000 signs of My Little Pony meets Fallout crossover, built the biggest map art 2B2T had ever seen, 27 by 16, or 432 maps. Based on Leger's no-com render with the names of bases at their locations, Rebane made a program that placed 7 million blocks. Using a website Rebane made back in 2019, it was pretty easy to turn the image into a map art schematic. This website, Map Art Craft, is how 2B2T map artists bring their art to the server. Rebane was also instrumental in protecting people with what might be the most dangerous exploit 2B2T had ever seen. Strike that. The most dangerous exploit Minecraft had ever seen. On December 10th, 2021, the Log4j vulnerability leaked to the public. Imagine joining a Minecraft server, seeing a strange message in chat, and then going about your day. In that tiny sequence of events, a hacker got access to your entire computer and could see everything on it. Files, passwords, banking information. This was all done with a single string of characters, and could be done on every single server in Minecraft. Learning about this, 2B2T shut down completely and only came back online when the original vulnerability was fixed. Many people thought there might be a workaround. Ox22, one of the masterminds behind Nocom, started running some experiments. He typed a different string in chat, and suddenly, every single player on 2B2T saw their computer's calculator app open, and a pop-up that said, "Hello from Minecraft RCE exploit." This terrified the player base, but Ox22 didn't mean to do harm. In fact, he did it to help people. Ox quickly wrote some code that players could run on their computer to protect them against the vulnerability in the future. And what better way to run that code on people's computers than by using the exploit itself? Ox22 forcefully ran the patch for every person on 2B2T, using the exploit to destroy the exploit. Rebane also helped people protect themselves, sacrificing sleep to aid people in the community. But not everyone was so generous. Steve3, Redstoner, and Mahan also found a workaround to the Log4j and used it to access people's Minecraft accounts. Once again, wanting to take out the item selling competition, Redstoner targeted the owners of rival item shops to destroy their supply. He also logged into well-known accounts, leaked their base coordinates, destroyed their e-chests, and sent them back to spawn. 12 hours later, 2B2T shut down again until the exploit was fully patched. This answers the age-old question: will joining 2B2T hack my PC? The answer is no, but potentially yes. Log4j wasn't the only major exploit the Brownmen used to get people's coordinates. While they were searching for what eventually became NOCOM, they actually discovered another coordinate exploit, an alternate method to see if chunks were loaded. If they opened a chest, then used a client to act like their player was in a specific chunk, the game would reveal if that chunk was loaded or not. If the chunk wasn't loaded, the chest stayed open, but if it was, it would close. Thus, they had a way to see which chunks were loaded or not. The coder Romtech made a bot do a spiral pattern 24/7 and helped Steve3, Mahan, and Redstoner to create a system to track players. Because of his contributions, they named this exploit Romcom. They added capabilities to track players through dimensions and got to the point where they were following hundreds of people a day. They used this to follow Fit's account, Buttcoat, to a base. Romcom continued to reveal bases and stashes, but Housemaster caught on to what they were doing and patched the exploit. The Brownmen gave the data to the Backstreet Boys, who used it to grief a bunch of bases. On December 13th, the Spawn Masons went public with their biggest project ever, Sky Masons. This mega base was started towards the end of NOCOM and utilized the insane stashes they'd created. They started streaming the base live, which is the biggest invitation for griefers ever, but no one could find it. How? The Masons had a couple tricks up their sleeve. First, they removed any possibility of people using the terrain exploit. To hide all natural terrain, they excavated a square over 1,000 blocks wide all the way down to bedrock, destroying tens of millions of blocks in the process. Next, they filled the bottom area with the Masons' logo and their skins. Todorak built the center island using a custom version of Baritone built into Schematica. The island itself took 100 hours to build, but Todorak himself only had to check in every once in a while to make sure the program was still running. The reason this took so long is because he made the island solid. After the base was built, Negative Entropy, Joey Coconut, and others decorated it with a castle and details. While the Masons had hundreds of millions of items, they needed a way to sort them. That's when Leejerv came in, clutching up with that programming knowledge. He created a bot system that combed through every single shulker of items in their stashes, tracking its contents to a private website. If a Mason needed some items, all they had to do was request it from the bot army that would then go and retrieve it. Only the bots knew exactly where everything was. The Spawn Masons wanted to invite different builders to the base, but given the scope of the project, they only trusted a few people to have the actual location. What they did instead was absolutely genius. The Masons coded a proxy that put you onto an account on 2B2T at the Sky Masons, but with the packets altered. Those altered packets hid the base by adding an offset to all the coordinates. The proxy also immediately kicked you if you got certain items, like TNT. But it would do the same if you threw an Eye of Ender or placed a Snow Golem or Bone Meal. The reason was, these could all reveal the real location of the base. On top of that, the bedrock pattern and block rotations were all routed to a fake location, 20 million blocks out. This allowed the Masons to livestream themselves at the base without any fear of leaking the coordinates. Well, Mothra was live streaming and accidentally showed bedrock, which some Russian griefers found the coordinates of. They spent weeks traveling the tens of millions of blocks away only to find nothing. Even without it getting leaked, multiple base hunters stumbled upon the real location by chance. One was following an old chunk trail, another a nether portal. With a request to keep quiet, those people were invited to join the base and build there. This thing is insane. Construction of Sky Masons continued well into 2022, where we are now. Just a couple weeks into January, Project Linked Horizon Sky was completed. This was started by the player Omega 000, who wanted to build 3 circular obsidian walls around Spawn, inspired by the walls from Attack on Titan. He spoke with his friends and realized only one wall was feasible, but they'd make it 3 blocks thick at a 2048 block radius. This would require 8 million obsidian, so they spoke to their dealer, Thebes and Sound. Thebes had a practically infinite supply of obsidian left over from his chunk dupe stash from Mu Megabase, and he was happy to help. They started placing obsidian, with the players Piru, Futsin1, and Badikope contributing a combined total of 6.6 million Abi. Another 100 people placed the rest. After it was finished, they decided to build a roof, which they estimated would require another 8 million obsidian. Since there were a number of Spawn logos in the area already, they didn't have to place everything, but it still ended up being way over budget at 13 million obsidian. On January 16th, they finished after placing a total of 21 million Abi. Why? On the topic of insane 2B2T projects, which has basically been this entire video, the 256k world download went public on February 26th. Started by Lamp, who got the help of 16 other people to download and combine everything, the project found some fascinating stuff. First, the downloaders looked for hotspots of chests and shulkers and raided a bunch of stashes. They also looked at chunk data and proved that the current 2B2T map started in February 2011, proving that it had been reset. The reason for this is the oldest chunks on the server were from a version released that month. The downloaders made a bunch of cool maps, like the location of every sign, banners, and holes in the bedrock. Combined, the file is 1.06 terabytes. In March, the Highway Workers Union definitively won the Obsidian Measuring Contest by building a 10,000 by 10,000 block version of their logo, taking 28.1 million obsidian. 16 members built this in the Nether, meaning they had to clear 56 million netherrack, requiring over 9,000 pickaxes. These projects would not be possible without large-scale automation, which the Workers Union most definitely used. They implemented both the Highway Tools program and Baritone. The Highway Workers Union also contributed to the Astral Brotherhood's Obsidian Isle. The Astral Brotherhood constructed huge obsidian structures like an X-Wing, Squid Game's Harambe, and Joey Coconut's Pride Fort, which he spent months designing. Some people tried to grief it, but they found that quite difficult given that everything was made from obsidian. 2 years later, the build is still practically untouched. On March 31st, the player YQE recorded himself playing Skyblock. This wasn't a single player world. He did it while on 2B2T. YQE and his friends had spent months clearing out a 130 by 130 area. They also used a method with nether portals to remove what amounted to 51,254 bedrock. Because of 2B2T's lower render distance, in the middle, you can only see void. Not too long after that, the player Harrison arrived at the negative end corner, the same corner Armorsmith had reached in 2017. But Harrison had a way of bringing people to him, the boat teleport exploit. If he pushed a boat into an end gateway, the boat would appear at end spawn for a fraction of a second, at which point someone at end spawn could hop in. Then the boat would get teleported back to its original location 43 million blocks away. Harrison brought dozens of friends and associates to the corner, where they built the corner base. Eventually, the 5th column was able to trick one of the members of the corner to teleport Orson there, leading to the base's destruction. While this was going on, a group called Maxi Taxi's Interdimensional Customs Control guarded end spawn, preventing any of the end corner basemates from going back to the corner. In order to document 2B2T history and have a good time, DigMC, a YouTuber who made real deal videos about 2B2T, started the Digcast. He interviewed all kinds of players, like Jack the Ripper, Hermetic Lock, Negative Entropy, and more in long-form style. I have incredible respect for DigMC. He actually made the original entire history of 2B2T, I guess, video, which greatly aided in this project. That summer, Dawnfear wanted to do a big publicity project to get people hyped about the group again, so they went and rebuilt Aurea City. The Guardsmen had done that before, But not to this extent. They started by removing lava casts and the rest of the damage griefers had done. Then they sculpted the terrain and added each building back, block for block. It only took them 7 days. The hype around Aurea City and a change in Dawnfear's recruitment strategy greatly increased their size. They moved away from website applications to a Discord bot, and their member count jumped from 60 people to 200 in just a few months. While this was going on though, they were essentially at war with the Backstreet Boys, and the reasons why are pretty simple. Building groups like Dawnfear get clout by building cool bases, and griefing groups like the Backstreet Boys get clout by griefing cool bases. The Backstreet Boys kept applying to Dawnfear on secret accounts, got access to their starter bases, and then gave those cords to the main group. That isn't to say that building was risky. It's only risky if you allow unknown or untrustworthy people to join. For an example of what happens when everyone can be trusted, Joey Coconut, Lord Galvatron, and SMCZ founded Dubrovnik in August of 2022. Inspired by Whitehaven and the real-life city of the same name, they wanted to build a base with a cool medieval feel to it. The builders invited the rest of their group, the Astral Brotherhood, and got to work. More than 50 people contributed, and the base lasted over half a year. That's pretty wild, especially considering it was less than 1,000 blocks off the Nether Highway. Take a look at this render. A huge ship, bay, castle, city, and meteor. After Dubrovnik was destroyed, the Brotherhood moved to New Menegroth. Speaking of impressive bases, let's get back to the Sky Masons. By now, Sky Masons was right up there with Moo Megabase as the largest base to ever exist on the server. They'd placed over 10 million blocks to create dozens upon dozens of unique builds. But nothing lasts forever. In October, one of the members of the Masons gave the coordinates to the Masons' #1 enemy, the 5th column, the griefing group led by Orsund. The 5th column had to confirm the coordinates were real, but they knew the Masons were on high alert. If anyone came within render distance of Legion's bots, the bots would send a message in Discord to the Masons raising the alarm. Luckily for the 5th column, Housemaster himself came in clutch. On October 3rd, House opened up the 2B2T test server to experiment with the stability of 1.19 with 2B2T's exact map. Bezo Pazan of the 5th column traveled to the coordinates of the test server, saw just enough to confirm they were legit, and then left. On October 5th, they struck. The 5th column descended on Sky Masons like a swarm of locusts, destroying everything in their path. They were even joined by Storm Surge, the Minecraft group that practically invented griefing all the way back in 2011. Sky Masons was so large, it took the 5th column 3 hours to obliterate the whole thing. To prevent the Masons from using the test server as a backup, one player, ZeroNeb, decided to destroy that himself. Without the help of a griefing group, it took him 30 hours. But the Sky Mason stash was just one of the Spawn Mason's many. The proxy system to hide the coordinates worked. It was human error that led to the base's downfall. That means there's nothing stopping them from building a secret base of this caliber again. Not deterred at all by the destruction of their base, the Spawn Masons continued hanging out and building. Joey Coconut and the Astral Brotherhood gathered about 50,000 blocks from Spawn for the Great Spawn Migration, which the Masons joined as well. They created large builds, all inspired by the idea of things that can move that shouldn't. For example, alright, I'ma head out. Everything here is in motion. While all this was going on, the YouTuber Fast Vincent was directing a project to put the nail in the coffin of every group's Obsidian measuring contest. He kept getting annoyed seeing all the Obsidian Sky logos, so he thought, what if we build a 10,000 by 10,000 Obsidian square above Spawn? With the help from the Conquest group, they made good progress, but were struggling with Obsidian sourcing and automation. He made a video on the project, leading to a total of 800 people to join the Discord, but only 9 of them persevered enough to contribute. They did this in secret, leading many people to believe the project had died. So, it took on a new codename, Project Dead. While previous 2B2T Obsidian projects may have used slave labor, These guys used robot labor instead. The group Spectrum got together and helped complete the automation, allowing them to place tens of millions of obsidian without being at their computers at all. This completely covered the Spawn Masons obsidian logo. The final block of obsidian was placed on October 23rd, 2022. During all this, the Spawn Masons were beefing with the Fifth Column, but they weren't the only group the Fifth Column was going after. The Southern Canal Association was expanding the infrastructure Thebes and Sound began 8 years before, with the goal of extending it 500,000 blocks from Spawn. To stop the canal's progress, the Fifth Column went ahead of the canal builders and constructed an obsidian recreation of the Evergreen cargo ship that blocked the Suez Canal in 2021. This led to the Battle of the Suez. During this conflict, people realized an easy way to grief the canal was to fill it with obsidian. Thus, the Southern Highway Association was born, which paved the canal over with obby. Toward the end of the year, over at Crowbar's 5 Isles, disaster struck. The player 6WJ was traveling in the Nether when he stumbled across the stash that connected the Isles. He and his friend Key Bison stole everything, then contacted Crowbar. Knowing their base was compromised, Crowbar and Joey Coconut hit the self-destruct button so no one could profit from selling the base's coordinates. I learned about this story from the YouTuber FastVincent1, whose 2b2t history videos have been instrumental for this video's research. He's linked down below. Wanting to get away from the drama to do something cool for the holiday season, Hermetic Lock invited a bunch of well-known 2b2t players and friends to the Midnight Council, a 2b2t cult based on the real-life Bohemian Grove. One requirement for joining was you had to leave behind all of your outside items and start anew in the forest. They built in the woods, engaged in cultish activity, and built an owl statue. Really, it was just an excuse to hang out with the boys on 2b2t. If you go to the Midnight Council website, you can click and hold to assess the current threat level. What do you find? It's threat level Midnight. To celebrate Christmas, the 2b2t Party Committee, in association with the Spawn Builders Association, hosted the 2022 Christmas Party. This thing looks amazing. Speaking of the Spawn Builders Association, they were super active this year, building over 60 bases near and around Spawn. Things slowed down a little on 2b2t post-lockdown, which is completely expected. No longer can everyone afford to play 16 hours a day, but it's still remarkable what people accomplished. Now, let's move to 2023. Early on in the year, a bunch of people got together for an event called Connect 4. This was run by Sven, who invited a large number of groups to compete in the event, including Dawnfear and the Astral Brotherhood. The organizers had a lot of overlap with the Backstreet Boys, who Dawnfear was still very much not a fan of. Because of this, Dawnfear sabotaged the event, griefing the locations before things even got started. That was a big mistake. Now their enemies didn't just include the Backstreet Boys, but everyone else at the event too. Dawnfear made the same mistake Infrared did with the United Group Embassy. Dawnfear lost a bunch of bases as a result of this, and Deedloaded, the leader, realized they overstepped. He took action to bring Dawnfear's focus back towards building. One of the ways he did this was with Project Mirror. In a creative mode world, Deedloaded designed a base with domes and towers. Then he used World Edit to invert it, but changed the color scheme to include light and dark. With the design complete, Dawnfear now just needed to bring it to 2b2t. Because of its immense height, Project Mirror required a large area excavated down to bedrock. Not wanting to go through the grueling effort the Spawn Masons did for Sky Masons, Dawnfear thought about what they needed. They realized there was a perfect spot for the build, the hole made by Itristan near Impspace 2. At the hole, Dawnfear began construction, but one member put in hours far above the rest. His name was Darkomir, and he absolutely carried. In honor of his contributions, Dawnfear named the entire build after him. Its official title, The Dark Mirror. On June 3rd, Dawnfear posted the Dark Mirror's cinematics to their YouTube channel. Despite a shot that clearly reveals the build location as Itristan's hole, it took almost 2 months for it to get found and griefed. While all that was going on, the Ancients and Spawn Masons got together to build an aquarium in the Spawn Water Cube. Despite how quickly things get destroyed in spawn, the builders knew how hard it is to actually grief underwater. They built 50 fish in 4 days, while the Ancients member Rulesoff made a website with a live map of the water cube. In the end, 42 different people constructed over 100 builds. Incredible. In the latter part of June, Joey Coconut, SMCZ, Todorak, and Yomoboyo stumbled upon the remnants of an old spawn base called Fort Concord. Searching through the internet, they found a world download of the base and repaired it. Just 30,000 blocks from spawn, they originally just planned to build a large sheep, but they just started adding to it. This became a full-scale base for the Astral Brotherhood. The group invited different people to join and contribute, and things just spiraled from there. They invited their friends, who invited their friends, and as the base got larger, it became easier for people to just stumble across it. More than a dozen people did, but they joined to contribute as well. By the end, 123 unique players made their mark on the base, breaking the record set by Rat House 2 years before. With so many people, it was rare to have fewer than 10 people online working on it at the same time. Joey told me sometimes 25% of every player on 2B2T at one moment was at Fort Concord. We have a battleship, Godzilla, Pacific Rim, a particle accelerator, Tron, and so many other features. But with 120 unique players, how did it not get leaked? Joey said that everyone had friends at the base, which gave them a personal stake. And some of the people invited were griefers themselves, but they wanted to help too. Maybe the community is actually maturing. Crazy to see how far 2B2T players have come. If I'm gonna be completely honest, apart from what I just mentioned, not too much was going on in 2023. It finally seemed people were running out of things to do while being stuck in Minecraft 1.12. That's why Housemaster was testing 2B2T's compatibility with 1.19. He started experimenting with a new system called Folia, which allows servers to split their maps into separate sections, which all run separately but also together. This could revolutionize 2B2T. One of House's tests had over 600 players online at one time with close to perfect TPS. That is unheard of. 2B2T normally ran at less than half of that player count with often struggling TPS. Updating might finally be possible. In early August, the server announced updating to 1.19 soon. On the 12th, the tab screen announced updating to 1.19 on Monday. Monday, August 14th rolled around, and boom, the server went offline for a bit, and when it came back online, it was running 1.19. This was over half a decade in the making. 2B2T had been on 1.12 since 2017, watching Minecraft updates roll by. The Aquatic update, Village and Pillage, Buzzy Bees, the Nether revamp, Caves and Cliffs. But now, all that and the 1.19 Wild update were on 2B2T. Housemaster made an announcement post on the Reddit and a new 2B2T website talking about the changes. He mentioned that the server could host tons more people without lag. Map IDs were also randomized, which would make it impossible to reset other people's maps. Render distance was increased. World generation was also changed to fix terrain exploits. Now people could post screenshots and videos of their bases and not worry about getting found. He also fixed animal spawning and removed phantoms. All of this was unquestionably epic. What was not epic, though, were the other changes. And boy, did this cause a firestorm. Before we get to that, if the amount of work that's gone into this video doesn't convince you to subscribe, I don't know what will. As House stated, certain items have been removed or have had their stack size reduced to 1, with the intent of players working to obtain these again. For example, End Crystals removed, Bottle of Enchanting reduced, Enchanted Golden Apple reduced, Totem of Undying removed. The full list of affected items was over 30 long. House also trimmed chunks that players had only spent moments in to try reduce 2B2T's unfathomable file size. He also removed illegally placed bedrock and implemented an anti-X-ray plugin. What? Players were furious. This was not the Anarchy they signed up for. 2B2T promised it would never reset, but reset is exactly what Housemaster did. And the server with no rules now had a rules list? Alright, bro. People across the community united under the 2B2T Union Group, denouncing the update. They requested refunds for their priority queue payments and vowed to quit the server unless things changed. And people did. Groups like the Astral Brotherhood and the Last Templar both moved to Constantium, another Anarchy server. Salcy1 himself posted a video requesting he get a refund of priority queue and suggested everyone else do the same. He was incensed that Housemaster set a new precedent where he could intervene in the server however he wanted. Sal said he'd quit posting 2B2T content entirely, no longer giving the server any free advertising. Housemaster exchanged emails with Sal in a passive-aggressive manner, but the community was not going to back down. Finally, after 10 days, House relented to the better wishes of the community and posted an apology on the website and made a Reddit poll with 3 options. 1. Rollback without item economy reset. 2. Rollback without item economy reset without trunk trimming. 3. No rollback. The vast majority of people were in favor of the rollback and without chunk trimming as well. Following the outcome of the poll, House rolled back the server. 1.19 was here, baby, and it was here to stay. Now that the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft was back to being actual Anarchy, the Astral Brotherhood, Last Templar, and other groups and players returned to 2B2T. This whole thing was such a massive debacle, but why? Why would House shoot the server in the foot like that? 2B2T's whole thing is Anarchy, and this completely spit in the face of that. Some believe he wanted to combat item selling to better abide by Minecraft's EULA. Others believe this was to move more in line with Microsoft itself, who's been making Minecraft more and more kid-friendly recently. We can't be certain, but now that 2B2T was on 1.19, players new and old alike came to the server to see it for themselves. Jack the Ripper returned because he could finally build with all the features Minecraft had to offer. But he wasn't the only one. A group called the Greybeard Geezers established a new base called Geezertown 6. The Geezers, by the way, are a group of older 2B2T players. Not old in the sense that they have to be an OG player, old in the real life sense of you have to have lived at least 25 years of life to join. While all this was going on, Frank Nificant was busy. He was building the 2B2T Museum, a record of the server's history on the server. This was done with builds, books, map arts, and banners. The project started in late 2022 and progressed further when Enigma 008 joined. The museum was completed on September 9th. Before it was destroyed by the 5th column, it contained 64 statues of notable players and a bunch of books about different server events. No longer on Constantium, the Last Templar celebrated its 5th anniversary. Each year they created a large spawn monument inspired by Wrath Outpost, 10,000 blocks out on each highway. The first anniversary took 100,000 obsidian. The second took 125,000. The third took 200,000, built around the spawn canal. The fourth took 500,000 obsidian with an additional 80,000 beacons, featuring 8 gigantic statues. The fifth, celebrated in 2023, was 20,000 blocks from spawn. On October 20th, Enigma 008 made a Reddit post about a coordinate exploit. As she detailed, 6 months before, the community started noticing something strange across the server. Inexplicably, a player named Munmap appeared at various bases and stashes, and then would leave without taking anything. Soon after that, another account named 1248 Test User would appear, stealing everything, only to disappear without a trace. Enigma confirmed what she knew. Munmap and 1248 Test User were part of a covert operation to raid item shops, armed with a clandestine coordinate exploit, and they were controlled by the Spawn Masons. But how did this exploit work? Well, it all has to do with Minecraft RNG. When Notch was coding Minecraft, he made all Minecraft events share the same RNG. This means the RNG, or random number generator, behind world generation and in-game events are the same. The locations of mob spawns and where villages appear come from the same random source. This allows people way smarter than me to actually manipulate Minecraft RNG, like the Prototech and Psycraft servers. In the context of Anarchy though, a player named Nopfox realized something earth-shattering. Every time a chunk is loaded, the game tries to spawn in a woodland mansion using world.rand.setSeed. When a block is mined, its drop location is determined by world.rand. The same thing, meaning the dropped item location is determined by the most recent woodland mansion check, which is the most recently loaded chunk. That means if you break a block and see its drop location, you can determine the most recently loaded chunk. After perfecting the exploit on another server, Knopfox joined 2B2T and swiftly found one of the server's most secretive locations, a spawn mason stash. When Knopfox arrived, Leger's alarm system activated, and the Masons went on red alert. The Masons reached out to Knopfox and learned he found their stash with the coordinate exploit, which he decided to share with Leger, Bubba J, and Negative Entropy. With that, NOCOM was back, but this time they called it Randar. Unlike NOCOM though, they could only determine where people were. Randar didn't have the remote viewing capabilities NOCOM did. The Spawn Masons created an account named MunMap to scout out base and stash locations found with Randar, but it wouldn't grief. If the location was something worth raiding, they sent another account, 1248 Test User, to do the dirty work. Word spread that MunMap was finding all these different stashes, and the community started to name this unknown coordinate exploit the MunMap exploit. During all this, just by chance, the base hunter of Magnum found one of the Spawn Mason's stashes and started stealing it. The Masons talked to him and made a deal. As long as he didn't blow up the stash, he could take 50% of it uncontested. Magnum agreed and started to steal his half. The way you steal a stash millions of blocks from your base is actually pretty simple. You set an ender pearl at your base, go to the stash, and then set your spawn point there. Then you load your ender pearl with a second account, throw another pearl, die to respawn at the stash, and repeat. Leger has bots that do this automatically, but Magnum was doing it manually. But what he didn't realize though is the Mason's deal was all a ruse. They used Randar to follow him to his base and stole everything back a few weeks later. At another point, the Masons used Randar to find an item shop stash and began to steal it. But then the owner caught them and killed him. The owner moved the stash to a new location, but the Masons watched him do it with Randar. When he logged off, they went to the new stash location and stole that. The exploit was patched when 2B2T updated to 1.19, so the Masons started using their coordinate backlog to attack stashes as fast as possible. Their total item worth jumped to over $1 billion because of this. Things settled with 1.19, almost like a fresh start in a way. In October, Joey Coconut brought every group under the sun together for everyone base, and then the 5th column got the location and destroyed it. With new content in 1.19 comes new exploits. For example, the player Toker built a chicken farm so large it lagged his game. Normally, if there's more than 24 entities in a single block, some of them start to die from entity cramming. However, if they're on a vine, that won't be the case. Toker realized this could be weaponized, so he went and built chicken lag machines all over spawn. He also created machines to dispense eggs through portals. If someone loaded the chunks on the other side, their game would lag tremendously because it had to spawn in hundreds or thousands of chickens at once. Deloaded and Dawnfear launched Operation KFC, destroy all chicken lag machines. What can I say? Average 2B2T conflict right here. At the same time, Hermetic Lock brought everyone together for the 2nd annual Midnight Council. Once again, there was a lot of live action role-playing, and it was a lot of fun for the people who came together. 1.19 gave a resurgence to the map artists of 2B2T, who now have practically infinite map IDs to work with. For example, Sky256 spent a week during December creating an automatic map art creation program. All he has to do is upload an image, and 3 bots on the server will place carpets in the exact spots needed. When Sky wrote his GitHub post about it, the bots had placed over 89 million carpets and averaged 36 map art creations a day. This was totally abused by Sea Lantern Gang, which across 6 weeks made the largest map art ever constructed in survival Minecraft. This is Narnia, and is 56 by 31 maps, or 1,728 total maps. Sky's software is incredible. Over 6,000 unique map arts have been made with it, which you can see in the map art Discord. At the end of the year, at long last, Jack the Ripper finished Space Valkyria 3. his magnum opus, the end base 6 years in the making. On December 25th, the players across 2B2T noticed map arts that directed them to the Space Valkyria 3 release trailer. In early 2024, 2B2T updated to 1.20. It seemed the new system Housemaster implemented was working. For 14 years, players have pushed the limits of Minecraft on 2B2T to do astounding stuff. When I first started this project, I thought joining 2B2T myself and griefing a beautiful base might be a fitting way to end it. But now, I realize the server is so much more than that. The way to get your name out there, to leave your mark on history, is by creating, not destroying. This is something I spoke with Crowbar about, who told me he sees Minecraft as a canvas for painting, but more recently, he's decided to move his creative focus from the digital to the physical. I'm now standing with him at the location of his final build on 2B2T. Crowbar, what are we looking at?
2B is like a black hole for my time. So I put a ring on it.
And where down we go.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome back to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Sorry for the awkward intro, I just didn't know when I was going live. So hello everybody, my name is Markiplier, as I said before, which is probably not as important as I think it is. But welcome, 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 yes. So we're going to be playing Five Nights at Freddy's, well actually technically this isn't Five Nights at Freddy's 6. I think it's been made clear by the developer that this is not Five Nights at Freddy's 6, but you might as well call it the 6th game in the Five Nights at Freddy's series. Now, I'm not 100% on that. That's just something that I heard. So, hi, yes, I am a little early today, which is better than being late, which is my typical stance on how I do things. So, there's a lot of secrets in this game that have yet to be discovered. I'm currently in my my old game after I've already beaten it. What I got to do is I have to start the game over again, and then start it over and over and over again. But to do that, I have to die. So buckle up. We're gonna create as much noise as possible. And we're gonna attract all the animatronics over here. And we're gonna wing doodle on a triangle and bash some symbols. Hey, anybody! Hey, boopity boop! I'm printing some flyers here. If you wanna come kill me. Whippity doody booty whoa! I don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, that's a weird clown. Also, like, I want to discover. Oh no, an ad. Oh hecka, that's bad. I guess. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna skip it. I don't skip ads. I want my YouTube creators to get revenue. La la. Fuck. All right.
It feels like my birthday.
Ah, your birthday.
Did you have a gift for me?
No, I didn't. I had a big old fuck you for you, like one of these. So, all right. So, we're going to be starting over. La, la, la. This whole thing happening. We got the certificate of completion. You can barely see it here. It's just under my webcam over there. But we're going to be erasing all our progress, and we're going to be starting a new game over again, like this. Yes, I'm sure. Because we got a lot of work to do.
It's a new day.
Yes.
It's your time to shine.
Yes.
It's time to take your career into your own hands.
Yes.
You've saved money your whole life. Great. Now it's time to put all your eggs into one basket.
Yes.
Take a huge gamble on your future.
Yes.
A gamble that comes with a 100% chance of success in some cases. What are we talking about? We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee.
Wow.
That's right. Restaurant ownership and management.
Whoa.
Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success.
No way.
Sure, it's a lot of money to invest, but everyone's doing it. And that means it's safe and lucrative. With your initial investment, you'll receive everything you need to get started, including a small room, some tables, and electricity.
Wow.
But don't forget about the money you had left over after buying your franchise package. Use it to decorate, buy a stage, buy attractions and animatronics, and much, much more.
Okay.
Now, let's take a look at a few things that will help you get started as a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee.
Okay.
Such as atmosphere. Making sure your establishment has an inviting atmosphere is essential to bringing in new customers.
Okay.
Entertainment. Having a lot of entertainment value in your restaurant.
Jesus, do I have to? Okay, there we go. I can't skip it. Okay, so we already know all that. We've done that before. Now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going through different avenues to get to the secrets in this game. There are secrets in the items that you have to buy, but the number one way to get...
See how much cash you had left over after purchasing your franchise package. Great. That should be more than enough.
No.
Now let's get started.
I don't think that's
On
more
your
than
left
enough.
are your
Oh,
product
shut up. Mute voice. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, I'm talking now. So, this is where things have to be carefully planned. So the first thing that I need to do is almost choke, but I need to be able to buy all the things that I need to get. So in order to do that, I need to have enough money. So the first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting the various things that are not risky, number one, not risky, and not terribly expensive. So what I need is... Ooh, do I actually need an... I don't really need an animatronic because I can actually make most of it. I'm going to buy the cheapest things. Just the barely bottom of the barrel cheapest things. I don't care about health and safety as much as I do about entertainment value, bonus revenue, oof, liability risk. We don't want risk. We want no risk because we're not worried about any of that. This has entertainment value. That is health and safety, which I guess is good. I guess. Buy. Okay. Well, this had atmosphere, though. Whatever. Too late. Okay. I'm going to buy the single stage. I'm going to get one animatronic. Who do I want? Mr. Can-Do? Nah, I want number one crate. Number one crate. Hell yeah. $90 Tim. Oh, but Pan Stan was there. All right, we got $55. So we got to be very careful. I think the duck pond has entertainment value, which is good. And I think that's more important. I mean, that's got entertainment value, but that's also got a lot of risk. This has entertainment value, bonus 25. That costs 25. If I get the other one, then buy this one. That'd be better than the duck pond, I think. Yeah. So I buy this, the balloon barrel, and then I get the fan. Bam, done. Easy peasy. Okay, so now we're gonna place these. Got the stage. Things are so crap. Yeah! Yeah, number one box! Number one crate. Sorry, number one crate. I apologize. All right. Balloon. Okay, I can't do anything. My playtest is... Okay, and I'm gonna take the sponsorships. Wait. Maybe? I have no idea. Should I? Wait, should I take the sponsorships? I don't know. Awesome. I got a balloon. I got a loon. Let's do that again. Oh my god. I got a balloon. Okay, anyway, so we're gonna should I take the sponsorships? Because what I'm planning to do is I'm actually gonna throw out all of the animatronics. I'm gonna throw them back on the street. I'm gonna just chuck them So I'm just gonna flip them out the door as soon as I get in here. Ah, bonus dollars. Okay, that's important. Okay, so now that I have bonus dollars, I can now buy something else. Oh, I don't think I can get any of these. I need something else that I can get bonus revenue from. Ooh, I would do Candy Cadet, but I don't know if I can do that. What about the... How much was the sponsorship for? 250? That's a good bit. That's a good bit. No, yes, 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 no. You guys have no idea. I'll take them. Because, I mean, I can play with the sponsorships. The sponsorships don't bother me. I had every sponsorship when I beat the game, and that didn't bother me at all. But the money is important because I need to keep the money flowing so that I can get... I like Candy Cadet. Candy Cadet is good. So I'm going to get Candy Cadet because he's got some stories to tell me. I think. All right, Candy Cadet. Hey! Playtest.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
What happens if I just don't do anything? Are you gonna tell me a story? What happens if I don't get candy? Is this a song that you got when you remember in the end of Sister Location when you were the purple guy and you were walking down the street and you were like, "Hey, not a care in the world. I'm the purple guy walking down the street and everybody is nothing." Okay, I guess I gotta take the candy.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
That was 2,000 points. That's way more than it gave me last time. Hell yeah, I mean. Hell yeah. All right.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
You gonna tell me a story? You gonna tell me a story?
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
So it's luck-based. Oh, there's a chance of telling you a story. And that was only 1,000, so it's randomized. It's randomized. All right, let me do one more.
Candy Cadet. Come get your candy
here. Tell me
a
story.
I have candy all day, every day.
Tell
candy,
me a story.
Candy, candy.
Everybody hold on to your hats. Tell me a story. Tell me a story. Tell me a story.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
Wait, no, the points are going down now. Oh, maybe now he's definitely gonna tell me a story.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here.
Okay.
I have candy all day, every day.
Oh yeah.
Candy,
yeah.
Candy,
yeah.
Candy.
Okay, all right. Oh, 2,000.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
So it is random. It is random. It just happened to be going in a pattern. Okay, all right. All right. Candy Cadet.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
I'm probably going to blow all my money on this just to see if I can get... Or not my money, but all my play tokens on this just because I want to... Yes.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
I want to try to get these stories because I know there are stories that he tells. That is a fact. One of the secrets in this game is that there are stories. No, I'm out of... Wait, I can say that. I can still do that.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, candy, candy, candy. I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna do it! Wait. Huh? What? I got it! No! Oh.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
That was the shittiest amount of candy I've ever seen in my life. That was so stupid! You're so stupid, game! You're stupid! Okay. All right, I got one more try. Come on, give me a story. Give me a story, baby. Come on.
I am the Candy
Please.
Cadet.
Give me. I want that story.
I have candy all day, every day. Candy.
Please.
Candy. Candy.
All right, everybody cross your fingers. Everybody cross your fingers. Everybody in chat. If there's an emoji of doing this, do that. Come on, give me a story. Come on, please. I swear, it's sweet, delicious. Story. Give it. I can taste it.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
Well, that was bullshit. Oh, you have to use all 10 tokens? Well, I don't have 10 tokens. I don't have that. I started without it. All right, tomorrow I will spend all that on that. But right now, I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna get more stuff. I can't do anything with those yet. Bonus revenue is good on that. Entertainment value, entertainment and atmosphere from those. That's good. I'm gonna get those. Bonus revenue from the Gumball Swivelands. I can't get any from that, but bonus revenue is good to have in the future. Atmosphere. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 80 bucks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, I'm not gonna get those. Got the Candy Cadet. Do I want to get the stage? Which one of these don't have any risk? No risk, no risk, no risk. Ugh. God, why did I buy the ones with risk? I mean, Ned Bear, obviously, who wouldn't want Ned Bear? But in my main game, like, I can't believe I just went that way. That seems terribly stupid of me. A lot of things that I do seem terribly stupid, but oh well. All right. Ooh, that's big atmosphere. Let me go for these. Blam. Let me go for big atmosphere bongo. Let me go for the Yeah! Can I get anything here? I don't know if I can get anything here. Ooh, yeah, these are too expensive. Okay, these are just out of my price range. Ugh, the German brothers, the Fruit Punch Clown and the Lemonade Clown. Of all the, like, you know, the one thing you can say about Scott Cawthon, the developer of this game and all the Five Nights at Freddy's things is, man, he has an imagination of connecting things that you would never think to be connected. Like a Fruit Punch Clown that scares patrons and speaks in German. Like, those are just elements. Oh, also, bonus, very, very important, pay attention. The name of this little animatronic here, its name is Helpy. The name's Helpy. Oh yeah, that name's Helpy. That's Helpy right there. That's so cute. I'm so glad I made the first thumbnail featuring Helpy because I knew Helpy was gonna be like the best of this one. Anyway, so what I can do is I don't have enough space to place those down. Let me see how I'm working with space of what I got right now. Oh, Gumball Swivelands isn't a space thing. Number one crate! Blah! Okay, anyway. So look at all these speakers and lights for number one crate. Just, yeah! It's a freaking party for number one crate. Okay, so I got floor space, which means that I can indeed get more stuff. I don't think there's anything else here to get. Would there be? Sanitation, sedation, Duck pond, I could do that. That's pretty cheap and bonus revenue. Yeah, I'll do that. Why not? Handstand, number one crate. Number one crate! I'd like to think it's Tiny Box Stim up there. It's the only featuring Tiny Box Stim. Okay, what else can I get? I got 300 left. I can't, there's no point in getting a stage because it doesn't add anything to number one crate, so why would I do that? But I could get the arcade cabinet and I could place that down. Yeah, let me do that. I can't play it right now, but it's definitely going to be better for the first night if I put that down, and then more patrons are going to want to be here. Okay, duck pond, and that, and then I'm going to add a coin slot to, yeah, gonna add a coin slot to you. Nice, got it. All right, okay, all right. I think that's good enough. So let's go into our first night. There shouldn't be any animatronics here. There should be
Your restaurant
none.
is now officially open.
Yay.
Awesome. That doesn't mean your job is finished, however. You have a lot of work to do while patrons eat their pizza in the other room.
Wow.
From your terminal, you have supplies to buy, papers to print, and repairs to make.
Wow.
Once you've taken care of all the items on your to-do list, you can log off for the day and get out of there.
Wow.
Money for supplies and repairs comes out of petty cash, so don't worry about it coming out of your pocket.
Okay.
We've got you covered. The only money you have to worry about is if you choose to upgrade any of the equipment in your office.
Right.
Now, onto other matters. Something to be aware of is that the ventilation system and your terminal are pretty loud and may prevent you from hearing things in adjoining air vents. That won't be a problem if there is nothing in the vents. However, if you feel that something might be in the vents, you have a few tools at your disposal to protect yourself. You can shut off your terminal and the ventilation system at any time to decrease the amount of attention you are drawing to yourself.
I'm not gonna do that.
Also, shining your light directly into a vent will most likely prevent anything from jumping out. You also have 3 tools available from the terminal itself. There is a motion detector, an audio decoy, and a secondary ventilation unit. Keep in mind, however, that you can only have one of these active at any given time.
Wow.
Now get to it. Simply log off when you've completed your tasks for the day.
Me?
And you can go get some coffee.
I love coffee. Actually, I don't drink coffee, but I've got all this on the back. So, if I play this right, there should be no animatronics at all. That's the idea. There should be no animatronics at all, right? That's the idea. So, once I get this underway, and once I'm able to get this, I'm gonna get the story out of Candy Cadet. Why was the light flickering there? I don't know. But once I get the story out of Candy Cadet in the next one, there's also the mini games in the game itself. All the different products, all the different things in there. They have different things that have secrets in them. The arcade cabinets have secret modes for the games, like the various different things that like the puppet that you can actually buy. You can buy the puppet if you get enough money, and the only way that you're gonna get enough money is if you make this place profitable as all hell, and you gotta do that. Like, you gotta do it to the extreme. So I'm gonna do it to the extreme, if I can. I don't know if I can, but we'll see. Place bulbs, come on, I want to go. And Dunzo, I'm out of here,
Great
baby.
job. It looks like you're getting the hang of this.
That's me.
Now let's just focus on getting you through your first week.
Hey, yeah.
There's a big party here Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
And you should view that day as your ultimate test.
Oh, I will.
Make it through Saturday.
Oh,
and you will have proven yourself
yeah.
as the successful entrepreneur that we all know you can be.
Oh, I know I am. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Trust me. Excuse me. I know. I'm amazing. Can you just shut up and go away? I'm absolutely amazing.
Congratulations on completing your first day. However, your job isn't over just yet. There is another aspect to your end-of-day routine. And that is inspecting and salvaging any animatronic...
Nope. Throw it back. Throw it back. Shut it out there. Just throw it out now.
You want them all to be in one place.
All right, anyway. So you son of a bitch, whoosh, just out of here. Get the fricky outie. Turned away. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, give me that money. Yeah, give me that money. No lawsuits, baby. No lawsuits. Why would there be lawsuits? It's a safe and wonderful place. No lawsuits. All right. So, but that's not where we're going to get most of our money. I know for a fact, and I'm going to be looking at Candy Cadet right here. I'm going to spend all 10 of my tokens on Candy Cadet because I'm going to get this story. 100%. 100%.
I am the Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
Return
to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
I'm spending all 10 tokens on this son of a bitch. I'm not going to miss out on it. It's going to happen, and I'm going to get all that sweet money from it.
Come get your candy here.
I'm here.
I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
Yep. Bap. Okay.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
Candy Cadet, everybody. Candy, candy, candy. I just look at chat and says, candy, 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 candy. It's just a bunch of hopped up kids on
candy here.
sugar.
I have candy all day, every day.
Yes. Please, more candy. Candy Cadet. Please. Oh, 500.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
How about you are a sack of shit, and you give me a goddamn story already? Give it to me. Whoa. He was staring at me. I didn't like that.
Candy Cadet.
Yes.
Come get your candy here.
Hello.
I have candy all day.
Wow.
Every day.
Really?
Candy.
No way.
Candy.
Ah.
Candy.
Whoa. That's a lot of candy. I don't know if I can handle that candy, Mr. Cadet.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
Someone just stopped in the. Someone just joined the stream in the candy sphere. Just like a lot of questions. Like of all the people in the stream, like if you just join in randomly and everyone's shouting candy at the top of the lungs, you're gonna be like,
Candy.
all right, well, this is not the place for me. I went to that weird part of YouTube. Oh well, I'm just gonna back away slowly from this endeavor. All right, see you, Markiplier, or whatever your name actually is. Boom.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe
Candy?
I will tell
Candy?
you a story.
Just see people, candy? Candy. All right. Candy. Suck my candy. I don't wanna suck your candy. I really
am a
don't wanna
Candy
do that.
Cadet.
That's not
Come
good.
get your candy
It's
here.
annoying. I don't know what about this could be annoying. What in the world could possibly be annoying about chat just exploding candy out of their ass? All right, boom. Yeah, there we go.
Return to Candy Cadet
That's the
again,
good candy.
and maybe I will tell you a story.
That's the sweet candy. All right, if he does tell the story, everybody's got to quiet down real quick. But we've got 4 more tokens to spend
I
on
am
this.
a Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here.
Yes.
I have candy all day.
Yes.
Every day. Candy.
Wow.
Candy.
Wow. Okay. All right. Ready? I don't know how this is gonna go. Hop out! Damn.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
No. Just the people. What is happening? What's going on with this? Hey, spread the candy to the other areas of the internet. Just go like on Twitter and just start spamming at me. Just candy. Like confuse everybody. Get in the candy hashtag and just blow it up right now. Just have nobody know. Everyone's having their lovely day. Like Nestle Corporation is just talking about hashtag candy at their board meeting, and all of a sudden you guys just insert yourself into their conversation. Boom!
Return to Candy Cadet again. And maybe I will tell you a story.
Yes! All right, we got 2 more tokens. 2 more tokens. We got this. We got this, guys. I don't know if we can do this. Guys, this is really difficult.
Come get your candy here.
Come on!
Candy all day.
Give me!
Candy.
Please!
Candy.
Give. Okay, all right. Hold on to your horses, everybody. This is going to be a wild ride!
Return to Candy Cadet again. And maybe I will tell you a story.
Everybody get hashtag candy trending. Everybody, please. That's what I need. I need it. All right, here we go.
I am a Candy Cadet.
You better freaking tell me a story. If you don't tell me a story,
I have candy all
I'm gonna be
day,
so mad.
Every day. Candy.
Come on.
Candy.
Give me.
Candy.
Give me. Ooh, give me that sweet candy, baby.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
What is this bunch of... What the... You guys promised me that if I did 10 tokens on that asshole... Oh, was I supposed to, like, insert the tokens into his asshole? Like, what was that all about? Jesus. God damn it. You guys ruined me. All right, fine then. Fine. Oh, thank you, everybody. Wow, you guys are so helpful to me. Number 1 crate! Okay, anyway. God damn it. You guys, just shut candy down. Shut it all down. Shut the candy down. Candy's canceled. Everything is canceled. Candy is just bullshit. And everybody know it. It's the color. What color am I going for then? Oh, the color. All right. Anyway, what else was I doing? I need to get new stuff. Okay, that's risky. Now, oh, that's good. Okay, that's a possibility. I can get the fruit punch clown, neon jukebox, medical station. Ooh! Mark down. Wow. No, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Okay. All these animatromos have a little bit of risk to them. Okay, so I'm gonna get this guy, because that's a lot of bonus revenue. And that's probably not a floor placeable as far as I remember. And I'm gonna get this guy, because he is a floor placeable, but he's got a lot of bonus revenue. Okay. Good. Yeah, there's the jukebox. Okay, so you go right there. Oh, what a fun place for the whole family. Oh, I need to, wait, hang on. You go right here. Yeah, no, wait, you go, hang on, I got this. You go right there, you go right there, and you go right there. Okay, so I got $470 more. I need to spend every single penny on the good stuff. Let's see. I probably should also get some health and safety stuff, like this thing. That's probably important. I don't think there's anything on the first thing. What else could I get? The fruity maze. Okay, I need that. Okay. Okay. All right, and then I think that's all for the like easily placeable stuff. Wait, why was? Wait. Candy Cadet, what the hell? What the hell? Liability risk of 3. That's that. Oh, marked down. Okay, it's fine. I don't want that. All right, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want any risk here, but yeah, I'm wondering, like, because this is marked down, but it doesn't have any liability risk in it. I still don't trust it. I still don't trust it, man. I still don't trust that. That's something not right about that. Okay, instead of doing anything else, I'm actually going to add coin slots to the things I already have, like you and you. There we go. Okay, so that's a little more bonus revenue there. We got a little more bonus revenue here. Number 1 crate! Okay, anyway, so we're good for... Oh, I can actually add one more. Oh, that's right, because it increased the doodle daddle. Right, okay, I'll add it here. Blah. Sweet, okay, so we got that. Everything's good so far. We're out of tokens. We've got a lot of good stuff going on here. So if we... Yeah. So the Candy Cadet... I don't know about that, but I'm gonna... Yeah, liability risk is for lawsuits, not necessarily the animatronics. If you buy a marked down thing, it's gonna be bad. Okay, so I have a funny... yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna carry on. Next time, I don't know if I'm gonna keep going on Candy Cadet, but something tells me Candy Cadet is gonna give up what Candy Cadet needs! We're gonna make this Candy Cadet stream. Okay, there should still be nobody in here. There shouldn't be anybody in here. I don't know why there would be. Shouldn't be. There wouldn't be anybody in here, right? Right? There's no way. Right? Honk. Lefty? Oh, by the way, also, secret, Lefty, inside Lefty is the puppet. As far as I've heard, inside Lefty is actually, like, if you look at one of the rare screens with Lefty on it that people sometimes get after they die, or, like, they see a picture of the animatronics sitting outside of the pizzeria, you can actually see in one of the shoulder joints is the striped pattern of the puppet's arm going down into the frame of the animatronic. Like, it does exist there, and it is there, and it's super creepy to think about, because also in that rare screen is a poster of the puppet just like looking mad as all hell, staring down at you. So pretty creepy, and I don't know what the actual lore of that, because I don't know who Lefty is. But also the fun thing about this is, like, there's a bunch of animatronics here that are just barely offshoots of the various main animatronics. And what it kind of does, I don't know if this was ever official, it's probably not official, but it does lend some credence to all of the fan-made Five Nights at Freddy's games. It explains why there are so many different versions of it, all existing in the same universe. Now, I'm not saying that's 100% canon, but you know, like Five Nights at Candy's, like Five Nights at the Krusty Krab of all things. Like, it's all offshoots of these because Fazbear Entertainment allows people to franchise it. Like what we're doing right now, all these other animatronics in here, they may have been in FNAF World or various other places, but these other locations that exist only in fan-made games can sometimes be canon under this premise and this idea. So, that's a thing that can happen. I'm not 100% sure about it, but it's a thing. So, I don't know. Can I Slurpee out of this one? Alright. Also, he said in the patch notes lately, there was something else about there's a green man by a door, and his hitbox got increased to be bigger. I have no idea what that is. The green man by the door, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. But, I will see. Buy the lemonade clown? Well, I was done fizz time, pop soda. Get out of here. All right, I'm out of here. So, should I just keep going for Candy Cadet? I don't wanna. I guess I gotta. Oh, who's this?
Before you is an animatronic found in the back alley.
Wow.
We are unsure of its origins.
I don't see anything.
It's your job to complete the maintenance checklist before claiming it.
Nope. Chuck that bad boy back out in the alley.
Don't forget Saturday. You want them all to be in one place.
Okay, all right, just yeah. All right, see ya. Yeah. Hell no, no fizz time. Story. What about it? Racing game. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the racing game. I will get there. Do not worry. Man, come on, more. I need more money than that. I need more money. All right. So we've got Candy Cadet here. Should we go candy? Should we go 100% candy? I do want that sweet, delicious candy right by Bubblegum Station. All right, it's gonna be the one. It's gonna be the one. I'm gonna clean and polish him first. Oh, get that nice polish there. Oh, wow.
I am a Candy Cadet. Come
All right.
get your candy here.
All right.
I have candy all day, every day. Candy.
Okay.
Candy.
What color am I going for? Everybody shout it out at the top of your lungs. It's time for candy. Okay, do purple, 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 purple.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
No, all right, okay. I'm just going by the color of the top button on the top of him. I don't know 100%. Get this story. I'm gonna get these goddamn stories if this is the last thing I do.
Candy Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
Purple, green, 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 green.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will
Yellow,
tell you
purple,
a story.
blue, orange. Don't just shout out random colors. It doesn't help anybody. Candy, purple, red, 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 red. I did red, blue, blue, red, blue, blue. It's a blue.
I am
It's an
Candy
elephant.
Cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy.
Is it a jackal?
Candy.
Okay. Orange, 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 orange.
Return
God damn it!
to
I'm
Candy
getting
Cadet
1250
again,
every
and maybe
single
I
time.
will tell you a story.
What does that even mean? I'm getting 1250 points every time, and I'm hitting it on different colors. Goddamn you, Candy Cadet! You better give me this goddamn story.
I am a Candy Cadet.
Red. Okay, I'm
Come
gonna
get
get red.
your
Black.
candy
There
here.
is no black.
I have candy
There's no
all
black
day,
anywhere. I
every
mean, the
day.
black on the arm.
Candy.
There's no black color being shown at me. Doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm gonna get this red, 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 red. God damn it!
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
Tan jackal. It's not a jackal. Jackal is it a jackal? It's penguin. That's not even related. Blue, jackal, bleach,
I am a Candy
bleach.
Cadet.
What does that
Come
even
get
mean?
your candy here. I have candy
Press
all day,
F for red.
every day. Candy, candy.
I'm gonna get this Candy Cadet. I'm gonna get this goddamn Candy Cadet. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna see. The song is changing. It's still going. Oh, damn it. It just looped over again. God
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will
Candy
tell
Cadet,
you a story.
Candy Cadet, I'm gonna just Candy, you see this claw hand? I'm gonna dig this into your chest and pull out your heart. Oh, your heart of candy. I'm gonna get.
I am a
You
Candy
better
Cadet.
give me some goddamn
Come get
story,
your
Candy
candy
Cadet.
here.
That's
I have
all I gotta
candy
say
all
about
day,
this.
Every day. Candy, candy, candy.
Okay. Jim. I don't think Jim's a color. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jim, all the Jims of the rainbow, like, it's gonna happen. But hang on, everybody hold on to your hats. We'll keep the candy train going. Ah! Damn it,
Return to
250.
Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
It's got to be totally randomized, right? It's got to be completely randomized. Whether that randomization is based on anything that I
am
can
a Candy
control,
Cadet.
that I
Come
don't
get
know.
your
But
candy here. I
try
have
pink.
candy all day.
Is there
every
a pink?
day.
I don't even see a pink.
Candy, candy.
I don't see a pink. I mean, I kind of see a pink, but it's gonna.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will
I can't
tell you a
B to
story.
blow this. I can't. The B does nothing. What would the B do? The B does nothing to this. I can't F to hold it. I can't F to pay my respects to it. I can't do nothing. Can't do nothing.
I am a Candy Cadet.
Son of a
Come
bitch.
get your candy here. I have candy all day, every day. Candy, candy, candy.
I got
Return to
2,000,
Candy
but
Cadet
that's-
again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
It changed. Like, Scott updated the game and it changed Candy Whoa. I don't like how it sometimes just pauses there. It's very disconcerting. But he changed it because sometimes before it was like incremental increasing numbers of candy pointage, but now it's all like weird and different. Okay.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell
S
you
to
a
slap
story.
this shit? I don't know. S to B to backhand this bitch out of here. Bam! 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 Get out of here. All right, last one, last token. We got this.
I am a Candy Cadet.
We got
Come
this.
get your candy here.
We got
I
this.
have candy all day, every day.
Every day.
Candy,
Every day. Every day. Every day. We got candy every day. If you just believe in the candy, we're going to start the Church of Candy here. We're going to believe in the candy. We got the Holy Candy Bible. We got it. We just got to believe. Guys, we're going to start a cult. The cult of candy. We're going to move out into the middle of the desert. I'm going to buy a big compound. We're all going to live there together as one in the name of candy. Candy! Candy! Damn it.
Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
All right, we're still going to go out in the desert, but this is more of an exile type thing now. We're going to build a big compound and live there together. I mean, who wouldn't want that? Fine. I need more money. I need to get, like, exponentially more money. Oh! No. Atmosphere, liability risk, entertainment. Man, these are so expensive. So expensive. Ugh. Oh, jeez. God, the liability risk on that thing. God damn, the liability risk on that thing. I can't afford it, but that's hilarious. Yeah, I need to get the security puppet eventually, which is totally great. Great thing. Wasn't that in another game, too? That was the security puppet? I can't remember. Lefty! Our good buddy! Lefty! Lefty. Okay. Music Man. L Chip. Oh, these guys are great because they pickles. I want the pickles. Why can't I have the pickles? Why can't I have the pickles? I want the pickles. All right. Anyway, I don't that guy. God, I don't like that guy. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna figure out how to get the pickles too. That's gonna be definitely a thing that's gonna be happening. But we need to buy some more reasonable purchases, I guess. Whatever. All right. I'm gonna get this so that I can have more animatronics. I mean, I know I just need number one crate, and frankly, I'm tempted to only just buy number one crate, but at the same time, I have a funny feeling that I probably should go for something a little more. God, is there really nothing else to get? Is there really nothing else to get that's... I really got to go for the animatronics? All right, I guess I got to go for the animatronics. Let's buy this thing, because everything else is a huge liability risk. And I mean huge reliability risk. All right. I do want to get the rockets, but I don't want any risk. I want no risk. God, you all are risky. I don't like it. Stop being risky. All right, we need some friends for number one crate. All right, you're good. Happy Frog. Oh, you are the happiest frog. Mr. Hippo, not that guy, and Pig Patch. All right, Pig Patch, Mr. Hippo, Happy Frog. All right, cool. Cool. Number one crate gets the limelight in the singer's position. We got Happy Frog, backup vocals, Mr. Hippo, no vocals, and Banjo Pig. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. All right, so there we got that. That's good. That's great. All right, so we gotta get more. We got exotic cupcakes. I don't think exotic cupcakes is a thing that we can get here. I like your candor, but I just don't think that's possible. All right, what else we got? No. I do like the ladder tower, but no. No, I like that a lot, but no. What if I put some safety straps on it? What if I put some safety straps on that bad boy? it won't have no risk, right? Right. Yeah, that's true, right? I'm not... Right? Is there a better way to go about that? Is there anything else I can get? Balloon cart? No. I can't get nothing else. Can't even get that. Damn. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Exotic butters. They aren't a thing in this game. It's not a thing. It's pickles. It's all I got is pickles and I can't even have them. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna put some safety straps on this bad boy. Oh, I'm gonna put some safety straps on this bad boy. Okay, you get out of here. Stupid balloons. Take this. Oh, yeah, that's good. All right, safety strap. No risk. Clean and polish. Add a coin slot. Yeah, add a coin slot to everything. Clean and polish it. Yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, yeah, clean and polish that. Clean and polish that. Clean and polish that. Is there anything else atmospheric that I can get? I've got 1,400. I guess I could upgrade to a larger floor plan. Yeah, let's do that. Because then I can get the most amount of stuff on the ground, including this guy. Clean and polish, add a coin slot. Oh, that paid for itself. All right, anything else I can get put on the ground here? Gotta get these boots on the ground. I can put a safety strap on that. That's always good. Everybody loves that. Everybody loves that. I don't know. No. There really isn't much else. No, can't afford that. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna put some safety straps on this ball pit. Every time I think of this as an actual ball pit, I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember. That's terrible. This is terrible. This is horrible, irresponsible of me. All right. So we got no risk. Still no risk. We got way better. All right, we're gonna do this. All right, time for another uneventful night. Maybe. Let's see about that. All right. I don't know if we should go for candy again next time. I want those pickles. I want the pickles. I want them. I want the pickles. I want the pickles. I want those pickles so badly. I want them. Anyway. All right, so we're carrying on here. So, one of the things the other didn't know about this game is it's really interesting how conclusive it was at the end of it. I had like time to like look up other people's theories on it, other people talking about it. But the thing about it was the end of this game, when you played through it, it was super unbelievably conclusive. Like it was very much, this is what happened. We are redeeming for our sins. We are paying the price for what we've done. We believe in atoning for past mistakes, like that whole thing. And it was very obvious because the designs may be different, and I don't know if the designs are like a super choice or like, because fundamentally like the animatronics are different. Even Springtrap especially is fundamentally different. There shouldn't. There shouldn't be anyone in here. There should be no one. Yeah. There's no one. There's no one in here. I don't know what that was. But there's no one in here. Yeah. Okay, but it was definitive, right? It was very, very clear of what it was talking about. It was done, and it was like, it was not there. So there must be, you know, there's got to be something to that. So I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that the ending of this game was supposed to be kind of like a come full circle, wrapping up everything. Like it had an overlay of the first Five Nights at Freddy's game environment. God damn it, Marty, get out of here. Stupid shit. All right. So there's got to be something else for that. There's got to be, right? There's got to be something else. Anyway. So, I don't know what other secrets we're going to discover out of, like, I want the frickin' stories. That's all I want right now. I just want stories. But it looks like we may not get those because of the dicketry that it's all about. But there is repeatable things that I can get in the arcade cabinets. So the next time we go out in the main area, I'm going to get the arcade cabinets and try to do those things because those are interesting Easter eggs. I know there's multiple endings. I do know there's multiple endings, and actually, I'm probably on pace to get one of the ones, which is probably going to be one of the bad endings, but there are multiple endings. I think there's a total of 4? 5, maybe? Are there 5 endings? Maybe even 6. I have no idea. There's different certificates that you can get across the board for these things, so I'm going to try to get all the certificates in this live stream, but I don't know if I'm able to do it because, number one, it just takes a lot of time to get through this game over and over and over again, but hey, we got time, right? We got nothing but time. All right, let's log off here. All right, okay. Okay, thank you. Can you please move on? All right.
Before you is an animatronic found in the back alley.
No.
We are unsure of its origins. It is your job to complete the maintenance checklist before claiming it as salvage.
Yeah.
Or, if you choose to, you can throw it back into the alley where you found it and forfeit payment. Please make your choice now.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it back. All right. Whoop. There it goes. See ya.
Don't forget Saturday. You want them all to be in one place.
Now I realize that prompt says, don't forget Saturday, you want them all to be in one place. They're not talking about the guests. They're talking about the animatronics. The animatronics, hey, no one was turned away. That's awesome. The animatronics need to all be in one place. That's why the ending did what it did. Hey, that's a lot of bonus revenue. All right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm such a happy and safe place. Everybody loves to be here. All right. I'm not going to go for candy. I'm not. It's just, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do the motorist Easter egg. So, I believe it's on the last lap. I don't know what the last lap is, but I don't even know if I may not have left this in. I actually did play this in my main series of it, but I don't remember if I left it in the actual game. Because I might have cut it out because I didn't think anything of it. I didn't get the Easter egg in this. I was just playing it because I was playing it. So I'm pretty sure in the 3rd lap. Not this one, but the 3rd one, I'm pretty sure. My bullet hell skills are working for me. Okay. So I'm pretty sure. So what I need to do is I need to hit you, slow down, go over here. Or maybe it's the 4th lap. I don't know if there's a 4th lap or not. Come on, where are you? Oh, it might be the 4th lap. Okay. Boom. Okay. Yeah. So if you go 4th lap. That one. And. Come on. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yes. This. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what this means is the thing. I'm not 100% sure what it means to be driving around here. Oh. Juniors. Maybe, was that what they meant by the green man? Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Whoa. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna go back. That seems pretty final. I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go back to the bar. Juniors. I'm gonna go to Juniors. I'm gonna hang out at the bar for a bit. I'm pretty sure that's a bar. All right, hey, it's me. Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, anyway. See ya. Okay, I can't be here. I don't know what that's talking about, but I don't know why I'm not welcome. I'm a pretty jovial guy. Come on, I'm practically Santa Claus. I'm so happy and fun to be around and awesome and cool. All right. Oh, here we go again. Okay. Nah, not the house. Go back. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hang on. There's something else? Is there something else here? There's something else secret? All right, I'll look. I'm looking around. All right, hang on. Let's see. Okay, all right. Okay, going back. I'm going back, guys. I'm going back. All right, hang on. Is there something secret here? Is there something secret here? In the back of the parking lot, maybe? Somewhere around here? Back around back? Can't go back here. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think you guys might just be utterly confused, because this is what happens when there's so many people in chat. When someone says go back, they don't know, like, I have no idea when you mean go back to. So, hang on, I'm gonna explore. In the house? Well, I was going to the house. Why were you guys yelling at me? I was going to the house. All right, guys, hush down. Start shouting candy again. You guys just need, here, put your binky back in. Just here you go. Just shout candy. It's all right. Just go about candy. I got this. Let me take care of this. I got this, guys. Yeah. Shout candy. Go candy. Candy spam. Candy. Start hashtag candy going again. I got this. All right, hang on. Gonna plumb the depths of this. Like, God, you missed the house. What, this house that was obviously here at the end of the road and the obviously final thing? So obviously I had to go check to see if there was anything else, because I'm thorough. What was that? Candy? All right, candy. That's all. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh, broken window. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just making a full loop around the house. You gotta cover all the bases before you commit to a decision. Ooh, trash cans? Why do I have 3? Why do I have so much trash? Okay. All right. So I'm going to the back window. I've committed to this because I've explored, and I'm not paying attention to you shouting candy. Yeah, candy. Wait, can't go back here. Well, what the hell? What was even the point of this futile exercise? All right. Seems like that's it, so I'm gonna go to the front door. Maybe, I bet it'll be something like the front door will tell me to go to the back. Like, something like that. It's usually how these things go when you try to actually be some sort of sneaky about something. All right, what do we got here? Hi. Leave him alone tonight. He had a rough day. Okay. I told you not to close your door. Welp, I guess. This is my house. You can't ignore me like that. Welp, I guess he can't ignore me like that. Oh, I was gonna try to go out around. Open the door! Oh, boy. I'll find my way. Oh, see? I'll find a way in from outside. See? It's the thing that I did too early. It's just like surprise whoever's in that room, like, hey, how you doing? What are you doing in here? You being secretive? That's my house. All right. Okay. All right. Hello. Smoosh. Well, I'm trying to find a way in from. Oh. Whoa. Wait. Whoa. There's footprints here, but those are not human footprints. Right there. You see what I'm seeing? Right in front of me. Those are animatronic footprints, or some large animal. Ran off to that place again. He'll be sorry when he gets back. Oh, I guess we're done. Okay, all right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna play this one now. Huh. Huh. Okay. Oh, ah. Alright, I gotta play through this one. Something's about to. Ah, I'm super fast. Where's a slug? I need a slug. Can't believe I said that in my mind, but I need a slug. Oh, hello. I don't like you. Okay, I think the secret in this one is you have to just, number one, you have to win. But you have to win, like, on the first try or something. Slug! Got it. Alright, I'm super fast. Going around the outskirts first. Slug! Super speed. Oh shit, I lost my magnetism. Oh, God damn it, that's gonna be tough. Ah! Go away. God, is there a magnet anywhere? Oh shit, have I already cleaned this out? No. Ah, damn it, I ran out. Well, I've got so much speed, man, I wasted the magnet. Do I have enough time? Yeah, probably. Ooh, I've never moved this fast before in my life. Come on. Damn it, I left some down there too. God damn it. Nothing up here. Oh, jeez. God damn it, of course I did this. Yeah, because the question here, sorry, I'm concentrating, but the question here is, who is this little girl, and why is she here, and how do I get up there? Why did I, of course. Why did I leave things behind like this? I'm such a tool. Is there a way down here? No. Ah, shit. Please tell me, yes! Damn it. Oh, damn it. Oh, God, of course. Yeah. Ah, jeez, no.
The beautiful base you're looking at right now, Donfjör, is about to be destroyed. But the reason it's being destroyed is fascinating. You see, on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft, everything gets griefed, given enough time. Since there are no rules, one way or another, bases get found and wiped out. But the reason this base will be destroyed today is that the owner is allowing it to happen. A few hours from now, a team of 4 griefers will be coming in to burn the city to the ground. But why? Why would a base owner who spent countless hours on this work of art go along with griefing his own creation? It's complicated, but today's story is one of friendship and unity, but also a story about how even in Minecraft, the in-game politics between groups can cause a wave of destruction that everyone gets caught in. I hope you're ready for today's history lesson, because it's a long one. Our story begins 7 years ago. The year is 2013, when Minecraft was at the top of its first wave of popularity. A player named D-Loaded started a base with some high school friends on a small Minecraft server. They gave their base the name Donfjör. They originally thought the name meant Father's Gift in German, but after they found out the translation was incorrect, they stuck with the name anyway. Eventually, this original base was destroyed, but D-Loaded decided his next base would have the exact same name. So it turned into a tradition for each of his bases to be named Donfjör. Even if the bases got griefed, they could be rebuilt elsewhere and keep the same name. D-Loaded would spend the next 3 years traveling to different Minecraft servers building a new version of his base on each one, making him one of the earliest people to establish a set of megabases across multiple Minecraft servers. By 2016, he had created at least 8 different Donfjörs on different servers. Early in that same year, D-Loaded met a player named Hermeticlock on a small faction server, and the two became quick friends. They ended up building the 9th Donfjör together on that same server, and little did they know that their new friendship would have major ramifications on a completely different server in the future. During 2B2T's YouTube invasion and Russia War of 2016, Herm watched all of the videos coming out of the server and tried to convince Deloaded to join with him. Eventually, he agreed, and the two joined the server in the middle of the massive conflict. They would travel far from spawn and around Christmas time began work on the 10th Dawn Fuhrer, the first of the bases to be on 2B2T. From the beginning, Herm was able to gain the trust of many individuals. Unlike many new players at that time, he understood the server and how the community functioned. He invited well-known individuals to the base, while Deloaded was doing all the building. Things seemed to be going well, but in classic Anarchy fashion, all it took was one bad apple to spoil the bunch. The base got leaked on January 14th, 2017, and Bubba J arrived to attack. Despite 6 of the base members being online, they could not kill Bubba J. Despite losing the base, the footage seen here, taken by Herm, got him even more attention in the community. After the grief, Deloaded took a small break from 2B2T to play on other servers, and Herm would go on to create a spawn base that became a popular place for established players to hang out. This spawn base and the concept around it was eventually turned into a fully fledged group by Hermetic Lock, the Spawn Masons. The group was originally based on players coming together in an otherwise hostile environment to build small lodges every single week, which they would then destroy after each meeting. The group had a loose set of rules that most members followed, but when Deloaded returned from his break, he joined the Masons, and him and Herm were back together again. Not long after, I actually joined the Spawn Masons, and there were plenty of shenanigans going on. But this would not last forever, because near the end of the summer, during the grief of the base Summer Melon, my comrade Alpha Computer and I ended up killing a fellow Mason during the raid. Since harming another member of the Masons was against the rules of the group, some of the members wanted us kicked and demanded a vote. Hermetic Lock urged the group that the rules were being taken too seriously and had not been enforced in the past. It was just a block game after all, and the Masons were meant to be lighthearted fun. But the group voted. Alpha Computer was kicked out, but I was allowed to stay since I had apologized to the member that we had killed. But I didn't win that vote by much. Not long after this ordeal, Herm stepped down as the leader of the Masons. It wasn't fun for him anymore. It was meant to be lighthearted fun, but had become closer to an actual cult, with members taking the game far more seriously than even longtime 2B2T players. Herm disbanded the entire group, but not long after, the more dedicated members brought it back on their own. Herm remained part of these new Masons and preferred to work on his own projects from the sidelines. I chose not to join the Reformed Masons and parted ways with the group, though I remained good friends with many of them, especially Herm. After the Mason blowout, the 12th Dawn Fuhrer was griefed. Deloaded would play for a few more months before leaving 2B2T in early 2018. Over the next 2 years, both friends would have completely different experiences. Hermetic Lock would take back control of the Masons again near the end of 2018 after the group began slowly dying, and used them to work on several of his projects on 2B2T, such as utilizing baritone bots to help construct the Masonic symbol at spawn, making it the largest obsidian structure ever built on the server. Despite the group accomplishing many of these amazing feats, Herm's feelings on the Masons eventually soured. His small group that he had created for fun had become filled with players that treated this server as their lives, and he found these people insufferable. Deloaded went on to build Dawn Fuhrer 13 through 17 on different Minecraft servers, but he would eventually come back to 2B2T, which brings our story to 2020 and shows just how destructive 2B2T politics can actually be. After being fed up with the Masons, Herm quietly began planning a new group, one that reflected the original spirit of the Masons, but was not to be taken too seriously. He called this group the Guardsmen, a group dedicated to choosing a single plot of land on the server and defending it from all invaders, no matter how badly it was griefed. The Guardsmen kept the Masons' original theme of brotherhood intact. The reveal of this new idea to the Masons ended up causing chaos, with members arguing fiercely with each other, accusing Herm of trying to cause civil war, which only proved his point that the group took the game too seriously. During this outrage, Deloaded had become the primary builder at a Mason base created to pass time during the quarantine, and he would go on to name the base the 18th Donfjör, continuing the tradition he had started 7 years ago. Many members of the Spawn Masons had built here, and after the group had imploded, it became their last remaining base. The 18th Donfjör was easily the most impressive, but because of its heavy association with the Spawn Masons, Hermetic Lock was disgusted by it. The base stood as an example of a creator losing control of his original creation and becoming ashamed of it. Herm decided that just forming a splinter group was not enough. A message needed to be sent. So he approached his longtime friend and told him that he planned to grief the Masons' final base. This was Hermetic Lock's declaration that the Spawn Masons were officially dead. While Deloaded was initially upset, he realized that he valued his friendship with Herm more than a Minecraft cult, so he told Herm that he would allow the base to be griefed. But 2 people would not be enough to get the job done, since the 18th Donfjör was massive. So Hermetic Lock contacted me, asking if I could help him grief the base. I rarely grief bases anymore, but since Herm has been a longtime friend, I didn't have a problem becoming a griefer for hire. Alpha Computer also expressed interest, which made us a griefing team of 4. So now, we've talked enough about the 7-year history of Donfjör. It's time to show you this base up close, just hours before we burn the place to the ground, and Herm can finally be at peace, knowing his creation is symbolically destroyed. I'm here at the 18th Donfjör about 1 hour before we grief it, so I can give you a closer look at some of the builds that you're not going to be able to fully appreciate when we grief this place. I'm currently on a world download given to me by Deloaded, so we can tour the base without my presence alerting the members, because the last thing we need is 20 people logging in at the same time. Herm told us there's 2 rules for today's grief. 1, we have to leave some ruins standing. When I grief, I usually make the base unrecognizable, but Herm is a fan of beautiful looking ruins, so it is what it is. But 2, there's a dupe stash nearby that we are not allowed to touch, so that select members of this base can take what they need before they leave here for good. This is a big conflict between the Masons and the Guardsmen, but I don't really care about their politics. I'm just here because Herm needed a hand, and I wanted to see a cool looking base. You've seen the massive tower, so let's show you the Undercity. This entire section of the base is an underground city built beneath the main city on top. So just looking around, this is going to be very useful for laying TNT, so we can blow up some of the buildings from underneath, rather than having to go all the way up on the top and the roof. Oh yeah, that ceiling, I'm going to have a lot of fun putting TNT on that bad boy. But I'm glad we can tour the base like this because it offers us a way to sort of plan out the grief. Here's the exit to the underground portion. It leads to the walls of the city on the outside. That's a pretty cool idea, I'm not gonna lie. Up on the top again, here is the northern district of the city. There's tons of houses and stuff. There's banners everywhere. I mean, just the amount of detail put into just the outside of these structures is pretty crazy. I'm glad we've taken the time to sort of look at some of these things up close, because when we're griefing, we're just gonna be zooming by all this. Oh, check this out. South Corner Castle. What does this say? You actually look inside these? Well, obviously, I do. Check this sign out. Lightning. Oh, because it's got a wooden roof. That makes sense. You know, now that I think about it, if we used a flint and steel, we could burn down the majority of these buildings on the top here. We could save so much TNT by just burning them. Oh, that's genius. But I see the massive cathedrals over here. I want to check these out next. So what do we got here? Let's see. Donfjör Dance Hall. Oh, nice. I don't see anyone dancing, though. Here is the Great Hall. Now, believe it or not, Deloaded told me about this specific build. Apparently, he built it in less than a week. Like, it did not take him long at all, which is crazy, because look at this place. It's got this little throne here and everything. Yeah, I could get used to this. I could get used to this. But anyway, there's still more of the base to see. We're on the opposite side of the cathedral's top side here, and before we check out the member board, I want to take a look at some of the builds over here. We've got a massive totem pole that's made up of some of the members of this base in pixel art form. Here's a giant man-made mountain, and of course, the cat balloon. Oh, that's going to be a fun one to blow up later, I can already tell. But anyway, let's check out this member board right now, way up this staircase. And right there, that's what we're looking for, the member board, so we can see exactly who was here and when. Wow, that's quite a few members that have been here just in the past few months. If we go through here, I believe this is where a large part of the items at the main base are held. I mean, look at all these chests, all these shulkers. This is definitely a storage area, and it looks like we've got more storage here, but also bedrooms. So some members of the base did sleep around here. I mean, you can see by the beds. Oh, check this out. So each bedroom had like a little balcony overlooking the valley down there, that big savanna biome. That's a pretty sweet view. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. We've got the last little section of the storage here, but there's also an elytra runway, so players going to and from the base could carry supplies. That's pretty genius. This is the final section of the base before we start the grief in about an hour. But there's a red building over there. It's pretty empty, so not a whole lot to show, but this is Nordic's Tower. It's got like this spiral of grassy greens going all the way up to the top of the actual build. I mean, if you saw this thing from far away, it would seem very intimidating. And even at the top, there's like a little watchtower area. You could probably fly in there with your elytra. They got a fancy chandelier. This is a very good-looking build here. So overall, I like it. I like it. Well, anyway, it's time to start talking about the grief. In about an hour, we're going to be logging into 2B2T to carry out this raid, and hopefully we can get the entire job done without being spotted. With all four of us working together, it shouldn't take more than about an hour to grief this entire thing, but that's assuming everything goes according to plan. Let's do this. Mission accomplished. We griefed the entire base without getting spotted. And there's the dupe stash that Herm was telling us we can't touch. Just one shulker. Come on, man. Just one shulker. So Donfjör, a base started 7 years ago by a builder and his friends on a completely different Minecraft server, ended up being at the forefront of an almost civil war between groups on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. I guess the question now is, what's going to happen next? If you enjoyed today's video, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a like. I would greatly appreciate it.
Also, make sure to follow me on Twitter and Instagram to stay updated on when new Minecraft content is coming out. But that's it for today, everyone. Take it easy, and I guess we're gonna have to see what happens. What's going on, everybody? It's FitMC, and welcome back to the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft, 2b2t.org. Now, I have not streamed or posted videos of 2b2t in over a week. I've been on spring break, but now I'm back, and we have a lot to talk about tonight. Now, the first thing you're probably wondering is, why is Chrome Crusher standing right in front of me? Well, to answer that, he's one of my new base mates. And Alpha Computer is my other base mate. That's right, we now have 3 people total at this sky base. It's actually pretty exciting. And if you look to the right, you're probably wondering, what is that? That is an illegal item. It is a pig spawner. Alpha Computer actually brought pig spawners to our base. Now, they are an illegal item, so I expect now that I've made this stream public, it's only a matter of time before Housemaster tries to kill all these new illegal items, but we're having fun with them for the time being. Now, something else we need to talk about before we get into anything serious tonight, there's a new dupe. And it's just been leaked over the past few days, but the vets have known about it since February. What happened was, Kino Rana, of all people, he ended up breaking maps, and while everyone was freaking out about maps being broken, we took that time to just dupe and dupe and dupe and dupe, and no one questioned it. It was awesome. But eventually, Kino decided to make the dupe public, and now it's probably only a matter of hours before Housemaster kills the dupe as well. But all I'm going to say is that it involves donkeys. If you really want to see how it works, you can look up Kino Rana's stream on it. But yeah, so we have a pig spawner on the island, and we're going to be putting in a few others during stream today. So, of course, this is the house that I built last time on stream. I'll be adding on to this later during the stream, but we've sort of expanded the grass area a little bit. This is where some pigs are spawning from the spawner. It's pretty sweet. Now, if we go this way, these are some new additions put in by Alpha Computer and Chrome Crusher. Now, Alpha... Ow! Oh, I see you're holding another pig spawner. All right. So, I guess we might as well make our way over here. I think Chrome Crusher wants to put one in that pin over there. So, this is an archway made by Alpha Computer. Looks pretty nice so far. Pretty nice. So in this main area, this is sort of Chrome's little starting area. He built this really cool, like, mini pagoda over here. It's very cool. We're going to take a look inside this. Head up. Oh, yeah. And go up and up and up. But yeah, Kino Rana ruining the maps was the perfect distraction for us to just keep duping and duping, and no one was asking questions. So yes, the vets have known about the dupe since end of February. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of sad that it got leaked, but it had to happen, you know? You can't just keep everything to yourself all the time. So, right over here, I think, is where Chrome wants the new spawner. So, let's make our way over here. So I believe this is where he wants it. Yep, he left a little hole for it. Now, handling spawners is a little different. You can't just hand them to people. There's a certain way you have to transfer them. It's complicated, that's all I can say. But, there we go. Now we've got pigs. Very, very nice sight to see on 2b2t. Now, if you never played on 2b2t before, basically, It's an Anarchy server. There's no rules. You can hack, cheat, steal, lie, do whatever you want. And so we happen to get our hands on some of these illegal spawners and we're using them. That's the beauty of Anarchy. No rules. But this is a nice little pig spawning area. We've got an unlimited supply of meat now, which is very nice. So we're going to head back and we're actually going to do a little construction tonight. We're going to spruce up my house a little bit more and then probably expand some of the other platforms. So yeah, how's my stream chat doing? Like I said, I've been on spring break for over a week, so that's why I only did uploads and no streams. So of course, the stream tradition, what is everyone drinking tonight? I'm drinking just some water, you know, keeping it simple, even though it's St. Patty's Day. Oh, look, Alva just putting down spawner after spawner. Just non-stop pigs. Oh, well. But I believe Alpha also has Bedrock, but we just, we're not whipping that out just yet. So, anyway, what's nice is that Alpha brought a ton of building materials. I mean, all these shulkers of sea lanterns, obsidian, glowstone. I mean, you name it. Ender pearls. The dupe was really useful for just basic building supplies. Very useful. Because during the 1111 dupe, I duped a lot of just basic survival items like armor, weapons, gapples, but I didn't really dupe any construction materials, so luckily this latest donkey dupe has allowed us to make a ton of construction materials. Alright. Now let's take a look inside the house real quick. Now, I know I wanted to spruce up some of the things in this area. We put the couch in last time with a painting, a little carpet there, which was nice. But then, this area, this is what I wanted to expand upon. So I'm actually going to mark something off real quick. Let's mark it off. No, hold on. Come on. Yeah, the TPS has been down to 3 because of all the people duping. What happens is with all these donkeys getting killed non-stop, it really contributes to the lag. Alright, so then I need a few more of these. Where's my crafting bench? There we go. So yes, I've been playing the new Zelda a few nights this week, and I am straight up addicted to it. I love it. It's, you know, as someone who's played Zelda since Link to the Past for the Super Nintendo, and I've played pretty much every single one since, right now it is easily my favorite Zelda game. I love it so much. I mean, you know, even factoring in nostalgia, like it's really good. It's really good. Alright, so now I have to go get a few birch planks. Oh wait, no, I have birch wood. So let me just find a crafting bench real quick. There we go. Just need some of these. Oh no, Alpha jumped in, didn't he? Come on, Alpha. Why are you jumping in here? This is a very specific purpose having this here. Yeah, geez, and you... alright. So put that stuff down, and then I'm going to... Oh, that's right. I can't... Hold on. I got a better idea. I took out these top slabs real quick. Come on. Wait for it. There we are. And then we're just gonna slab this bottom part. Oops. Wait for it. Actually, no, I changed my mind. I have a really specific way I'm doing this. You'll see. Wait for it. There we go. Let's see. So yeah, a lot of people have been wondering, like, why did I invite these two? And there's a few reasons for that. Well, Alpha Computer, I've known him for ages, and he's just a very reliable person, good friend. I figured he'd be a perfect fit for this base. And then Alpha Computer, well, I decided, why should I live in fear of, you know, Chrome Crusher just showing up nonstop? So I just decided, why not let Chrome Crusher base with us? You know, I couldn't sleep at night thinking that Chrome Crusher could be out there trying to find us. So, long story short, I just said, you know what, you're going to find me eventually. And sure enough, Chrome Crusher did. I'm like, you want to just base with us? He accepted. So we are a very odd trio of people, but we're going to make this work. So then we're going to put a plank, or sorry, not a plank, a slab there. There we go. All right, now I need to find a pumpkin real quick. Spencer Sherman, Ooga Booga Pooshu. There you go. Is that the shout out you were looking for? Let's see. Love you, FitMC. Yes, Alpha Islam gave me that special Christmas present in that one video. Same player. All right, where did I put the pumpkins? Come on, they got to be around somewhere. Got melons. We gotta have pumpkins somewhere. No, acacia wood. Orange, nope, that's not it. No, not in there. Oh boy. Here's all the pig spawners. Better not touch those. Let's see. Come on, pumpkin. We gotta have a pumpkin around here. We literally have everything but pumpkins right now. Come on, they gotta be around somewhere. Oh, Chrome Crusher, thank you. Appreciate that. Now, I'm also going to need some snow blocks, but I think Chrome set up a snow farm. I think. So that'll help out big time. So here's the snowman. Oh, here's the snow blocks. Perfect. I just need 2. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are making ourselves a little bit of a bartender. Although, I don't know if it's bartender, more of just, well, let's face it, yeah, kind of a bartender. In my house. A snowman bartender that serves water. Because, I mean, it's a snowman, it's made of water, of course it serves water. So, here's what we're going to do. Fun little trick a lot of people don't know about here. You make your snowman, or your snow golem, but what you can do is using the shears, you can actually get rid of the pumpkin head, and then it turns around and you can actually see the snowman's face. A lot of people don't know about that, and I think that's just super cool. But we need to think of a name for this snow thing. What should we call it? I have a few name tags. Right now, Stream Chat, we need to vote on the name of this snowman. So type in chat right now, what should I name this snowman? Oh, Jacob Ferguson, thanks for the $5 donation. And also he put in a code for you viewers, $10 on Google Play. There we go. So make sure to check that out. Hopefully you're fast. Where did I put my name tags? Come on, they gotta be around here somewhere. I know they're in one of these. Let's see, some of you saying snow cone. Here's a name tag. Frosty, Rusher, Frost MC. Oh, geez. You have so many recommendations, I'm not sure. Ooh, it's gonna be a tough one. Oh, Neil, thanks for the $5 donation as well. Thank you. Snowbob? It's an interesting one. Snow McSnowface? Snowball? Frost MC? I kind of like that one. Frost MC, that's a good one. No, I've got the perfect name for him. Curtis. No, I'm just kidding. Let's name it Frosty MC. I liked that one. So a lot of people have been wondering, am I going to release any more real-life videos of when Taragadude came to visit? Yes. I'm releasing another one on Monday of when we took Taragadude to the gym. Oh, it's a good one. We'll put it like that. Kelly Masuda, thanks for the $2 donation. Snow Den, yeah, that would have been a good one. It would have. All right. So now it's time for more construction. Let's see if I can just get up here real quick. So we have our little lounging area, but it's been raining nonstop. Part of that is the TPS is so low, it takes forever to become daytime when it's night and vice versa. So rainstorms last a long time in such low TPS. And like I said, the only reason the TPS is so low tonight is because so many people are using the dupe. But I expect that to be fixed in the next few days. But I'm going to go explore more of this section of the sky base. It's really cool over here. Oh, there we go. Oh, got some nice benches here. Some acacia benches. Very cool. So yes, we're serious about this base. I mean, I just got back onto Minecraft today after being absent from it for a week because of spring break. But we have a lot of work to do both on and off camera. We actually want this base to be legitimate, not just a meme base. And it's going to take a lot of work, but we can do it. I know we can. But yeah, in case you guys missed it, I posted a bunch of real-life videos over the past week. I had Carter and Stryak visiting for spring break. We had a ton of adventures together. It was a lot of fun. I can't wait to see them soon. I think July I'm probably going to go visit them instead of them coming down here. But I already miss them. Alright, now I'm trying to think, what else do we need to add to the interior of my house? Oh, Jacob Ferguson. LOL, sorry, it's 7YXU. Okay. Now, we've added Frosty MC. What else should we add? I think maybe another painting up there. Oh, Evan Petway, thanks for the $1 donation. That was very nice of you. We could add some interior bush. No, because it's not going to go all the way up to the ceiling because of the slabs. It gives you that extra little space. That's kind of cool. There. Oh, I like that. That looks sweet. Do I like that? No. Let's keep that one open. There we go. Oh. Alpha, you scared me. Keep sneaking up on me. Oh, you got grass? Okay. I wonder what he wants. What? You're putting pig spawners on my roof? Wow. All right. When we talk about wealth on 2B2T, this is kind of what it's about. You just got pig spawners all over the place. This is highly illegal for this server, but we're doing it anyway. And of course, leave it to Alpha to put it in a very interesting shape. It is clearly a rocket ship, everyone. I don't understand how it could be anything else. All right. So, Oh, wow. Spencer Sherman, thanks for the 10 donation. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, when I said your little catchphrase, yeah. But thank you. I appreciate that. We have so many pig spawners. What are we going to do with all of them? I guess we got to just start killing some of these pigs. There we go. So, yeah, how's my stream chat? I keep, forgetting about you guys. How is everyone tonight? It's good to see all of you. Let's see. Shout out to Ellie Kessel. There's your shout out. Sean Cooper. Walk to Dance. All of you, they're their shout outs. Hope you enjoy. That's awesome. Yeah, and shout out to all my new subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate your support. I stream and upload daily, so there's always something new from me. And my longtime viewers, I'm sorry I kept you waiting for over a week, but hey, I needed to have my spring break with my buddies. You know how it goes. But that spring break I just had, it's the first break I've actually taken from YouTube in like 8 months. I normally upload every single day, or stream every day. Oh, Joshua, thanks for the $5 donation. Look at the gym video when it comes out on Monday. That's all I can say. Whoa, what? Alpha, how are you climbing that ladder riding the pig? What? How did you do that? What? Are you How are you controlling that pig, Alpha? You need to tell me how you're doing that this instant. I want to do that. Come on. You got to tell me, Alpha. You always have the best hacks. You got to let me in, man. Look at that. We could have legit pig races on this sky base. Look at that. And the fact that he could climb ladders with it. Oh! R.I.P. Everyone in chat, I want you to type F to pay respects to that pig that Alpha just murdered in cold blood. Everyone in chat, type F to pay respects. While you do that, I'm going to take a sip of water. There we go. Be happy. Thank you for subscribing. Shameful. Thanks for the $20 donation. Alpha's pagoda is pretty dope. That's actually Chrome Crusher's pagoda. Or pagoda, I'm sorry. Yes. Alpha Computer built this very nice archway. And then Chrome Crusher built that pagoda. And pretty much everything over here was built by Chrome Crusher. So he's a pretty decent builder. We're all kind of doing just really nice little builds so far, but we might build something even more epic. I have a plan for something kind of big on the island eventually, but I haven't finished the design in single player yet. And once I finish that, then I will bring it to 2B. So let's see. I'm just taking a look at some of these shulker boxes. Now, like I said, the dupe has been a big help for getting just tons and tons of items that, we normally have its stashes all over the place. We've been able to just sort of bring them into one place because of the dupe. It's pretty nice. All right, put that back. What else we got here? Tons of saddles. Good stuff. But I need to grab some more dirt because I want to start expanding this side of the lawn. So I'll start placing these down. There we are. Oh yeah, this is going to look real nice when it's done. Real nice. Kirby Wood, there's your shout out. Thank you for watching tonight. Oh, Dave Garrett, you left a like. Thank you so much. And yeah, shout out to everyone who's liked the stream so far. I appreciate that. Blair Parrish, thank you for subscribing. As a YouTuber, I won't let you down. There you go. Galactic Red, there's your shout out. Thank you for watching. There we go. Got all this grass. Although I'm kind of getting low. That's the one thing we haven't really duped much of. We haven't really duped a lot of grass. We have dirt, but no grass. And in 3 TPS, grass grows slower than molasses, so we really have to use grass. There we are. Place this down. Oh, Dave Everett. Oh, thanks for the $5 donation. You just learned about the dupe. Yeah, like I said, the vets have had it since February, technically, and we kept it under wraps. Kino Rana was able to distract a large part of the server by messing with the maps, and while everyone was focused on the maps being destroyed, no one was able to figure out we had a working dupe. So it was like the perfect distraction. Alright. Any other dirt blocks? Come on, we gotta have something. Dirt, grass, anything? End stone? Nope, not what we're looking for. Obsidian? No, that's a lot of obsidian, but we don't need that right now. Plenty of quartz. Stacked armor sets? No, I need that dirt and grass. Come on. Shovels, but no dirt. Come on. Bottle enchanting. No, no, no. Tons of obsidian and stuff, but ugh. And quartz. Oh well. We're out of dirt for now. I'll actually have to go dig some up later on. Once stream's over, I'll have to go to a neighboring biome and get some. Oh wait. Oh, thanks, Chrome Crusher. He's got some extra dirt for me. Appreciate that. Come on. In 3 TPS, come on, pick up the dirt. They're just sitting there. Come on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So even though it's not grass, we'll make it work for now. Oh yeah, this is nice. This is my first time actually building with base mates since Aureus. Because I mean, Fitlantis was a solo base. And ever since Aureus was destroyed, I pretty much have just been wandering. But it's kind of nice to be able to settle down a little more and actually base with people. It's super nice. I mean, there's no real conflict happening on the server right now. No war happening. No big YouTubers invading. It's actually a pretty peaceful time. I like it. Evan Petway, you just got here. What am I drinking? I'm just drinking water tonight. Keeping it simple. Even though it's St. Patty's Day, you gotta live that healthy lifestyle. Although when Carter and Stryak came down, I did have a beer. Favor, could you tell me how many people are actually watching right now, since with my current setup I can't see? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, what's Alpha building over here? He's got something. Oh wow, so he's got something with obsidian, quartz, and sea lanterns. It's kind of cool. I'm curious to see what he's going to build eventually. Oh, let's see. 600's awesome, thank you. Not bad for my first stream in over a week. Alright, I'm trying to think how else can I spruce up my place a little bit. You know what? I'm going to replace my glowstone with a little bit of sea lantern action. So let's see. I'll take like 6 of them. There we go. So yes, in case you weren't here earlier, I've been addicted to the new Zelda, Breath of the Wild. I love it. I posted a tweet about it, and it was pretty popular. But it's just, like I said, I've played every Zelda since Link to the Past for the Super Nintendo. And I gotta say, as of right now, Breath of the Wild might be my favorite. You know, that's after I factor in, like, nostalgia that I have for the N64 Zeldas and whatnot. It might actually be my favorite Zelda of all time. Like, it's been a long time since I've been able to get, like, actually immersed in a game, and the new Zelda's actually allowed me to do that. It's pretty great. Alright. So I only had one glowstone lantern in my whole place. Oh, that's alright. At least I got to replace it. So let's see here. Yeah, we got tons of pig spawners out in the open right now. It's pretty funny. Get some of this XP. I'm at 48 XP levels. What would I even spend the XP on? I don't even know. So Alpha's still doing his quartz thing over there. Let's see what Chrome Crusher's up to. Nemi Mendel, happy late birthday. Hope you enjoyed it. Rise Jagger says spruce it up with some spruce wood.